Hi, everybody. It's me, Melody. Welcome to my stream. Make sure you hit the like, subscribe, and share button on your way in. So, today we're going to be talking about, I'm sure you all know who Ameera is. She's usually on the Lapeef Let's Talk show. Um, a lot of people have a problem with her because they feel she says a lot of things that's racist. And to most people, that's a problem because she's not black and she's not from the black community. So people feel she shouldn't talk on black issues. Um, so I have GC here to help me break down her new video she just did explaining the reasons why she's not racist. So I'm going to bring him up. Hi, GC.
Hey Melody, how you doing?
Good. How are you?
Pretty good, pretty good. So,
Yes.
just so you know, I haven't seen her video yet. Um, so I guess we'll be going over it together.
Yeah, I
Um,
haven't seen it either. So
yeah.
I'm ready to break it down.
Okay, so I'll put it on my screen because I know that you're on your phone.
Yes.
All right. So yeah, there's been rumors on if she's actually racist. I'm gonna be honest, I am reluctant to give anyone the racist card because for one, for the most part, I really don't care too much if the individual is racist in the sense that they want to see their own race win. It's a little juvenile, but it's commonplace. Like everybody wants the advantages of racial thinking. So
Right.
um, I don't really blame the individual of that. I do blame this. I do have a problem with systemic racism, individual racism. I mean, I get it. You want some advantages for being whatever you are. So, no shade, not much shade in that. But we'll see if she is a individual racist or, in her video explaining otherwise, or if she's just somebody with harsh critiques about black people.
Right. I can't wait to
It
see
can
this.
often be confused with racism. Yeah.
Exactly.
All right. So let me share the screen. Give me a second. Here. All right. What's up? All right. Fair use. And
Fair
here we go.
use.
What's that whistle? Is
Yeah,
that
it
part of
sounds
her
pretty
intro?
bad.
Certain things regarding my views. So I want to address all of those right now. And let's bury this hatchet forever. For good. Finito. Halas. I don't want to talk about this anymore. So,
Okay, right there. She's racist. You see, you see how she said bury this hatchet?
Yeah. She's racist because she
See how
said
she's
that.
talking about Native Americans like that? You see, that right there. She just comes off talking crap about Native Americans. Are we gonna
Right.
bury this hatchet? Well, so what you talking about, bury hatchet? What you know about hatchet? Except for nurse hatchet. So right there, yep, racism. All right, let's continue.
thank you guys. Thank you, Justin, for greatness. Thank you, Toja. Thank you, Creations, Vicious, Dreadhead. Hi. And Brittany. I want to say welcome and let's.
She just called the black man a vicious dreadhead. I know that's his name, but so what?
That's racist.
Racial. You vicious dreadhead.
This is going to be kind of a kind of tensious stream. Is that the right word, guys? Tensious, whatever. You
Wait,
understand
can
what
you
I'm saying?
pause it for 1 minute? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Um, the sound is kind of like weird.
it is. But I think that might be her, not because I'm listening to her thing straight up, and it is weird.
Oh, okay. So that's not you. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, because if it was, then it would just kind of like when there's an echo, it'd just be you hearing it. Yeah, I think that's
Yeah.
just the way it is.
Okay. Well, I think we can still hear it a little bit. So
Yeah.
continue.
I am a bit nervous, a little bit shy because these are kind of subjects where I have to find the right words because sometimes because English is not my first language, sometimes I don't say the perfect word and people get up in arms about it. So I'm going to try to take my time and say the proper words that everyone can understand. And I don't care if you're PC. I am not politically correct. If you get offended easily, maybe find another stream to go to because this is
Okay. So I'm at least glad that she's going to be candid, and I think that that's really what we need. Because I think that collectively we as Black people don't really know what other races think of us because they're all being politically correct, or we only listen to or meet the politically correct ones. So
Right.
so far we're going to get something candid. Now, just because a person is candid, that doesn't mean they can't be candidly racist. So let's not rule out that possibility yet.
not going to be a politically correct stream. Okay, so let's begin. So I want to give you guys some background. I am a conservative. I'm a conservative. I live a conservative lifestyle. I am conservative politically. I'm conservative with almost everything about me. I'm just a conservative person. So when you hear me speak, or if I have certain views, I want you to kind of remember my background as a conservative person, that maybe I will.
Don't care. Don't care. You can't really just say because it seems like she's giving a disclaimer for some racist shit she's about to say, but she's saying that with the backdrop of remember I'm conservative. Like what the hell?
Right. It does sound kind of suspect.
Yeah, like she's preparing us for racism to come. What do you think?
I hope not. I mean, I like how she is. She's very feminine. So
Hmm.
I hope
I mean, she
this is
can be feminine and racist. It's possible.
right.
Yeah. All right, let's continue.
See things differently than a lot of people. In America today, everyone is very much sensitive. Everything is sensitive. You can't say anything about certain groups, or you have to use the proper words, and even the words are changing to the point where the word that was okay 2 years ago now is upsetting and
I actually agree with that. There's nothing wrong, and we talked about this earlier when he was telling me to do the show. There's nothing wrong with the word Oriental, nothing at all, and not a Oriental person complained about the existence of the word Oriental.
Yeah, but people like to make everything seem racist.
Exactly, and that's just so they can say that they changed the world, but really they just put a new name to something that nobody really gave a crap with before. I don't give a crap. What does that mean? Like if somebody called me colored, what's wrong with colored? Why did they have to keep messing with colored? Oh, because they need something to do. They need something to do because they go to rallies and marches the way regular people go to barbecues and cookouts. It's just entertainment for them, but they feel like they're doing something. There's no difference between colored and African American. It's just a new label to whatever it is, a new non-offensive label to a group of people. And Asian is not what people mean when they mean to say Oriental.
Right.
You know, they not. I think she's Asian, but I know that you don't see her that way because people use the word Asian to talk about Orientals.
Right. Like when you say Asian, I think of like Filipino or what is the other one? Korean, Chinese.
Korean, Japanese, yeah, Chinese,
Right,
yeah,
but
exactly.
you don't think of like Indians and stuff like that. You just don't think of that.
Well, you don't even think of like Kyrgyzstan people or half of Russia either, like because you mean Oriental, but you're taking away to what the word Asian really means. So yeah, I agree with her on that. This naming convention is just stupid.
Exactly.
Offensive. So I want you to just keep that in your mind that I am a conservative, and I have seen comments asking, why does Ameera talk about the BC? The BC being the black community. She shouldn't have any right to speak on it. She's not a black girl. She shouldn't speak. Well, I want to address that. And on the Repeat Network, I make it my purpose to not speak about the black community. I'm not speaking about.
What do you think of her earrings?
You said her
I don't know.
earrings? What's wrong with her earrings?
Don't say anything's wrong. I'm asking your opinion as a woman who like earrings. What do you think of them?
I can't really see. Hold
Here, let me
on.
see.
Unpause it. Let me see a little more.
Maybe is that
There we go.
I like them. I can make them look good.
So you rock those earrings that your boyfriend comes in and he says, hey, here's some earrings. You would wear these earrings.
I would.
Okay.
Why, you don't like them?
No, it's not that. I'm look. If a man is looking at your earrings, you're doing something wrong. Like unless he already hit it. Like if your face is right there and he's looking at your earrings, then he's looking away from your face on purpose. But
Right.
but no, I was just it did catch my eye, and she's not an ugly woman. I'm just saying, oh, those some interesting earrings. I wonder what Melody thinks. That's all. All right,
Yeah.
let me get back to
She's very
topic.
pretty. Okay.
Yeah.
better? So there's no glare. I'm not speaking about the black community. When I'm speaking about Eastern versus Western culture. I do understand that a lot of people don't see.
No, you're not. No, you're not. Don't church it up. The black community in the United States is a very small part of the overall Western culture, which begins in Germany and ends in, I would say, California, but some would say Hawaii. You know, that is a large portion of Western culture. To say that we're very small in comparison.
Right.
No, that's bullshit.
See it that way because a lot of people, I've seen comments saying that I was saying this about the black community or saying that the black community has to get it together and this community is right, which is completely untrue. If you go back to the videos, you will see that I specifically said Western culture, the American culture that I live in, that I can see just looking around, I can go outside and see Western culture. I mean, it's not a secret, guys. So when I'm speaking about that, I'm speaking about the West in general because I don't think that this is a white or black problem. I think this is an American Western issue, and it affects certain groups more than others. So
There we go. There we go.
There it is. You
All
heard it. It affects certain groups more than others. What certain group is she talking about? Drum
let's
roll.
get into it. Let's get into it. Now,
Okay.
full disclaimer, what she's saying is true. All the shit of Western culture is more personified in the black culture from the US. Like
Right.
all of the worst aspects of Western culture, the hyper capitalism, the putting money over family, things like that, the devaluing marriage, escape from traditional and religious Abrahamic values. Like these are largely and more harshly personified in the black community. So what she's saying is true, but she's being polite. She's being polite.
Right. I agree with it. She's very right.
um, now getting into
My bad. You were saying something?
No, I said I agree with that. I don't disagree with what she said just now.
All right, I see in the chat room they are praising her shit. Look, this is what pygmies get. Deal with it. Deal with it. Deal with it. This is the life of a pig. That's what you get. This is what traditionalism earns you. So to all you strong, independent women with laminated floors out there, fuck you. This is her life. Look at yours. Her life. Look at yours. Her life. Look at yours. You want to know what you're doing right now? You are getting her husband coffee. That is how that works.
the things that I want to address. I have my list here. So
See, you see those floors? You see those floors? That is dependent. That is dependent. Look at your floors, independent. Look at her floors, dependent. Look at your floors, independent.
Preach, GC, preach.
Like y'all singing Beyonce on a crappy floor. All the ladies, independent. You know, I just mopped over there. That is what you are singing right now on the floor that you have to swipper every day.
let me
Right.
look it down. That's why. So hi Ray. Hi Christopher. Hi Mr. Ray. Rila. Hi Rila. Hi Furu. Hi Lael. Hi Anthony. Hi Young Jay. Oh my god, Young Jay. Hi. I haven't seen you forever. Hi Zen Master. Okay. I know I'm so ADD. I like I look up and I'm like, hi. All right. Back to it. Ameera said that black people are the most racist people. Here we go. So, yes, but that is only part of it. I said, because I was talking, now I went back in this live stream because I didn't know where people were getting this phrase from precisely. I knew I had said it, but I didn't remember exactly what conversation that was in. So I went back and I saw, and I was speaking about, so politically, there has been this narrative going around saying that certain people cannot be racist. They're saying like, if you're from a certain group, you can't be racist. And on that stream, I said, no, that's absurd. Anyone can be racist. I was like, well, they said,
I agree with that.
Me
I
too.
agree that anyone can be racist. Um, I don't see how that translates into somebody quoting her for saying that we're the most racist. However, any group of people can be racist. However, if you are powerless, then that racism is not dangerous. So it's really allowed more.
Yeah, I think that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard in my life. People saying, you ever heard someone say black people can't be racist?
Yeah.
And I'm like,
And
I
just
literally have like, oh, go ahead, GC.
well, and just so people who are listening knows, I mean, racism is, to aggrandize or you feel, that your race is superior to another. If you are on that, you know, um, original man, first, and or we're kings, and so does that mean that everybody else is servants and peasants? Because if so, you are aggrandizing your tribe over others. So that is racism. Now nobody really cares because they look at you and they're basically saying, nigga, we got Navy SEALs and shit. What you gonna do? Drones. Shut up. Like really, so they don't really take it serious, but it is your aggrandized view of your genetic superiorities over others. Like we can't have somebody like, a woman with a wig, saying stuff like, saying racially egregious things chronically and say that we are not racist. And so there is truth to that. Now, I don't really know if it's more or less. Don't really care because, I mean, some redneck in Paducah, who's drinking a Coors, shouting out the N word, is just as bad in my opinion, and really almost just as harmless. So, you, I don't really care if it was more or less, but I do think that she is onto something to say it's not really fair to say that we can't be because it's a mindset. What's your thoughts, Melody?
I agree 100% with her. Black people are racist, just like everybody else. But when she says black people are the most racist and Asian people are the most racist, I cannot agree with that because I've ran into more Hispanic and white racist people than I did black people. And that's the truth. I see more black people in interracial relationships than I do like other people. That's because they want to stay with their race because a lot of them are racist. So yes, black people can be racist, but so can everybody else. So I have to disagree with the whole black people are the most racist.
Okay, okay, fair enough. Let's. Well, we don't know if she said that verbatim because somebody said she's stupid for that comment. We don't know if she said that verbatim. We do know that that was interpreted, and she's explaining now what she said and meant by that.
Right. So we'll see what she says because
Sure.
we both didn't see it. So
Right.
let's watch a little further.
Black people cannot be racist. And I said, well, that's not true. I said, look, in my view, I've seen that Asians and black people have been the most racist people. This is regarding like colorism, intolerance of others, and certain words that if anyone else were to say, they would get in trouble. But if, I've noticed that in America, if a black person says it, it's not a problem. But if a white person were to say the same exact thing, they would be called racist.
Okay, that is pretty stupid. What she's saying there,
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
because it's okay. There's certain things. There's certain things. I give a story. Right, was in West Oakland, and I'm rarely in West Oakland. And those of you who live in West Oakland know why. But was there, and I met this dude. His name was well, his nickname had the word fat in it, right? And he was a stocky dude. Let's just say Fat Cat. Let's do that. Let's say his name was Fat Cat, right?
Hmm.
And later when I was in school, um, my partner, who our mutual friend, he called me and said, "Hey, Fat Cat is out your way. Could you give him this particular thing?" I'm not gonna say what it was, but could you give him this particular thing? Actually, I don't remember what it was. And he'll come out this way, and I'll get you back next time I see you. All right. I was like, all right, bet, right?
Hmm.
And he came, knocked on the door, and then I was like, "Hey, what's up, Fat Cat?" Right? And then he was like, "What's up, man? Do you know me?" I said, "Well, I met you once in West Oakland, but the way he looked, he's like, listen, Fat Cat is a name." He didn't explain this, but I kind of picked up on the vibe. So I realized that Fat Cat is a name that people who know him call him. People who know him call him. And the same could be true about, Jarhead, or are calling a homosexual person flag. You know, these, these are things that's their thing. That's their thing. That when I say jarhead, I'm talking about Marines. Like a Marine calls another Marine jarhead, but me as a not Marine probably shouldn't do crap like that.
Right.
So understand that that's that. You know, grow up past that. And I don't have like a strong desire to call a person a flag or a jarhead or something like that. I really don't have a strong desire to call dude fat cat. I thought that was his name and everybody called him that.
Right.
So just so show some respect. Don't be stupid. I shouldn't call her. I should say read the room. What's your thoughts?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. So you were saying, what's my thoughts on you calling people jarhead? Because I didn't hear what you said before that.
No, I was just saying, what do you think that that her point of view is a little narrow because of where she came from, and understand that she's now in a nation of many tribes and many different rules as it pertains to each other. And there's certain like inside things that people can do that outsiders simply aren't welcome to. Like a Marine calling another Marine jarhead, or I've seen somebody say soldiers call Marine jarheads, which I don't know. I don't know how to. The point is, I'm not in the military. It's not my business. I just call them by their name.
Right. So pretty much you're saying because she's not in the black community and because she's not black, she shouldn't speak on black issues. Is that what
Nor
you're
should she advocate that, not really speak on black issues, nor does she advocate. I'm not going to be that dude that says everybody should call Marines jarheads because it's none of my business.
Mm-hmm. Well, I agree. I mean, it's okay to have your opinion on things, but don't expect people not to think you're prejudiced or racist. It's the way you say things. Like, I don't see anything wrong with her not being an African American woman giving her opinion, but it's just certain ways I guess you just can't say it. I mean, you can, but if you do, just be prepared for the backlash,
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, yeah.
All right, let's continue.
So that's what I was speaking on, and mostly that's political. It's mostly political, like if you like Candace Owens and Larry Elder, sometimes they say certain things, and yeah. So that's what I was talking about there. And also in my experience, because like I said, I did go to school in New York. I had an experience, and I saw this with my own eyes, how certain things were said that if other communities were to say the same thing, the exact same words, it would be extremely racist. But it wasn't like that for the black community. Oh, and also Asians. And when I say Asians, I don't mean just Chinese. I mean Indians, Pakistanis, Japanese, Koreans, everybody, because I've noticed that they have like a really high intolerance for people of different skin tone. If you're darker there, that's why a lot of people are bleaching themselves in Asia. If you guys haven't seen it, it's absurd. Like the colorism is insane. But like I believe that.
Okay, I wouldn't call that racism. I because they're the same race. I would just say that it is colorism, like she said. It's darkism, whatever you want to call it. It's weird, but it's not a race thing because they're still the same race. Uh,
Exactly. But you say she was considered Asian?
yeah, I think Lebanon is in. I know it's on the steps. But I do think that it is in Asia. So let me see. Somebody could look that up for me, but I'm almost certain that she is Asian too. But yeah, what she's saying is true that certain cultures in Asia bleach their skin and they're on that weird shit. I've been there. I've seen it. I was cracking up. I was cracking up because in the Philippines everything had whitening in it, and I mean I took a picture of it too. Like everything had a chemical that they call whitening in it, and get this, it don't even work.
Right. Why did you try it?
No, what the hell?
I'm being funny, GC.
No, I was with a half black Filipino chick, right? And we was
Mhm.
in one of those I don't know what you call it, like a Jeep or something. That's how I got around, you know.
Right.
So we was in a Jeep or something, and I had bought I thought I was buying some like aftershave lotion or something. Um, but it wasn't what I thought it was. It was like sunscreen, because you buy everything from 7-Eleven there. It was like a little tube, and it was like sunscreen, and it said it had whitening in it. And then I just threw it out. I was like, oh, this is some bullshit. I just threw it out on the ground, and she went and picked it up. She was like, no, no, don't waste. I was like, don't waste it. You want to use that bullshit? You know you're not gonna look white, and you're just gonna look weird as hell. She says, no, it don't even work. But don't waste the sunscreen or whatever. So I do know that all of it, everything that touched your skin, got that crap in it. But she's according to her, it don't work.
Yeah, maybe it don't work to her because it's not working fast enough. Sometimes it might take time to whiten your skin, but who knows?
No,
All
she
I
did
know,
get 30. Melon, when I say everything has it in it, I mean everything. So if you've been using lotion and stuff, since you was a baby, then you've been using it your whole damn life.
true.
I mean, who's to say she might not have been darker, if that was the case? But okay, listen, here's the thing. Here's the thing, people. And I learned this from her. It's not really that she wasn't really considered less beautiful by her peers because she was dark because she's half black. She's a darker, she's a half black, half Filipino woman. So she was the complexion that they expect her to be, and her beauty is determined by that. It is considered worse to be a fully Filipino darker woman because it sends a message, and that message was that your ass work in the field. For whatever reason, you are not a in-house kept woman with the hardwood floors like this chick. You are not an in-house kept woman, and you never were. That's why your ass is so dark. You've been out picking rice. So I don't know if you pick rice. You've been out ricing. You've been out in the field doing whatever. So 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 it's really more of a class thing. Your class is showing through your tan.
Right.
So that's why it is.
Yeah.
But they don't consider, a and it really doesn't have anything to do with the men either. I mean, black men, it's not going to work against you if you are a darker skinned black man, or they just recognize you as black, and they know that you don't live there and you work the damn fields. So that's not going to
Right,
really work.
but see, I don't consider that being racist. What she's saying, oh, they're bleaching their skin. That's more colorism. Colorism
Exactly.
and racist is two different things. Racist would be, oh, I don't like Black Americans as an Asian person, or something like that. So now she's like mixing up the two.
Well, yeah, it's yeah. What they're going through in many parts of Asia is a mixture of like classism, versus colorism. It's weird, but it's not like they would need like outsiders that are of another race that they have ill will towards to actually be considered racism. So she's misclassifying it. I don't really hold that too much against her, because if I was an outsider, I wouldn't think too hard about shit like that either. Like I don't care. Like there are certain things that as outsiders you could just sit back and say, "Hey, that's y'all problem," you know.
Right.
Right,
Well,
like,
GC, do you think she should just sit back and say that's your problem? Or do you think she has the right to come on Lapeef and speak on Black issues on a panel full of Black people? What's
well,
your thoughts on that?
she has the right if Lapeep let her on to do that. So
Right.
she has the Lapeep given right to do that on that particular show. But just like how I gave my blurb on how the Filipinos do, she could she give her blurb about how other people do.
Right.
In fact, that's what she did. She just gave a blurb about how Asian people do, and I just gave a blurb of my understanding of what they're actually doing with that. That's this is just blurbs and critiques of cultural things. Do I think it's a little twisted to walk around with just whitening and shit on everything? Yeah, I think that shit's weird as hell. I
You
mean, am
know,
I racist for saying that? Nah. I mean,
some people might say you're racist because of that remark you just made. You know what I mean?
they might, they might, but doesn't change the fact that it's weird. Like you know,
Exactly.
only thing that's whitening in my house is toothpaste. So they, you know, like
Same here.
so. Yeah, call it what you want. That's. I mean, so far she's critiquing.
Uh, in the Asian community, the colorism is more extreme than any other community because
Okay, so she did identify it as colorism. So she does know stuff. And okay, so maybe she said colorism before, and and she got misheard. So okay, put it like this: if she said that black people and Asian people are the most colorist,
That would have
then
been different.
yeah, and it'll be true. It'll be true, because I don't really think that white people think about skin color as much as blacks and Asians. I do think that they think more about hair color and eye color than we do, and that's because their eyes tend to come in are multifaceted by nature. So, so yeah, I could see I could see that. I could see that statement if she confused colorism with racism, that being a true thing.
Exactly.
even in India, they have the caste system, and some of the caste system also goes by skin tone. So, like if you're darker, you're seen as not beautiful, even though the girl could be completely more beautiful than the lighter skin girl. It doesn't matter. Just because her skin is dark, they will consider her.
What she's saying is true. These are true things. So far, so good on her. These are true things.
Right. I didn't hear anything terrible
Ugly.
yet.
They will
So,
consider her ugly. even though even her face and everything, she's more pretty than the light skinned girl, it doesn't matter. That's just the way it is, and I think it's pathetic.
Yeah. And this is my critique about black people colorism. Like, and if you that dude, to me, I'm not from this, and I can say, I'll say it like this. Am I racist? Southern people are on some weird ass crap when it comes to colorism. They are. And that's why you got Rashida out, on her period every day. Like, this, y'all got something weird going on about there. Do I think y'all crazy? Yes. If you turn down an attractive dark skinned black chick because she's dark skinned, y'all crazy. Y'all crazy. And I'll be happy to pick up that slack. That's stupid. Does that make me a northern or west coast racist? I don't know. But yeah, I'm with her. It's kind of crazy.
So, yeah. Ameera said Obama shouldn't have been president and that blacks are slow. See, I want, if we're going to say what I say, I would just prefer if we can just at least say the exact thing that I said and not like word it in a way where it sounds worse. I said, because I'm conservative, that Obama should have never been president. And there were many reasons for that because I think, now this is just my opinion, I think Obama was a pathetic president. I think he was an awful president. And yeah, you can say, well, other presidents weren't that good either, possibly, but Obama was one of the worst I've seen. So,
how many have you seen? How old are you?
Right. I was thinking the same thing, GC. Like, isn't she like 20, 27 or something like that?
Yeah, exactly. So this is like your third president in your adulthood.
I think she's
And
just hearing what other conservatives are saying, and she's just repeating it.
exactly, she's regurgitating, information
Right.
from other conservatives,
Ah,
and yeah, and I get it because your husband is rich, and he wouldn't be messing with you if you was on some SJW woke crap. So yeah, go with the culture that polishes your floors. I'm not talking about the liberal woman who's actually polishing your floors. I'm talking about the person who's paying the liberal woman who's polishing your floors to polish it.
I didn't like Obama, and that's no secret. Everyone knows that I didn't like Obama. And as for me saying the second part, saying the blacks are slow, I said, is America too slow? I said, so the thing that I was thinking about was the, well, I was thinking mostly about Black Lives Matter and how Black Lives Matter was created under Obama. So this is a reason why I thought I connected to the two like this. Like, we got our first black president. Well, semi-black, not really black, kind of. We got our first minority president. And then right then in that moment, we ended up having the creation of Black Lives Matter. So I thought it was really strange that why did we need Black Lives Matter, especially at that time? You know what I mean? Because I noticed that before.
Okay, I wouldn't classify this type of stuff as racist, but it is pretty stupid because these are two independent things. Well, it's a little stupid and ignorant because for one, him ascending to the seat of presidency doesn't have much to do with an individual life, being valued in a certain way. Now, trust me, I have my critiques of Black Lives Matter as a movement, but the T-shirt phrase, I understand where the sentiment behind it. So, yeah, like that is kind of it means that she's getting her information from a very conservative bubble, and she's not really doing much research before she says stuff on that particular aspect. There was something else I want to say, but
right. Like I
oh,
said, I
because
just
she wasn't aware of the police shootings. Like she seems completely oblivious to the fact that that's happened. So yeah, none. I mean, and I'm not gonna say she's too bright because, like, what should she care? She's pretty and rich. Like this falls under the other people problems category. You
Right.
know, yeah, like
Yeah. It just,
you could look at somebody in another part of the world who has problems you don't really understand, and everything you say, you know, will sound stupid. Like hey, how come those flies are on those kids' face? Like, I'm pretty sure that there's a reason.
you see.
I'm pretty sure there's a reason that the kid don't just bat the fly off, but we don't know that because I'm completely ignorant as to the justifiable, I'm sure, reason that fly just. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I
Interrupt
don't,
me
I
before I
just
go to
don't
hell.
think she just don't understand black struggles. Just like black people don't understand her. That's all. It's just all a misunderstanding. I don't think she's blatantly trying to say these things.
Uh huh.
I think this is what she's, like you said, this is what she's hearing from other conservatives and things like that. So it's kind of like brainwashing her. I mean, I feel like that can be an issue as well. Or maybe she just honestly sees it like that. I don't know.
Yeah, I think that is lack of information. Is she's just getting bits and pieces of it. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Obama, I didn't see as much of this tension between the races. I didn't see it happen until Obama became president. Then I saw that the tensions between the races in the United States got worse. So, I mean, anyone, maybe other people see it differently, but that's what I saw. So that's what I said.
All right, fair enough. I'm not necessarily racist, a little ill informed and a little ditzy, but that's okay considering everything, you
Yeah,
know.
it doesn't sound racist to me. I haven't heard anything racist yet.
And once again, I reserve the racist title for, for people. Like, yeah, I reserve that for a certain group of people so it's not overused. You got a super chat.
Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna read it real quick. Thank you, Snuggle668, always coming through with your support. I really appreciate you. She says my favorite YouTube couple. So okay,
Oh,
yeah.
big YouTube couple. Okay.
So what's your prognosis?
When are you
Is
gonna get
she
me
a
a sandwich?
racist? Huh?
I said, when are you gonna get me a sandwich? We're a YouTube couple.
I know, right? Yeah, I'll make you a sandwich whenever you want one. I got
Okay.
you.
I flew you
So
in for a sandwich.
she says my favorite YouTube couple. So what's your prognosis? Is she a racist or is she no different from the people who call her racist?
Well, this is 2 hours long, so you said that you was gonna break this up in the bits and pieces.
Yeah, I'm
So,
gonna do a little more
all right.
and
But I mean, so far, I don't have a, I'm not getting that from her.
yeah, I don't have an issue at all with what she's saying. That can be her experience. That's how she feels. That's what she sees. I mean, who are we to tell her how to feel? You know.
Mhm.
But thanks for that. I appreciate it.
Ameera said that if you don't like what Columbus did, then go back to Africa and live in a hut. Okay. I made a video speaking about the Native Americans. So there was I was speaking about how a lot of people said that this land was stolen from the Native Americans. That has been the narrative for a very long time. Everyone says that. But what I mentioned was the fact that back in those times, if you had great land, if you had land that was highly desired, you also had to have an army to defend said land. You could not just say, well, here's my flag, this is my land, please don't come touch it because I've already claimed it. People will fight you for your land back then. And that's something that everyone knows. That's how so many.
Okay. Um. Well, what's your thoughts on that? First of all, let's start there.
Well, being part Native American myself, I feel like the land was stolen from Native American people. They were here first. I don't know. From what I understand, they were here first and it was stolen. So yeah, I don't agree with
Yeah,
that.
it was. It was.
Yeah.
Um. And what she's saying is that was commonplace. That was a common act of that time, and which is true. I mean, that's something that's definitely true. Like conquest of lands is not really a it was just something that people did. You know, you got shit I won't, I take. Like that's pretty much just what yeah they did. They conquered it. Now,
Right. Yeah,
does
exactly. I'm trying to click on
yeah
it. Exactly,
now
Cleveland conquered it, definitely.
yeah now I mean, should we hold people to modern moral standards for something that they did that was consistent with the morality of the time? No, no. It's like these. Shout out to Chantel sharing the thing, and she brought
Hi,
up something like
Chantel.
this on Solo's channel not too long yesterday, I think. And that is this whole Me Too thing. Because what's going on is men are being held to modern standards for stuff they did when something like that was commonplace. Like I wasn't an adult. I wasn't around for the, smack your secretary in the ass time. I wish I was. I wish I would. You think that if I grew up in a secretary ass smacking days, that I wouldn't smack secretaries in the ass? Oh hell yeah, I would. I lick the tip of my finger and do uppercut smacks on secretaries all the time. Like that is the time that you lived in. However, um, we don't live in those times now. If you are an OG and you smack some secretaries in the ass, and then somebody is bringing you to 2021 court, I mean, it's wrong because it's like, no, this is the life that I lived. This was normal when I did it. This was normal stuff. This was normal stuff all the time. Like they all were conquered. They all lived on conquered land. All of them. Each and every single one of the colonizers did.
Right. Alyssa G says, I bet she wouldn't hold that same logic about her own people.
No, she wouldn't. No, she wouldn't. You think that her people weren't conquered? It wasn't even always called Lebanon. Like it's been called. I think it's like Canaan, Phoenicia. Like they've been conquered by Greeks. They've been conquered by Romans. Like I think even like Indians. And recently they had a skirmish with the Israelis, if I'm not mistaken, like 10 years ago.
Wow.
So
Didn't
this is
know.
stuff. This is stuff. I'm just saying we shouldn't hold past atrocities to modern standards of morality. That's what I'm getting at.
I agree.
Countries and such got conquered, and people, they didn't care about this. It's mine, you can't touch it. They didn't care back in those days. So what I saw was a group of people who lived here on this land and weren't able to defend it. Now, could that be? It could be unfair. Maybe it was unfair, which I don't deny. It could have been unfair. Maybe the Europeans had better technology, or
She said maybe. Yeah. See this and stuff like this is why I say did see. I'm not saying she's completely wrong. I'm just saying maybe they had better technology. What do you think a gun is? What do you think a bow and arrow is? It's simple. Like that. That's some. Yeah.
use tactics. It could happen. But the honest truth is that there was a war for this land, and the natives lost. So that's what I had pointed.
Okay. That is an oversimplification because it wasn't a direct war. It was just like a series of broken promises followed by disease and crap like that. I mean, it's war as Europeans recognize war, but it wasn't what was just. It's bizarre. I will say it is the most one of the most bizarre conquests there is. Next to regions in Africa, but it is very strange, but I wouldn't call it like an open war.
It out in the video. And as for the go back to Africa and live in a hut, I didn't say go back to Africa. I said if you think that America is so bad and you hate it because it was that people went to war, that we went to war for the land, then find yourself a hut and go back to Africa, or not go back to Africa, go to Africa and live in a hut. So I guess.
Okay.
Go to Africa and live in a hut. How do you feel about that?
See, that's downright stupid. And because the hut part, like I can get, okay. Here's the thing, and I had this conversation with white people too. I get the concept of why are you living in a place that you're chronically complaining about. I do get that thinking. Like, you're chronically complaining about a place that you still live in. So I can see why people would say that. But where does the hut come in? Like, if I was to go to Africa, what, you think I'm going to live in a hut?
I mean, there's people in Africa living in mansions, in beautiful mansions. Huts are not just in Africa. You can go to Mexico or Dominican Republic and live in a hut. So
Yeah.
I don't know how I felt about that Africa thing, but if you don't like it here, you could leave. That's true. If you don't like it here, you could leave. Nobody's holding anybody back. But it's just how she said it, how she worded it, go to Africa. So that may have been offensive. It's not offensive to me, but I'm saying to some people that could have been offensive. So I can understand where they're coming from.
Well, it's pretty dumb, is what it is. Because, okay, so there's some merit to what she was saying. You know, like, why do we continue to stay? Lincoln said it. Lincoln even said that listen, if I was you, I'd go. Like, I'd bounce, right? Like, I would just leave right now. You know. And he's talking about after emancipation, of course. He's like, listen, I wouldn't want to stay around these people. Like, you can, and he's not saying get out of my country. He's basically like, listen, you could go. It's kind of selfish for you to stay where you know people don't like you. Like,
right.
Why are you staying here? You know, when you see how hard they fought to continue to subjugate you. Like, I'm giving you a ticket to go. And then, you know, preceding presidents, you know, President Monroe, you know, actually acquired a nation in Africa called Liberia, I think it is. And he's like, listen, this land is your land. You can go to this land that is your land.
Right.
You can go. You can go. So it's, for whatever reason, we do tend to stay. Now, I get it. You know, this is the land that we also fought for. And, you know, we also, we fought in every war that the white Americans did. And we, you know, by that right, we do have that. We do, you know, have that. But, you know, the concept of why are you staying in a place where people don't like you is not new. It's not new. She didn't introduce that.
Right. And I just want
done this way because she says a hut. And really, she's answering her own question if she thinks that you would just default to a hut. You know, like,
right.
Like, why don't you go back to Africa and live in a hut? It's like, because it's a hut.
Yes. Right. But I just want to say this real quick. What Trey said, actually, you can get a mansion in Africa if you can't get one here because it's really cheap to live out there. You can literally build your own mansion for really, really cheap.
No, what he's saying is, okay, so what I heard, what my girl was telling me is that there isn't a market for it. So there aren't many like that are built. You would have to, it would be built for you. And this is just housing in general. So, you know, like most people's houses here is used because, you know, somebody else owned the house before and then they moved to a bigger house or something like that. That's not necessarily the case. So, you know, it would generally be built for you.
Right.
So I kind of get what Trey is saying with that. That it's I think that he's trying to quash the notion that if you take that mansions are less expensive in Africa. Now I don't know. I did hear that there isn't really a market for it, so it most likely would be built.
Right.
But I don't know. I do think it may or may not be true because I do know a mansion in Georgia is less than a mansion out here. So, or a mansion in Texas is, and a mansion in New York is more expensive than one here. So, like prices vary depending on location. But I mean, a hut is pretty much the same cost anywhere.
Yeah. Don't they build? I'm sorry, my phone. Don't they build their own huts?
Well,
Literally.
I seen a bunch of dudes or a bunch of chicks, and yeah, it seems like they just gather a bunch of sticks and they put the stick in the mud and then they wrap the mud around or they wrap the sticks around a tarp and then they put cow feces on top of it and termites. And I don't want to live in that. And they be
Right.
using smoke on their vagina. So like that's what they wash with. So I don't want to live like that. So if you say why don't I go and live in a hut, that's why. That's why I don't want to live in cow shit.
Yeah. No, thank
So
you.
yeah, but I mean, if you say if I were to maintain, but if the general thing is why not expat, first of all, the statement doesn't really apply to me because I don't complain like that. But if the general statement is why not expat, I agree. Like there are things that bind me here, like work and family, but outside of that, yeah, more black should expat, and that's why we have like the passport bros who agree with that.
Yeah, but a lot of Black people like to just sit around and complain instead of making things happen, instead of getting up and going to a better country. They rather just lay around in poverty and complain, So that's why they're not going back to Africa.
All right, so somebody said which tribe and which part of Africa. So I think that they were in the Sudan, and it's M-A. I forget exactly the pronunciation, but it starts with an M. It starts with an M, and they were featured in the movie Black Panther. So, like some of their cultural dressings was displayed in that movie, Black Panther. So, um, but yeah, they and I showed it one night at movie night. So don't remember the particular name of the tribe, but that's how they live, and no judgment from me. No judgment from me. However, I simply no thank you. Now, the interesting thing though is that Marcus Garvey, he was like, "Let's go," and the movement didn't get traction, and or as much traction as he would like for it to have gotten. But he did, create an exodus. He bought some ships and stuff like that to relocate a large portion of black people. All right, let me continue.
I guess when I said that, some people are offended because I said Africa. I don't know. That's not a racist thing. That wasn't anything towards race of a person.
Oh God, God.
Yeah, you're right, DC.
If
She's a
you're
little
listening,
ditzy.
if you're listening, come up. But you should
Woo.
have conversations with people because once again, I'm not going to classify it as racism, but it is extreme naivete. Like it is, it's kind of like the word hut wasn't really offensive, more like ditzy than anything. And and now the fact that you didn't think that the word hut was the problem, you think the word Africa was the problem, is even more ditzy. Like, what's your thoughts?
Yeah, that was pretty ditzy to say. Um, yeah, I mean, she was making sense up until she said a couple of things. Up until she said that, I don't think she knows what she's saying. I don't think she's thinking about what she's saying before she says it.
Exactly. Exactly. I think that she is younger than 27 in her mind state. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Everyone knows that.
And you don't have to be. Ladies, listen to me and listen to me good. You don't have to be your age mentally if you're pretty. You don't. You don't. Just like back in the day, pretty women didn't have to walk places. Like walking and thinking like a grown up is the plight of the less attractive woman. You don't have those problems, and she don't.
Yeah, I think most black people like her and she's getting away with a lot of things because she's very attractive and feminine.
Yes, it's a
So
halo.
yeah, so that's why everybody's like, yeah, Team Ameera, but if she think about it, JC, if she didn't look like that and she was very masculine, you think guys would like her?
Well, I'm not even certain I like her. And this is no disrespect, but I said it before to her husband. Actually, I'm not going to say it again. But she's attractive, and by attractive I mean fuckable. You know, like
She's gorgeous to me.
I wouldn't give her the gorgeous thing.
I
You think
think so.
gorgeous?
I like her eyes. I think she's very, very pretty. Her eyes and her hair.
Uh, okay, so those are the pluses. Those are the pluses, and those are things, not the eyes, but the hair is pretty much standard throughout her ethnicity. So I can't really give her something extra for being something common where she's from. But like, look at the details. Like look at the eyebrows, for example. Like it's not really like you what is that? What is that? It's not thin enough. It's not thin enough. Listen, I'm not saying that she's not.
I like thick eyebrows.
Uh,
You don't like thick eyebrows?
no, I'm just saying, like, if you look deep into the negatives,
Right.
if you look deep into the negatives, you start to see certain things like that. Lips are a little small, and she does have like the good oval when it comes down, like how her cheek is going down to her chin, and yeah. So she does have that. I can appreciate that. Don't get me wrong, she's pretty. I give compliments, but when I say gorgeous, I reserve the compliment of gorgeous for certain women. You know, like Chloe Bailey, and get it. Um, let's see. It's not much gorgeous going around lately.
Okay, well the guys are saying she's a 7.5, which is still a good rating.
Yeah,
So
that's
okay, so
that's a very good.
gorgeous is like
With
the
six
eight,
being
nines, and tens are gorgeous, pretty much.
well, with six being I mean, with five being average, yeah, 7.5 is extreme. Yeah. So
Okay,
if it were IQ, she would be a genius. You know, with a 7.5.
right.
But
I
but
think she's
still, like gorgeous,
naturally pretty.
gorgeous is like an 8.5 plus. I didn't say I wouldn't smash. I already said I would. See, somebody said stop the cat. Listen, I'm not. You think I only smash gorgeous women? No, there is a world of women between with Game Changer Smash and gorgeous. What the hell?
Oh, I see it. He said game changer. Stop the cat. I see it.
Yeah,
Smash. I'm sure a majority of the men in this chat will smash.
I'm
She's
not saying that
naturally
she's
pretty.
smashable.
You know,
I'm saying is she gorgeous? Gorgeous is beyond smashable, Melody.
true. Gorgeous is like Kelly Rowland, Rihanna. Yeah, I get
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
I get it.
When you think about huts in the middle of nowhere, you think about the Sahara, you think about the desert, you think about the.
I do not think that. I don't. Like when I think of and even though I've seen it, and I could see her coming from a region that's closer to that probably have a different perception. But I used to think like the Brazilian grass numbers.
Right.
Like I used to think that like they're not actual things. I used to think that, and I used to think like a teepee that people smoke in. No, I used to think stuff like that. I didn't really I don't really think of like um like the African thing. I just didn't.
Right.
Havana. That's what I thought about. Could it be offensive? Possibly. And yeah, I guess maybe I could have used better words, but that's just what I thought about when I thought about like living out in the middle of nowhere. That's what I thought. So yeah, it could be offensive to say it that way, but that has nothing to do with race. You know, just because it's in Africa doesn't have anything to do with race.
Yes, yes, it does.
Anyway,
Come on. All right. I'm gonna move past that.
Ameera said she didn't know the word Abid. Oh, okay. This one is good. This one is good. So this this actually when this was being brought up, the word Abid, I had never heard it in my life. I haven't. And I know people are gonna say, yeah, you knew it. You don't know what I know. So um, the word that we use, the proper Arabic way to say this word is ab, ab. So ab means slave. I had never known anyone say abid. I never heard that word.
Okay, I seen the clip where they brought that up, and it is weird because it does seem like, especially now that there's a different pronunciation of the word, it did seem like they just went in a racist dictionary, an international racist dictionary, and said, "What is this particular's ethnicity's racial slur for this one for us?" Listen, everybody has one for everybody. Like that is what it is. Like everybody has one for everybody, and people just make them up on the fly. And if they catch, they catch.
Right. Like I even heard somebody, like a Caucasian person, call a Lebanese person a, I don't want to say it, a
Don't
sand
say
in
don't
a
don't don't
sand in,
just don't
and I
say it.
couldn't believe it. Yeah, a sand
Yeah.
in, and I was like, wow.
And this is like people just think of, and I don't think about that. Do you think I give a crap about that? About what racial slur they have for me unless I hear it, and I'll just be blissfully ignorant if that's the case. But I don't care. I don't care about that. I'm more concerned with the price of titties in Tahiti or vagina in Virginia. I don't care about that. That's ridiculous. You got something on that?
Yeah, I heard the clip as well. She did look confused when they brought it up. I think she honestly didn't know what that meant.
Well, it is an extraordinary mispronunciation.
Right, and plus she was saying it wrong. So it was
That's what
like,
I mean. It was
yeah,
it was an extraordinary mispronunciation.
yeah. So I give her that. I don't think she knew.
Yeah. I mean, kind of like I don't know what the racist term is for, say, somebody from Russia. I do know that, and that's because I've seen enough Vietnam movies that there is one for the plurality of Orientals. So I do know that one, but I'm pretty sure there's one for everyone. I just don't know what it is, nor do I care, because I really don't think about what's the new racist slur for a bunch of foreigners. I just don't, you know. And we shouldn't, as black people, we shouldn't. Like, what is this tribe of people calling you? I do not care.
Word before. So that same night, I called my family and I said, "What is abid?" And they said, "That's like the plural way to say abd. So abd is one, abid is many."
Okay.
I didn't know that, so forgive me for not knowing the plural way to say that. But that word is not in my vocabulary. I don't say this word, and never once in my whole entire life have I ever seen an Arab look to a black man. We go to the masjid. There's plenty of black people everywhere. There's plenty of black Muslims. Never in my life have I heard an Arab man say, "Hey, look, there's a slave." Never.
Yeah, I can believe her on that one. Like the hut thing is kind of ditzy, but I actually believe her on that. I don't think that people talk about that. I mean, to be honest, I'll be real. I think that in most societies, including ours, slaves are just ignored,
Right.
and it's not really thought of. Like you don't really think of them in that way. And when I say in our culture, make no mistake, people listening, there are slaves here. Now, it's not legally sanctioned, which means that they are illegal. But as we understand the definition, there are people who come from other countries and they are being enslaved by citizens of the U.S. You know, whether they work in sweatshops, massage parlors, or what have you, they exist here. And chances are we have been served in some way, shape, or form by them, or we have received goods that was made by them, and we don't think about it, and we don't care, and we don't really give a shit, nor do we have a name for them that we speak and we say, "Oh, this is that thing." But like if you have like a knockoff purse or something like that, chances are that is how we you got it. Chances are that's how you got that knockoff purse or those knockoff shoes or whatever people do. I don't name brand, but you know what I mean. Whatever they do, that's how it's done. In fact, you remember that movie Crash,
Mm-hmm.
and then it showed the Oriental dude and his wife, and he was in a truck, and he got hit, and opened up the truck, and it was a bunch of people in the back.
Mm-hmm.
That exists. That's a thing. We don't think about it, but that exists as a thing. So the fact that she walked around Lebanon not thinking about him, it makes perfect sense to me. What's your thoughts?
Yeah, I agree. Like I said, I don't think she knew what it meant. I think she was blind to that word. She really didn't know. And I
Hmm.
heard some people say, "Hey, well, don't she speak the language? She should have known." Well, she's Americanized, right? She'd been here for a while.
Hmm.
So she probably forgot how to say some of the words or what some of the words meant.
Hmm.
And I'm not trying to make any excuses, but I actually have friends like that. I have Hispanic friends like that who forgot what words meant in Spanish.
Yeah,
And they were born over there. I have Colombian friends who were born in Colombia who forgot how to say words. So it's really possible.
true. But most people don't even think of it. I had a dude. This was a Mexican dude, and he actually said the B word. I'm not gonna say what it is. And this was in my adulthood, and I grew up around not largely, but I grew up. I mean, there are a larger population in Northern California now, or in Oakland now, I'm sure. But at the time, I knew some, and he said the B word, and I was like, the hell is that? But he was saying it as a way to separate himself from another individual who was more of a first generation Mexican, and he was saying that this dude is the B word. And if you don't know what the B word is, no, it's not bodego. If you don't know what the B word is, then you're in my boat. Like if he hadn't said it, I still wouldn't know what that crap is, because I don't sit around thinking about what some racist crap to call a Mexican person. I don't. So, but apparently there exists that particular word, and I didn't know it, and I think I was around her age when it happened. So her being completely oblivious to the word is not really. I can understand that.
Well, Sister George said curse words or main words like slave. She's pretty much saying that you shouldn't forget words like slave.
I think that as it pertains to a class of people, yeah, but I mean, she admits to not knowing the word, but just to not have it like, commonly at ready in her lexicon is something that is what she's saying.
Right.
Because the B word is akin to that.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks. I'm gonna read the super chat real quick. Game changer. Thanks for the super chat.
Oh yeah.
You
Yeah,
said,
let's see 100 likes. Where we at? Yeah, we're at
Um,
69. Let's see like 100 likes.
come on, guys. I know you can get us to 100. Let's go.
No, they
Hit that.
perverted. They perverted. They thirsty. They just want to look at your avatar and see 69 at the bottom. Like that's why it's been like that for a while.
Yeah, don't just look at me.
Now it's 70. Now you have no excuses.
Right. Don't just look at the avatar. Hit the like button.
All right. So we're gonna open up the panel for a little bit. I gotta go, but man,
You don't want to do a little more real quick if you can?
Huh?
I think there was.
Yeah,
I want to.
I'm gonna do a little more, but I'm saying I want to go soon. You know, because you know what I do. So, and because because I was talking to Melody earlier today. I was at the DMV earlier today, so I didn't really get much work done. So I'm do it tonight.
Right. But let's just do a little bit more of the video if we can, then open up the panel.
Yeah.
That's okay.
So, I mean, everybody has different experience, I guess. If this is what someone else has heard, fine. But I have never in my life called a black man a slave. And neither have I heard anyone else in my family, in my surroundings. Never once have we said, oh, look, slave. It just, I don't, okay, well, whatever. So, I mean, I didn't understand getting criticized for not knowing how to say the plural of slave and how that made me racist somehow. So,
yeah, that was a stretch.
That's that. So now you guys know the proper way to say slave is So you have to use the back of your throat, like So it's So,
hey, fuck you. Listen, I am not going to use shit that I don't already use. Like these people with their languages and they be coming out like at the back of their throat and the Spanish people that be like blah 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 blah, but they roll their tongue with it. I don't know how to do that, and I'm not gonna use extra muscles in my mouth to say words. Yeah, I'm not gonna do extra stuff. If I can't say it, then I'm not gonna say it. Like, yeah, see the back of the throat and use your throat muscles, and you got to exercise and make sure you eat a sausage or something. Like, I'm not going to do that. I use the regular words the best I can with the regular parts of my mouth that I'm accustomed to using. You know how the Spanish roll their tongue. Melody, you there?
I'm here. I was just listening. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that, and I'm not gonna try. I'm not gonna go to tongue rolling class, to Cunnilinga College to figure out how to do that crap. Nope. That's everybody else's problem.
Right. Just stick to English. You'll be fine.
That's a part of another. That's why I don't know other languages except programming languages.
Right. So you need to know.
I don't care enough to learn.
Yeah, I didn't know how to say the plural, which is I learned is abuse. So, Ameera doesn't have to work. I don't have to work. I don't have to work because my husband, like you guys know, my husband is.
Is that an insult? Work is stupid.
Yeah, that's not a bad thing that she don't have to work. Why did they bring that up?
Work is stupid. Why would somebody say that?
Sounds to me like they're jealous because she don't have to.
It does. It does. Why? Because Independent has shitty floors and she got hardwood and marble. Like, that is what they're really thinking. Oh, she don't have to work. You goddamn right. And if you were smart, you would have retired at 15 or at 20 fine. But no, here you are in the dirty 30 trying to figure life out, wishing that you had a retired at fine teen or 25. But you didn't. And she did. More fool you. Now you want to shame her? As ditzy as she is, she understood that work is bad. Work is bad. She don't even know the word slave, but she do know it's not a good thing. Why? Because they work.
Well, the thing that kills me is she does work. She just worked for her husband.
Exactly. The best work there is. Sandwich and penis. That is the best work there is. And if he's a freak, a penis sandwich. But that is the best work she is. She did.
Uh, I don't know. He's doing well. So I don't have to work. But I started working for my husband in the past 6 months. I started working for him. And when we first got married, I was still trying to work a little bit. As you guys know, I was legal. So I was.
Okay, just so you know, it's not work. Shout out to Aaron Clary. That's what's called a Kaufma job. My grandma had that. It's a Kaufma job. It's a keep her off my ass job. He understands that when women get bored, they get ornery, and that's when crap start happening. That's when she roams the neighborhood looking for some other chick to gossip about, creating messes, little fires that you got to clean up, that you got to put out. That's when problems start happening. When you have, a childless woman and she's just there with idle time. Idle time is a devil's playground. So what does he do? He finds work for her. And that's why these chicks be like, I make jewelry, or I do things like they have like side occupation like YouTube, so they don't get bored, because a bored woman is a recipe for disaster. That's where feminists come from, a bunch of bored bitches. So yeah, he's smart in that regard. You want to open up the lines, like one at a time?
Did you see?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, I'm sorry. You went out. What did you say at the end?
You want to open up the lines like one at a time?
Yeah, I'm going to open it up. I think she had one more topic she was talking about. I wanted to get past the work.
Oh, okay. All right.
That in you too.
I was still doing my paralegal work. And after, I want to say, 9 months or so into our marriage, my husband told me to quit my job. So I was obedient and I quit. And I was a housewife for the next 3 years. And then recently, in the last 6 months, I began working for my husband because I saw that there was a need, and I did want to work, but I didn't want to go back to the law firms and working for someone else. This is something that even Kevin Samuels had mentioned, and he was talking about how it's it's better anyway. And my mother used to do it anyway for my father, so I just said, I'm gonna work for my husband. So I started working for my husband, and it's been great. Let me tell you, any guys out there, if you have your husband and you have a business, work for your husband. This is the best job I've ever had. It's I don't know. It's so much more. It doesn't feel like work per se.
Because it's not work. Because it's not work. It doesn't feel like work because it's not work. It's busy stuff. It's keep you busy stuff.
Bringing up the family, being supportive of your husband and actually showing with duty and every day showing your husband that you're there. It's the best work I've ever done. The Taliban, so-called my people, took over Afghanistan. So
that's a little weird.
This is quite upsetting because the Taliban has nothing to do with me. The Taliban exists mostly in Afghanistan. I am not Afghani. I am Lebanese.
Okay, that's just weird. If somebody was to say if somebody were to say that and then call her racist, that is not a.
They would be very racist. Well, they would be very racist calling her the Taliban.
And it's extraordinarily misdirected. Like it's yeah, because she's right. Lebanon has little or nothing to do with it. But even still, we have extreme groups here, and the country is not, you know, really associated with the extremist groups. Like, like we have white supremacist groups here in the U.S. Like we have several different extreme groups here, and to label a country for based on their extreme groups is bad. But what's worse is to label the wrong country on that. That's just yeah. That's just up there with yeah.
So there, we have no connection to the Taliban. So bringing that up when speaking about me, if you're speaking about me and you start speaking about the Taliban, it just, yeah, it doesn't work out very well. Give me one moment, guys. My husband is texting me. I'm sorry. Okay. Next. Ameera said that Black History Month shouldn't exist. Right. I did say, the conversation was, I said that Black History Month, if Black History Month exists, then for equality's sake, we should have a White History Month. And if we don't want to have that happen, well, when I said that, there was another argument. Someone else said, well, you don't need a White History Month when White history is taught all year round. So I said, well, if that's the case, then teach Black History Month all year round. But we don't need, if we're going to have a month for one, we should have a month for everyone. It's equality. So that's the Black History Month argument.
Okay. I don't buy the whole equality thing. As far as having a White History Month, I do agree with the why not teach Black history all the time.
Yeah, I think Black History Month is dumb. I think we should have made Black, like she said and like you said, make it all year round. Let's not stop. Let's not stop talking about Black history. But it's not up to us because they didn't put it in the history books. I think they should have just combined Black History Month with White History Month, if that makes sense.
It does not. It does not at all.
No, I'm saying like if they have white history, why can't they combine Black history and everybody's history together so we can all read everybody's history? No?
Well, and that's the thing. Like American history doesn't really exclude Black people. Like, and you really can't have much of American history without it. Like you can deliberately try to omit Black contribution to American history, but you're not going to really have much American history without mentioning the Black aspect. Like the Civil War, or excuse me, the American Revolution began with the death of Crispus Attucks, who was a Black man, was a Black soldier. Like
Yeah.
you really can't. Like we were always there in some aspect. So, and there's nothing really wrong with, taking a month out to have heavy focus on it. But I don't know. I think it's okay either way. Like,
Right. I agree, Catalina. Hispanic History Month is stupid too. I just feel like everybody's history should just be celebrated all year round.
well, no, it's a ploy.
Yeah.
It's a ploy. It's a ploy to get you to buy shit. Catalina, like they listen. The way people do stuff is in this capitalist country is they divide people into market groups so they can sell you crap. And then they say, you know something? This month, I want to sell you extra crap. Like, that movie that is probably a piece of Tyler Perry crap that you didn't want to watch, but you should watch Black History Month. And you should say, you should watch this new movie, Medea makes an ass of herself and other Black women. Like, you should watch this movie because it's Black History Month. Like, that's how they market dumb crap to people. And now they're roping you in. Now they're roping you in. They want 30 days of Cinco de Mayo to sell you more Coronas and crap. That's what they want.
Mm-hmm.
All under the guise of, we care. We care. You don't care. Just want to sell crap.
So, guys, hit the link, come up, and I want to hear your opinion on this topic.
Oh,
What do
nobody
you
in the
guys
back?
think? No, nobody in the back. Nobody's coming up. I dropped it again. Come
Well,
up and
yeah,
give your
they don't come
opinion.
out. 'Cause, yeah, I would much rather go. And man, I actually want a burrito now. So yeah. I mean, if they don't come up, yeah, I would much rather go.
Hey, what's up, y'all?
What's
Hey,
up, man?
Mel.
How's it going, y'all too?
Hey, how are you?
All right. For GC Melanie, when's the wedding?
What is with these comments and remarks about weddings and whatnot?
Hey, that's
Yeah,
GC's job, man. When he says we going down the aisle, you got to follow.
Yeah,
that,
no.
that was Snuggles talk.
Hey,
Mr. George.
Hey, Melody, it's been a minute.
I know. I miss you. What's been going on?
Nothing much, married life, but everything is everything. I had thought about we might do something on this, so I don't want to talk too much about it, but I don't know. I feel like I peeped some things out like a minute ago, but yeah, you know how it is.
Yeah, but I mean, okay, I'm going to start with Mel first and then I'm going to go to you, okay?
Okay.
So, Mel, do you feel that she's racist?
no, I don't feel nothing. Yeah, like you gotta understand, like she probably raised and grew up around oh no, like she said, she's conservative. She grew up on a community, probably was under how they did certain things. So when they see things from the outside in, it's like new to her, or something like that in a lot of ways. Like yeah, she never she didn't go through the problems of us did because where her community, where she raised in her community is very very different. They probably kept her out of there a lot, you know. So yeah, like and she's probably speaking in a way of like what she sees, like her opinion with Obama and everything. I feel the same way. Because I'll give a perfect example when when Trayvon Martin got killed. I didn't hear Obama give no speech about that
What
at
are you
all.
talking
Period.
about? He said if I had a son, it would look like Trayvon Martin.
Oh, wait,
He
there's a
did.
bad echo.
Well,
Anybody?
oh,
There's a bad,
hello.
yeah.
Oh, well, I mean, I haven't heard it. Like I said, I never heard it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, you
I
can't
mean, if
even.
he did, then let me know. But
I just did. I just did.
okay, okay. But I mean, let's put it this way. Like most of us black people, we romanticize the Obamas, like the real life Hustables and shit. We voted based on feelings instead of actual facts. Was he actually a good president? And he said a lot of stuff, especially with the black men. He keeps saying most of us lazy with their kids, and that's not true. But he says that shit. So yeah. So I mean, yeah. And then the natives, I agree with you on that, GC. Yeah, when she with the native coming, she was speaking spot on. Like, yeah, I mean, then like land was taken away, but you also got to defend your land because there's going to be people that's coming taking it over. It's just no different from we see it in the drug game with the street life. We got one corner, selling drugs, and this territory gang is selling it. Another territory gang want to come and take over, so they got to go to war for that territory because it's money. It's money and land. Yeah, that's what happened with with the natives. Yeah, they wasn't ready, they wasn't prepared, so it got taken over.
So
Yeah, well,
you feel like they conquered the land more than stolen the land.
Of course, it's yeah, they conquered it. I mean,
I
yeah,
mean, if you follow the analogy and you say that that they were a bunch of drug dealing assholes, then yeah, you can say that. But that's why people have that opinion of them.
yeah.
And yeah, if you hold them to modern standards, they were. So yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I mean, you got to put, just like how we got our defense force over here now, because we don't want other, people coming over here to try to conquer us, like what happened in the past and stuff. So that's why we're prepared now. So yeah, I mean, at that time, Another country have more better technology. They have better weapons than the natives over here. They went to war with each other and they got overthrown. And so
Right. Well, before we move on to Sister George, let me read the super chat. Thanks again, Snuggles. She says, so when is the wedding? I'm actually curious to know. My favorite YouTube couple. We could start a new thing. Now, YouTube couples and YouTube weddings. No. Snuggles.
Well, we should for the clicks and views. We should do it for the clicks and views.
yeah, the internet girlfriend.
Oh
Hey,
my God.
but for 50 G's and whatever melody price, is, we could make that happen. Like I say, 50 G's if you want to see me fight, 50 G's if you want to see my face, 50 G's if you want to see me marry Melody.
Yeah, GC, you doing some OnlyFans thing going on YouTube?
Yeah, don't play. We'll actually have a wedding on here. You want to have one, GC?
Well, I mean, what's your price? Like 50, like, that's for me. That's my shit. Like, you get your own monies. Like, but that's
When
my
you
thought.
married, you supposed to become one. Never mind.
Yeah, but I
The
mean,
businessman's monetizing
yeah,
on this, man. That's right, GC, capitalize on this, man. That's how you do it.
All right, so Sister George, what is your take on this? Do you think Ameera is racist?
Um, she said some things that have definitely made me look at her twice. Um, so I'm not going to say she's racist yet. I'm reserving my judgment. But she has said some very, very, very questionable things. And I noticed that it seems to be a lot of Black conservatives taking up for her and going to bat. And, she doesn't separate like good conservatives from or Black conservatives from Black liberals. I think she looks at everybody the same. Um, I don't know. I don't know. The jury's still out for me.
Okay, so how about you, Trey? How do you feel about Ameera?
Man, Amir's the homie. Me and Amir have been rocking for like nine, so I don't know, back when the election was going on. Amir's the homie.
Oh,
And it's like this. Just how Sister George says, she's conservative. I'm conservative. I don't give a fuck about all this blackety black shit. Fuck it. It's just a construct. We conservatives, I appreciate her for being a traditional, feminine, submissive wife who knows how to shut the fuck up and listen to her husband. Excuse my language. As she's done up there. Now here's the problem. Ninjas getting their feels because she's calling out the truth. But you know what I told her? Come on over to my channel because you're saying what I say, except you're saying it in a nice way. I call it out. I grew up with it. I seen it. It is what it is. She's talking about only fault I have with her is she's talking about Black folks as if we're this community. We ain't. I've said it before. Me and GC have nothing in common. I'm from VA. He's from the Bay Area in Cali. We got zero in common, minus
Yeah,
skin color.
wait, Trey. So you don't think you and GC have shit in
No,
common?
we don't. Minus skin color. What do we have in common? And we up here
Y'all
and we got
both
channels.
okay. Y'all have YouTube channels. Y'all both
That's it.
feel a certain way about the American Black woman. Is that not true?
That
no, that's
that's
true.
that has nothing that has
We
nothing to
both,
do with our skin color.
well, we both have foreign significant others.
Yeah, it has nothing to do with our skin color. We just
You
we
being
we're
Black
the,
has nothing to do with your skin color. Okay, okay.
me and Game Changer having anything to do with each other has nothing to do with our skin color. It's because
You
we
said
like foreign
you
women
didn't have
tradition.
anything in common.
Hold up,
Y'all
my
do have
bad. I
something
don't
in
have
common.
anything in common with GC when it comes to skin color. We're two different types of brothers. Cats from VA and cats from the West Coast never got along. Never.
What the hell? I disagree with that. I don't have problems with any
No,
of
you
it.
you you know what I'm saying, GC. Not in a we don't rock music wise, we don't rock clothing wise. We listen to different type of music, hip hop. It's man, this has been years, decades.
Trey, what do you listen to? Country music?
Well, now shoot, man, you know who I'm married to. I listen to freaking bachata, merengue. You know what I'm
Oh,
saying? And
well,
I listen to country too.
Does she listen to any of your music?
What do you mean my music? She listens to American music. Yeah, she listens to American music. She
You
likes
you
country
named
too.
off the bachata. You named off. Does she
She
listen to R&B? Does she
she
listen to
listens to
rap?
country music. I don't listen to R&B. I never have. She
Oh,
listens
okay.
to country music. you know, a little bit of hip hop, you know, from the old school that I used to listen to back in the day. But I listened to hip hop. I stopped listening to hip hop when it went garbage and freaking complainingly stupid.
I mean, but they had a lot of old songs prior to that. You say you listened to that though, right?
I said old school. She listens to
Yeah,
old
that's
school.
what
If
I'm
I listen
saying.
to it,
Like old school.
yeah. But yo, we don't do R&B. I think she likes more R&B than I do. I don't like that simp ass music
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
I love R&B. I
Interesting.
like old school R&B.
because it was meant for y'all. It was meant for the women.
I
Yeah,
guess.
Okay.
Sister George, but he's saying that we have different categories of blacks in our community. You got, and I'm gonna use the music analogy. You got black people that's into neo soul. You got black people that's into alternative. You got black people that's into rock. You got black people that's into house, techno. Black people that's into hip hop, rap, R&B. They don't all consider coincide with each other and stuff. You don't see a lot of black people that's into techno and hip hop so much hanging out with people that's into hardcore rap like that as much.
But you know what though, Mel? This is what I'll say. I'll say that you have more people in the black community that would listen to hip hop and R&B and techno and house and bounce, all the genres of music. You have black people that are typically into the big ones. So
Yeah,
hip hop and R&B, I think the majority of black people would be into it at some degree. It may not be all the new stuff, but most of the old stuff, most black people were into it.
Not really. I came
Not
up with
really.
dudes.
That's not
My
a fair
brother
point.
generation. My brother generation. They listened to rock, hard rock, Kiss, and all those
exactly.
cats. All the dudes he ran with. They didn't mess with R&B. They was like into pimp music. When pimp music went away, they switched over to hard rock. Pink Floyd and them type of people. Kiss, Leonard Skinner, stuff like that. Here's the
Okay.
deal. Like me,
That but you
I've been a
wouldn't
big
say
Charlie
that.
Pride fan. You like Charlie Pride? You
No,
like Charlie Pride?
no.
You know who Charlie Pride is?
Yes, I do.
Well,
Okay, then why don't you rock with Charlie Pride? He
Because
from
I don't.
Mississippi, like my dad. He a contemporary of my father's. I
I'm
love me
from
some Charlie
Mississippi.
Pride.
Doesn't mean I have to like
hold on,
everybody
hold
from
on. Let's get
Mississippi.
It's
back to
okay. So just because I'm
topic.
black, don't mean I gotta listen to R&B. Thank you, Sister George.
I never,
What he's saying
wait a
is that
minute,
there isn't.
wait a minute.
Look,
Let me finish my point. I
ah,
never said that you had to be black to listen to R&B or that was the only music that you would be relegated to. What I did say was that the majority of black people do listen to R&B and hip hop. If
Wow, I'm
it's not
glad you know
current
all
or
44 million.
I'm not
all
going to
right,
say that I
all right.
know all 44 million, but I'm saying the majority. The majority is, if it's 51%, it's still the majority, right?
Okay,
So
sure,
what he's
you're
what
right.
That's
he,
a fair
so
point. That's a
what
fair
we're
point,
saying,
right?
what Trey is saying, and I think Sister George disagrees with, is that that Amir is wrong to assume that we have a singular culture as Black people. I is that am I correct in that, Trey?
Yeah, that's my big disagreement with Amir.
Okay, okay. So
Yeah,
and Sister
Makes
George
sense.
says we're more culturally unique or culturally centered than you think. So yeah, that's
Right.
an agree to disagree thing.
Right.
Yeah.
In
So
my
let's see. Oh, let me just see what Catalina has to say. Hi, Catalina.
Hello, hello. How are you? Hi, everyone on the panel. Hi, everyone in the chat.
Hey, nice to see you up here. I see you in the chat a lot. I've never seen you on a panel. What's going on?
Thank you. Actually, I've been on a few, and it's been quite an experience. Uh, I appreciate you having me up here, and I'd love to give my humble opinion.
Okay. So, what do you think about it? Do you think, I'll say Catalina, do you think Amira is racist?
I don't. Not in the least. I think she says a lot of things that a lot of conservative people of all colors say, and actually, I was on a panel not too long ago where I was called a racist because I was making similar comments.
what
And
was
I think it's all based on experience and your personal experience. Depending on that, sometimes we are a little, as humans, a little biased as to how we think. But if we open our minds to more cultures and more travel and more um, just knowledge, I think we would see things just a little different.
Right. But what was it that you said, if you don't mind me asking, that they said you were racist?
On the panel I was on, in my opinion, the panelists were truly just having a go at the idea that I'm a Dominican, and because I'm a white Dominican and I'm not a black Dominican, that I'm racist. And that is the furthest from the truth. And what I was saying was that um, slavery happened a very long time ago, and it's all a matter of mindset. And if we, and most people who have had the ancestry, because no one today is physically or mentally, unless you allow it to, exposed to slavery or affected by slavery in the way that people were then things could get better and things could move forward. But the longer you hold on to that victim mentality and the we were slaves and we deserve reparations and things like that of that nature, and we were slaves and because we were slaves we deserve more. No, you deserve what you work for. You deserve what your character and your behavior gives you, and that's why I was called a racist.
Wow. Well, you're definitely not a racist because you have your own opinion. Racist is a strong word. What do you guys think, Sister George? What do you think about that?
I don't agree with that to a certain degree. I do get working and making it out and being better for yourself. I do. But when you have a group of people who stack the deck, after they stacked the deck, after they got very far ahead, then it was like, well, you should get out and work hard because we also have poor people on our side, and those people aren't getting anything. But of course, this is their country, and the majority has ruled over. So when you say people should just get out and work hard, like these people haven't had a head start, or like it wasn't built on our backs, then I do have a bit of a problem with that, because you're saying, yeah, you guys helped build it, but now you built it, we run it, y'all work for us. And if black people are accepting of that, then that's also a thing. So I don't disagree with, yeah, you have to get out and work for it, but let's not act like everybody on their side worked very hard and that's how they got to the positioning that they got to. And I get that you're saying that we shouldn't dwell on that, but it is a thing. So
What is
that's
the
what
It's
it
thing?
it.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what the thing is.
But
The thing is that they built this country off of our backs. They
Who's
had
they?
a head start. Say again?
Who's they?
White people. They were calling you a racist because you're a white Dominican, right?
That's what they were saying. But these were not
Yeah.
white people. These were black people.
and you know
Yeah,
what
no,
else?
I understand that. I see why black people would say that about you if you're telling them. I get it. I get what you're saying to a certain degree. Don't get me wrong. But
Right.
if you're denying the existence of, or if you're saying that these people didn't get ahead, and I'm talking about white people not getting ahead before, while we worked and we worked for them and we were slaves for them and we
You were
were
a
under
slave.
them.
You were a
No,
slave.
sir. No, sir.
Okay,
But my
thank you. Just
ancestors,
oh yeah,
no,
whatever,
now, what my
whatever. You weren't a
ancestors
slave.
were,
Thank you.
my
You weren't a
ancestors,
slave. No, they weren't. Prove it.
Don't do
Prove
that.
it.
Don't do that.
Prove
Let's
it.
not be rude.
Prove it.
Let's not be rude. Can I
Prove it.
finish my point?
Prove it.
Trey,
I
come
wasn't
on,
a
Trey. You're
slave,
not.
and I don't want you to get it confused or fucked up or anything. I'm good. Me and my husband, we're good. But I did work. I wasn't handed anything. I did work. My husband worked. So we weren't handed anything, and everything we worked for, we got. So I get you from that standpoint. And I was telling her, I understand that from that standpoint. But,
Right.
but you do have black people that built this country. You do have white people that took advantage of that. You do have black people that worked for little to nothing for cotton and for a place for their family to stay. They didn't have the same opportunities. There was a lot of racism.
I'll give
Um,
you a little pushback on that if I may. There were a lot of white people, a lot of people of all colors who were also slaves right along with the black people, and they also worked
in this
hard and
country,
built this country. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
And
And
who were the
and the thing
majority?
is, and the thing is, I I have not studied it enough to give you those statistics, but
Okay.
I have
But I
enough to
have.
know. Okay, if I may finish. The
Sure.
thing
I'm
is
sorry about
that
that.
I don't believe that many people have been given everything. For example, my mother and father came to this country with little to nothing. My father was military. My mother, and this was on a military program where they went to the Dominican Republic and recruited people to come and work for the United States military. My mother came to this country legally. She brought us here legally, and um, she worked for many, many decades uh, in a factory to build what she has today. And it makes me cringe to think that there are so many people who would put, let's say, people of any color or race or tribe down just because they're not black and they didn't quote unquote build this country. A lot of people, and I'm thinking of in the recent decades, the intent of building this great United States was to create a melting pot, to create a place where people can pursue happiness without the freedom of speech and their freedoms to religion and a lot of our freedoms that we have today and a lot of us take for granted. For those not to be taken away. So a lot of people have worked really hard and they do that through voting. They do that through um, continuously moving forward, and they don't hold on to the struggles that they had to go through. Yes, and in no way was I saying to ignore or to make believe it didn't
But forget about it,
happen.
right?
I
Excuse
am.
me? No, ma'am.
That was
That
me.
is not. No,
So you're
ma'am.
not saying
No, ma'am.
so you're not
No,
saying
ma'am.
forget about it. You're not
Please
saying
do not
ignore
put
it.
words in my mouth.
No, no,
No,
I'm just
ma'am.
making sure. I just want to make sure. So
I
you're not
am.
saying
That was
ignore it.
me.
Yes.
I'm not. Let me talk to her, Trey. You're not saying ignore it or forget about it. You're saying what?
Move on. I'm
Move
saying move
on.
forward. Stop
Okay,
saying, stop thinking of that and stop teaching your generations of children, grandchildren, all your generations. Stop teaching them about the woes of slavery because that was so long
yeah,
ago.
yo. So have
And
you ever heard of
and there
history
are
is doomed
woes
to repeat itself?
today. I'm sorry?
Have you ever heard of history is doomed to repeat itself?
Yes, it is. And you know what? I
If
believe
it's
that
not
so
taught,
many people are enslaved mentally today because of all these teachings. You know, in history, I did learn, and in
right?
educating myself a lot about this great nation, that a lot of black people then, even though they were enslaved, they were very proud, and they would never say, oh, woe is me because I am a slave. They fought and struggled to move forward. And that is a great disservice that most of the young people, and
So,
not only young people, give to them today because they are all in their pity party and crying phase because they think they deserve something that they're not working for.
you know what it is? I'm not gonna say everybody's in their pity party and wanting something for free because the majority of us work. The majority of us. You talked about your family member who worked in a factory. Hun, I came from ancestry who were slaves. So don't tell me what people work for. Everybody worked. But if you're saying that
Ameera don't.
what
Wait, let
she
her finish.
doesn't.
My
But
wife,
if you're
Mrs.
saying
MBD,
that,
don't. Mrs. MBD don't work. Why Curlin got you working? Why
okay,
ain't you working for Curlin?
you know what? Give
Why
me
ain't
a
you
few
at
minutes
home?
and I will be.
Why?
Give me a few minutes and I will be. Don't worry about that,
All
sweet.
right, guys,
We
can you
got
hold
that.
There
that
you
thought?
go.
Let
Thank
me
Hey,
just
you.
Sister
read.
George
Thank
is
you.
quitting.
Thank you. We
Mr.
got
George,
that.
hold on.
Boom.
Guys, let me
We
just read
got
these
that.
super chats. I don't want them to disappear. One second. So thanks for the super chat number 16. He says, why do black people, regardless of political stance and other factors, like to invite other groups to speak on what we need to do? It does not work the other way. Leaving this stream can't do it. Thoughts, guys?
Hey, I'm
I
freaking half Jamaican,
wholeheartedly
so
agree.
I'm not even cool with the FBA folks. Y'all kicked me out the cookout last year when you found out I was half Jamaican. So I'm over here on the side of freaking
I
Catalina,
thought
and
they
like
kicked you
I know
out because we
Melody,
was
you half
looking
Dominican.
cowboys.
You half Dominican, so you know what I'm saying. You and Catalina rocking the same side here for the most part. I'm American, y'all, and obviously I kick it with my boy Mel. I ain't on this victimhood stuff. Y'all see my avatar. If we're gonna celebrate slavery, let's go out and build statues to Anthony Johnson. You know what I'm saying? Just like Crispus Attucks was the first man to lose his life for this country, Anthony Johnson got chattel slavery popping in this country. You know what I'm saying? Put this nigga on a t-shirt. Shout out to my man Anthony Johnson, y'all.
Hold up.
Yeah, great.
Well,
So
Sister George, I wanted
let
to
me,
answer.
let
I
me
want to
wait.
answer
Let
that.
me
How about you finish, Melanie?
Yeah, let me finish reading the super chats and then we can move on. Zeno FHD TV says everyone weaponizes race. When we start kicking ass, they activate the anti-Negro program and stop you in your tracks. It's easy for them to say no. Thoughts on that one?
I don't even understand what it means.
Oh, well,
What is an anti-Negro program? I don't get that.
Yeah. What everyone
well, I
weaponize?
don't know what that is, but I mean, I do, agree that everyone weaponized race. Like,
I agree with that. Yes.
Yeah.
I think it's a divisive tactic that the powerful use on the powerless, to as a
Well, the
method.
victimhood folks that ain't got it, GC. Oh, my bad, GC. I'm sorry.
No, I just think that it's a method of control. So yeah, I mean, if you ain't got it, you really shouldn't be thinking about life in terms or social structure in terms of race. I would be thinking of it more in terms of who does have it, and how can I get it more than race. But one thing that you should never think is that they should give it to me. I think that is something that collectively Black people should just omit from their mind state because the day of the conqueror, like you could just write it off as oh yeah, that's the day of the conqueror. So and we kind of lost that one. So let's focus on what we can get. There are plenty of conquered people who matured to conquer their conquerors. There's the Visigoths. Hell, there's the Romans. The Romans were displaced Trojans who, eventually, not only, took over that area, but they also of Turkey, but they also took over, Greece. Those who conquered them. So like, and and they didn't ask for it back. They didn't say, "Hey, could you give us Troy back? You kind of cheated us with that wooden horse thing." They didn't dwell on that. They moved forward, as we all
Now,
should.
JC, let me ask you a question. What do you think about what Catalina had to say?
What in particular? If we're asking if Catalina is racist because of her views, I mean, I think it's a critique. I mean, number 16 is right to say that, it does become complicated when you have other tribes critique our own. I'm
Can
not
I ask Catalina a
I'm not
question?
completely against
I'm
it.
sorry.
Yeah, no worries. I'm not completely against it, but I do understand that there is a there with number 16 as far as what her
Okay,
critique is.
GC.
Oh, right
GC.
quick, right
Would
quick,
it
Trey.
matter if her complexion was okay?
Right quick, Trey.
Hold on.
But if you omit the source and take that out of the equation, which I really don't care about, but I know there are those who do. If you take that out of the question and you talk about the critique itself, I think that there's a lot of validity to it, and I think in order to move forward, we do have to not forget about the past, but we have to stop requiring that or expecting that other groups try to balance the scales because life don't work that way.
I agree.
Yeah.
Game
So GC,
changer.
my question,
100%. I'm
my
sorry,
question,
Trey.
yeah, my question to you, GC. Would it matter if Catalina's complexion was Melody's
Well, once again,
when it comes to the cookout and what number 16 said?
no,
I
no.
think it would matter.
Well, once again, like if you omit the source, that's what I'm saying. Omitting the source, the message is still the same. That's why I like to focus on the message. You
Sorry, phone, guys.
Yeah, no worries. I mean,
May I say something, Melody, when GC is done?
I think
Yeah,
Sister
sure. Well, Sister George wanted to ask you a question, and then you can say what you have
Go
to
ahead.
say.
But
I would.
but no,
Oh,
to answer Trey's question, one way or another, like her complexion really isn't a factor on do we let this do we rely on others to give us stuff in an attempt to balance an invisible scale versus what we should be doing is focusing on getting it. And as far as what Catalina was saying before about other groups, I think she was referring to Oriental groups who came here by way of, Trans-Pacific, in order to build railroads and crap like that. So yeah, there were other groups that were marginalized.
Right. Okay, Sister George, your turn.
Catalina, you said you're like a white Dominican, right?
That's what people consider me, yes, because I am light
Oh,
complexion.
okay. Have you ever heard people sit around and talk about Black Dominicans?
I'm sorry, you broke up. What was that?
I asked, have you ever heard people sit around and talk about Black Dominicans?
I have other Dominicans
Okay.
and
Okay.
black people and people of. I mean, you know what it is, and I'll say this, Melody, you're half Dominican, but you
Yes.
consider yourself black because of your complexion.
Right.
So you're
Not
allowed
because
to
of
speak.
complexion, because of my how I live and everything. Because I was
Right.
raised by a black man, all of that. Yep.
Okay. Right. So my father is dark complexion, so I could say I was raised by a black man. But I choose not to dwell on color, and that was one of my points is that the more we dwell on color, the more issues we have as a society in the whole. Because back to what Zeno FHD TV was saying, everyone weaponizes race. I don't agree with that fully. I think that is true to a certain extent, but I think more than anything, everyone weaponizes color. Because if I were a darker complexion Dominican, I would be considered black, quote unquote, and the things that I would say would be maybe more welcome and might be listened to, but because
Mm-hmm.
I don't look I mean, I don't look dark,
Yep.
people just say, well, these white Dominicans are racist, or she doesn't understand the black plight, and
Because
or she doesn't,
Exactly.
But if you are a person of some intellect, you can truly understand. Not only that, but because there were situations of the same kind in my country as well. Even though I will tell you this, I consider myself an American of Dominican descent. I am not Dominican first. I am American first because that is what my mother and my father struggled to come to this country for so that we can be American.
right. I mean, that's a good point. But you don't understand the things that a dark Dominican or a black person would go through because you don't have the complexion, you don't have any of that. So you won't really understand. You
I
wouldn't
do
understand.
Oh,
actually.
You
well, I
wouldn't
want to know.
understand Amara La Negra. You wouldn't understand the problems she go through.
Why
Well, I want
wouldn't
to
I?
know what
When
is she saying?
more than
What are you?
50%, I'm sorry, hold on one moment, please. Why would I not understand when more than 50% of my family is darker than you?
But it's not you as a,
It's
or what are you saying that you understand about a dark skinned Dominican's plight? What do you
Because
go
I've
through
been
that
there
they
with
go
my
through?
cousins when they have been insulted and told the N word by other people of color and other people not of color, who have insulted them and berated them because of their skin color and or because of where they're from and their dark skin, confusing them for you know people of other countries even because they have an issue with people of other country who are dark skinned. So I have fought and I have intervened for family members who have gone through that. So yes, I do understand. Maybe, and I can say this, I don't understand from the perspective of it hasn't happened to me fully. Um, but let me give you a good example. When I lived in a different state, I was literally called because I got a nice dark tan. I was literally called, the N word by some people,
Wow.
and that to me was, I didn't take it in any way because it doesn't affect me because I didn't grow up to focus on color. I grew up to focus on how people behave and to trust and know people by the contents of their character more than anything.
Right.
That's
No,
so
yeah, I get
interesting.
it. I understand. I'm just trying to be, understand everybody's side. I understand where you're coming from. I understand where Sister George is coming from. So yeah, I'm not trying to be funny or anything like that, but me, like you will be totally different than a black person. So it's kind of like,
Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck, man. I'm the oldest dude up here. I ain't never went through none of this shit. And I've been all over the country, lived around Negroes, freaking all freaking my life growing up. And the only people I ever had problems with is Negroes. The Negro that shot me, my Negro
You
ex-wife,
never had
the
a problem
Negroes
with a
that want
white
to
guy,
snitch.
huh?
No, I haven't. It's always
you said
been
the
A
Negroes.
black
Negro.
man has
Everybody
never
else is
befriended you and
capping.
treated you right, though,
I
right?
can't with you, Trey.
Y'all
A black
capping.
man has never treated you right, huh?
Y'all
No,
capping.
no, I
Y'all
mean,
goddamn well.
I will say, and this is to Melody and think, and really everybody. I think that there's an exaggeration going on with whenever somebody say you don't understand, there is this, I want you to feel that it's worse than what it is,
Yeah.
like, and you there's an expectation of sympathy from that. Like you don't understand what a dark skinned girl goes through, It's like, okay, I
No,
probably
no, no, no. GC, let
I
me just say
don't
this and I'm gonna
care.
shut up. Let me just say this and I'm gonna shut up. It's
Huh?
not the factor of what a dark skinned person goes through or what a light skinned person goes through, but it's like somebody barely understanding their own culture and what their own people are going through and then speaking on another culture and trying to say what it is that we should be doing and how we should get over this and where what direction we need to be going in. Everybody has a set of issues. Black people have a
We
unique set of issues. Black women in specific have a unique set of issues. So it
Y'all
gets
like to
to
kill
be
your babies.
difficult.
That's it. That's the
Let me
I
culture.
don't do
Y'all
that.
like to
let
kill
me
your
Don't
babies.
do
That's
that.
your
you
Don't,
know
culture.
what,
Trey,
Trey?
don't do
That's
that. Don't
facts, GC.
Trey,
Don't cake.
Trey,
GC,
why
that's
you
Mm,
facts.
why you
no,
gaslighting
no.
me?
Go ahead.
that's not. Yeah, that's a little extreme. I understand where you're coming from. Black women do have the highest abortion rate, I think.
No,
No,
but
that's
Correct me
true.
if I'm
That
wrong.
is absolutely true. That's
I
true.
get it.
And there's nothing for me to deny about that or say or for me to not say how shameful that is. That's very shameful. But there's a root cause of the problem. We don't know what the root causes of the problem, or actually we do, but what we're going about to do to fix that, us talking to white girls, Lebanese women, that's not going to really solve our problem. And
It
then to
might,
say,
you
well,
might want to listen to
let
them.
me
It's
finish.
working for them.
hold
If it
on,
ain't
Trey.
working for y'all, you might want to start listening.
Hold on, Trey.
Trey, there's nothing that America tell me, honey. I'm married and I did it as a single mother over 40. I'm married. I'm good. She can't tell me anything.
Embarrassing. Embarrassing.
I'm not embarrassed at all.
So can I
I
ask Sister George a question?
Yeah, go
sure.
ahead.
So are you saying that because she is white, that you wouldn't listen to her advice, even though her advice would be sound? And just so that I can
I'm not
correct
saying
myself
that.
before you
I'm not
answer
saying
that,
that at all.
I'm
I'm
sorry,
not saying that
before
at
you
all.
answer that, I want to correct something. A lot of people in the chat are saying that I'm just a white Dominican and I don't understand this, that, and the other. I'm an educated woman, and it
No,
doesn't take a lot to understand. But I am not a racist, and I do have a lot of empathy for people and what they go through. But when they want to stick to victim mentality, that's where it stops, because everyone has their own struggle. Don't get me wrong. We all go through things. We all are challenged in our own ways. But where it really shows, as far as your determination to move forward and to be a better version of you, is how you endure, how you don't dwell on things that are negative in your life. Go ahead, Sister George. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Now, what was your first question?
My question was, if,
There's an
well,
echo. I'm sorry. Who has an echo? Can everyone mute up?
it's one of the new people.
Everybody, please mute up while Catalina is talking. Okay, go ahead, Catalina. Sorry.
thank you. So my question was, even though Amir has good talking points and sound advice, would you not listen to her just because she is not black?
I think it's a lot more complex than that, and I'm gonna tell you why. You do
Mhm.
have women in the black community that are married, that have successful marriages, um, that haven't gotten divorced, that are with their families. You do have those examples. If you are a woman coming from a patriarchy, meaning that you have systems intact, there's no such thing as a matriarchy. Your men run things. That's been a standard from the beginning. Nobody's waived on that standard. So her foundation is totally different than what a woman who would be in an ADOS community. Our communities are a matriarchy. So you have women in charge, and when you have women in charge, that creates more feminism. So to me, I'm not gonna say that I can't listen to her advice, but unless she has walked in my shoes, I'm not saying that everything she says would be wrong, but there's going to be a bit of a lot of difference as it pertains to a person in two different countries, especially with two different systems going on. If she had came from a patriarchy, excuse me, from a matriarchy, there would be things that we would have in common. She's not from that culture, and so therefore to me it kind of it makes it hard for me to take her serious because she didn't come from that culture. Not saying that everything she says is wrong or everything has to be disputed or fought, but like I said, I had a mom that was married. I had a grandma that was married. I had a great grandma that was married. The majority of older women in my family were married.
Mhm.
So, um, don't get me wrong, they were also under a matriarch. So I can understand some things she would talk about, even as far as patriarchy is concerned and the importance of that. But to a certain degree, no, she couldn't tell me anything. She wouldn't understand.
Okay, so
Um,
Is
Maybe
that
that's
not the
Melody,
most ass backwards thing you've ever heard?
Melody,
Is that not
if
the
I could,
most?
Trey, hold
Wait,
on.
hold on.
Melody, if I go next.
may I respond real quick?
What can
I,
Catalina? Yeah,
Yeah.
and then you go after she responds.
okay.
Okay.
So my thing is that instead of just saying she can't tell me anything, and I understand, I respect your opinion totally, and I agree with it partly, but when you come from a matriarch where which you already have admitted is incorrect the way that things are, then what we want to get back to is a patriarchy, right? And if she comes from that, why wouldn't we listen to her valid points? Why wouldn't we listen to
Be-
and try to learn from it instead of saying, well, she can't tell me nothing because she never walked in
because
my shoes.
because it's a black people thing. Black men have been under a matriarch forever. So when you
No, the
have a
fuck we
system,
haven't. Come on, stop the cap.
no.
you
Come
Listen,
don't
on.
think we've been
God
under
damn, we just gonna let this drag talk go
Wait,
on? Come
you'll
on,
be
that's BS.
wait, hold
Come
on,
on,
Chief.
y'all. You gotta call
Wait,
cap on this.
wait, you can
I am.
after she's done. Go ahead. Sorry.
okay. Black people have been under a matriarch forever. And so when you have generations that have been raised by single mothers, and these men have taken on a certain mindset, then you actually have to start at the base, and you have to start with the boys. You have to start with the boys. And so if you're saying that other people can come and interfere and intervene, and they could come and teach us this, that, and the third, there are things that need to be mended between black men and black women. Um, and I'm a person that would actually just encourage black men to interracially date and get out and do what they have to do if they can't find happiness within a black woman. So it's not even a thing that I'm against interracial dating, but there are issues between black men and black women that have to be handled from the foundations need to really be fixed and mended before anything could actually get started. I think she would probably be better off at like with some people that are advanced and are ready and this, that, and the third. But like I don't know. I just don't I don't see her purpose.
But
Okay,
Wait,
that's the
I
problem,
get this,
Sister
man.
wait,
George.
wait, 1 second,
All
guys.
right,
I
go
don't
after
want them to
Dre. Dre.
disappear. Let me read these super chats and we can continue. How do you say that? Grogu? He says,
Google.
Yeah,
Bro,
thank you,
Celine.
that's
Bubble.
Celine. That's Celine.
Oh, thanks, Celine. She says this might be controversial, but the way a person is treated isn't based on skin color, but rather how they act.
I think it's a little bit of both. Yeah,
Yeah, I just said that too. It's like 50-50. How they
I
still
would say
treat you about
50-50,
skin.
but yeah, I think
Oh,
that
man.
if
I've
people see
never
them
had these problems.
I mean, because
Right?
like
And
dark
then,
skinned Indian don't get crap like that. So I
Yeah.
will say that yeah, I get what she's saying.
yeah.
So I have a question for the brothers that keep saying
Well, let her
they
finish
Let me
her.
just
never
read,
had this
hold
Oh,
on,
problem.
let me just read this last one. Zeno FHD TV, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, only we are expected to struggle for everything. Immigrants ain't paying taxes and dragging our neighbors down. Other groups collect free stuff.
Okay, so
Mm.
I'd like to respond. And with this is a rhetorical question, so please don't chime in. Where was all this fervor when the white woman was preaching feminism in the first place? Where was this? You don't understand my struggle. How dare you come in with feminism and you come from privilege and you don't understand that we live in a patriarchy and we depend on the patriarchy. Where was all that talk? Where was all that you're racist for telling us how to live when the white woman gave y'all feminism in the first place? And then now you get other groups who say, you know something, now that you listen to feminists and things went bad, you should undo what you did. And then it's like, oh no, you're an outsider. So was the person who taught feminism to you in the first place. It's weird. It's weird. It's like, oh, and then basically the argument, Sister George's argument is we're too far gone. We're too fucked right now to actually become feminine. Like we can't learn it. And part of learning is to understand that you don't know it in the first place. Like if I wanted to go and learn Bajuda, I would have to admit that I don't already know Bajuda. Like and I won't say that you don't understand. I don't know Bajuda. Like yes, we understand. That's why we teach it to you. That's how you learn something new. You don't say you don't understand. We don't know. You're not in the same shoes. Of course, you're not in the same shoes. You are in Bajuda shoes, and I want to wear Bajuda shoes. It's like who does like the turtles learned ninjutsu from a rat. They didn't say you're a rat. You don't understand what it's like to have a shell. It's harder to hit a backflip with a shell. No, they just learned how to ninja from the rat. Well, I don't get it. You get stuff from the people that know. Like,
Yo, can I get it now? Are you done, GC?
well,
Okay.
whoever's next, Melody, whoever's next.
Yeah, you're next, Trey.
Can I go after
All
Trey?
right.
Well, yeah, but
Well,
we
I
have
just wanted to say
on the
good night
panel.
to everybody.
Okay. I'll be quick.
Oh,
I came up late 70s, early 80s, late 80s, 90s. Those are my formative years. When I started coming up, most black households were two parent. This stuff started in 65 and it's been a constant war. Then in the 90s, the whole thought apocalypse started. The whole baby mama thing freaking went nuts in the community, as it's called now. And now this rate is like 74% freaking daggone single, motherhood rate in the community. It wasn't like that. It's been a struggle my entire adult life, just watching this go down in the tube. And here you have a woman who's one of the culprits of this downfall telling y'all, no, we don't want to hear what actually works out here. That's why I say,
isn't the wife on
that's
OnlyFans
why I
trend?
tell brothers,
Are you serious?
dip out. You know what I'm saying? Dip out. Get your passport, move to Montana, do what you got to do, get the hell away from the community. Because, hey, you got an example right here next to me, next to Anthony Johnson, shout out. It says, you know what? Somebody is coming and giving us good advice, and we don't want it. We want to keep doing what's
I don't
failed.
need for
We
good
want to keep having abortions.
advice.
We want to keep watching
I've
little
never had an
kids,
abortion.
7 years old, get drive-bys. We want to see all
I
these
don't
kids
live in
keep
the hood,
dying in the hood.
Trey.
We want to
I
keep
don't live
seeing
in the
that.
hood, Trey.
You want to keep seeing that.
I don't live in the hood,
You
Trey.
ain't speaking against it. You ain't speaking against
Nobody
it.
want to
Trey, why
see
are you
it,
speaking?
but
How do
we're
you think
saying,
I'm not?
how can
How
a
do you sit
person,
here?
like brother, can a white man now really think about what I'm saying? Can a white man tell a black man how to be
I don't do color,
in the
bro. I
society?
don't do color, bro. I'm American, bro. I
You
don't do
don't,
color.
you don't do color.
That question means nothing to me, bro.
Oh, okay. So you
That
never
question means nothing.
experienced.
That question means nothing to me, bro.
Oh, race don't mean nothing. So you never in
speaking
your
to a
whole
wall,
entire
bro.
life experienced nothing race based just because of your race?
Yeah, from niggas, bro. There you go. Boom.
Only from black. So you
From
never
niggas,
been called
bro.
a nigger by a white dude?
Nope, from niggas, bro. I was too scary,
Oh,
bro. Ain't nobody calling. They weren't brave enough to call me that, bro. I don't know. I don't know what you holding it down, but ain't no white person was brave enough
Stop
to
saying
say
you
that to
ain't
me.
brave. Stop saying, because if a bunch of white dudes came up to you right now with loaded AKs and you
Oh
got
my
one
God,
little
bro!
gun,
They probably be sitting next to me, bro. They gonna be on my side, homie.
see what I'm saying?
Wait,
That's why you. Hold on. I'm not beefing. That's why you okay with a woman that don't even call her. You call herself American, but she look pale as hell to say what she say. Nobody checked her. The women
You
didn't even
racist,
check
bro.
her.
You racist, bro.
I'm
America's
racist
right.
because I get treated like
Hey,
I'm racist. Wow.
Wait, let's chill because you're not.
Without the shots at Trey, say what you have to say on the topic, because it seems like you're strongly against, advice or criticism from outsiders.
And that's okay. It's okay to debate.
Yeah.
Like you guys can go back and forth, but no disrespect.
No, I'm not arguing, but they
no
laughing and they saying, "Well, I don't experience that or a certain way." I don't worry about it because I know for a fact if we put the guns down and any of them dudes step to my face, toe to toe, fist to fist, toe to toe, or a hand to hand, they can't beat me. I'm not worried about that.
The only dudes coming at you is niggas in the hood, bro.
No, they don't.
I've
never been shot. I never been. Like, what did you talking?
I
You know
have.
what I'm saying?
I have. It was a nigga, bro. I ain't never had no problems with white folks, bro. Where the shootings going on at, bro? Come on, man. 7,000
out here too. I live in a semi-white area.
7,000, bro. 7,000 a year.
All right, Trey.
All right. So what's your name at the bottom with the mask?
Oh, my name Otha. You call
So
me
what
OJ.
is your OJ? What is your thoughts on the topic?
Yes. Well, because on the topic it says it's about is she being racist, and then I just came in and heard the lady speak, and it's funny, we do have smoke for each other. It's like even hearing the brothers talk, I don't want to call them brothers now because I dealt with a guy I was just in a service with. He said everything I dealt with, but it'll be okay the way you interact with them if you're saying yes, I'm massa, because that's what I'm sorry. I can guarantee you that's how he approached them. I'm not dissing you, but I guess you don't welcome say how, like, what's up? You say hi, how you doing? Your voice probably changed.
I had white men working for me for 21 years in the army, bro. White men work. I still got white people working. I got white people working for me now, bro. So what?
Everybody not cool. So what, just like all black people ain't gonna be cool with all black people.
So
but stop acting like it don't exist.
There you go, bro. It don't exist to me in my world, bro. I guess we built different.
You oblivious.
Congratulations. We built different, bro. We built different.
We not built different.
We built different, bro. I ain't like
I got business. I work. I got things.
It's
I
all
make
good.
Original income.
The white man don't matter to me, bro. They work for me. The white man works for me.
It don't matter. They work for you. They work for me.
It don't matter. They work for me, bro. Other way around, bro. White men work for me. My bank account is real heavy.
I have
white men out there getting it in the street. Working for me, bro. They're making my bank account quite heavy. I don't play that game. That's all you. If
that's exactly why you don't play.
That's all you.
No, it's not. You showing me why. You said you don't pay attention to what's happening outside of the world besides the world you want to see. That's what you just said.
Nigga, I lived around all black people until I was fucking, 22. I was around nigga. And that's all I dealt with was nigga shit. I got away from nigga shit, and now my life is spectacular.
Spectacular. I wouldn't even be on your side, dude.
Spectacular.
I want to keep my stream up.
You calling black people niggas, but then calling white people no racist name not one time.
Is there any white people up here? Is there any white people up here?
It's a lady next to you. You can see her thing. She's
Dominican,
bro. Listen to her talk that number.
She's Dominican.
She don't understand what the black women going through.
I will speak for myself, please. I am not white. I've never considered myself white, and that's why I am so against this color stuff, and it incensed me when someone comes up here and just because they look at me and they look at the color of my skin, they make assumptions as to what my intellectual capacity is as far as understanding other people's plight. I can understand the plight of a young child that falls. I didn't fall, but he did, and I can understand that, right? I can understand the plight of my cousin who was beaten up because she's a dark-skinned Dominican and not a light-skinned Dominican. I can totally understand that. And I can read, and my understanding is extremely high. So, sir, I disagree with you. I am
can
a
disagree,
Dominican.
but understanding is actually different from going through it. Just like the brother said, his only experience. But at the
I
same
will agree
time,
with you there. Yes, sir. I will agree with you
he
there.
said he
I did
never
not
experienced it.
experience
That makes
it.
it weird because I can bring him down here, and if I can walk around with him, and he tell me they not looking at him and treating him different,
Where,
that's
bro?
a
Where,
ball
bro? I
face
live in
lie.
Texas. I live around
That's
all
a
white
ball
people
face
in
lie,
Texas,
dude.
bro. I live
I've been
around
in
white people in
Texas.
Texas.
I was a Marine. I've been to every country, almost every country. I've been to every state. That's a ball face lie, dude.
Every country. You've been to
That's a
all
ball
like
face lie.
144
Yes,
countries.
you go
I've
to
been to
certain
21.
areas, they
I've never
treated you
experienced
just
it.
like the color
No,
of your
they
skin
haven't.
said they
Bro,
wanted
why
to
do you
treat
want me
you.
to go through victimhood with you? Why do you need me to be part of your victimhood? I don't have any, man. I don't have none. Do you need me that bad to be part of your victimhood? If so, let me know. I'll go buy some cookies from the store. We can sit down, have a Corona, and eat some cookies, some victimhood cookies together, bro.
That's the
If
problem.
that's
That's
what
why I
you
would
need.
never hang out with you.
If
I
you
don't
need
care
it,
about
I
you.
will get them.
Remember that? I want you to remember that since you live in Montana, Texas, when they shooting at your black ass for being black. And
wait 1 second. I want to
remember
read
that.
And
you like, oh, that brother.
And then
Don't do that. You stop talking.
after I read the super chats, I want to go to Risen or Queen Q. I don't know which one that is, but
wow. Got some suck ass black dudes. Y'all some bitches. Sorry, I'm out. Some bitch ass black man. I experienced shit in my life.
Edge of the mall, Melanie. Press the edge.
I'm trying to.
Where you from, man? God damn.
Oh, he left. Okay. Oh my God, that was
Goofy
really
clown man left.
Okay, so let me read these super chats. Hi, Def. Thank you so much for the super chat. He says, please explain why people of DR are treating the Haitians like slaves. The culture can move on, but it's hard when you see reminders on the news and on social media. Catalina, this is for you.
We are two different nations. Haitians and Dominicans are two different people. I can say that I can appreciate and love all people as long as their behavior and the content of their character is on par. Are there Haitians that work in the Dominican Republic and are treated poorly? Yes. Are they Dominicans that go to Haiti and are treated poorly? Yes. So, I agree that it is hard to move on. Watching reminders on news and social media, which is why I don't watch the news and I try to stay away from social media, even though it's so difficult. But I must say that I think it is more rooted in the indoctrination process in the Western communities. And I also will say that if you continue to preach to your children and your grandchildren that you were slaves, therefore you are less than, that is incorrect, and that is a detriment to all people.
Thank you for that. Did that answer your question? Hi, Def. I hope that answered your question. But the next super chat is from Grogu again. Thank you again. He says, Sister George and Trey are my favorite YouTube couple.
You know, I got that thing. I got a big crush on Sister George. I only act like this because I'm jealous.
Well, you gotta stop that shit. Matter of fact, can you time Grogu ass out? I don't know why she tripping over here. Time her ass out. She got to chill.
Well, you gotta wrench. Go ahead, do your thing. No, she's supporting it. She's supporting the platform, so she's good. Or he. Is that a woman?
Yeah, that's Celine.
That's Celine. We said
yeah. Duh, I'm sorry. That's Celine. You're right. You did say that. I don't know.
That means she's gonna be a Sokotalo.
You don't leave Celine alone. All right, so we have Risen or Queen Q. Which one is it today? Who is it?
It's me, Melody. How am I sound? I'm driving.
Well, hi. So what's your take on the topic? Do you think she is racist?
I don't think Ameera is racist. I don't think she is racist. I just think she's misinformed and talking in regards to certain things. She doesn't know exactly what she's talking about. So, in regards to how she was saying, when it comes to racism, black people and Asian people, when she was in high school, when she went to school in New York, were the most racist and stuff like that to her. I mean, she experienced the most racism there. My thing is, when she was in New York, she was in school, and they're children. When you're in school, you're a child, and children do stupid shit all the time. Like, I remember in school, people make fun of the African kids, people make fun of the certain kids, especially if there weren't many of them. You can't really just blame an entire community off the actions of children who sometimes don't know no better sometimes, or they just are just ignorant. So, and she also brought up how it was racism when she was brought like the light skin, dark skin thing. But I'm like, that's colorism, which is different than racism. So that's one thing. She brought up the Black History Month, saying that somehow someone said she was racist because she should we would do away with Black History Month, and what she actually said was we should teach Black History Month year round, which we should, but we kind of don't. And she was saying if we should have a Black History Month, we should have a Hispanic History Month, an Asian History Month, and I agree with that. But we don't have a month, but we do have Heritage Week or something like that, Puerto Rican Day. Like it's a little different in America when it comes to Black people because of the history of Black people within this country. So it's like she just doesn't understand a lot of the things that truly understand a lot of the things that Black people went through in this country, and sometimes are still going through when it comes to this country. And to the lady up here that said Black people need to stop teaching their children about slavery because you're making I'm not going I'm trying to I don't know exactly what you said off memory, but you saying something like you should stop teaching the children about slavery because you're teaching them they're less than their victims or something, which is not true per se. But you need to teach history, because one of the most important things about history that people always teach is people who forget history are doomed to repeat it. Not saying that something like cattle slavery will ever return to the Americas, but it's needed to. That's an important part of the story period of this country, and yet alone the world, of what happened to Black people, not just in America but all throughout the world. So you have to teach those things and understand, because those things have psychological effects that can be passed down to your children through generations, not intentionally. So there, like, to a degree, there are still Black people suffering from the effects of slavery. There are still Black people suffering from the effects of redlining, the Jim Crow era. So those things, because like my wife's grandmother, I live in Alabama. Because of the things she experienced as a child, she refuses to come anywhere near Mississippi or Alabama because of the experiences she had while she was here. So if she passed those experiences off to her children, like, look, this is what happened to me while I was here. This is why I don't like to go there. So their children are like, okay, this happened to my grandmother, even though things may be different, but this is my, I don't know if I'm explaining it right, but that history matters. You have to know the history, because if you can learn the history, you can understand the reason why people act the way they act. Like,
can I ask you a question, brother? A quick question.
Go ahead.
You know who my avatar is, right?
Who's talking?
Me, right above you, Trey.
I can't really get. I'm really driving right now, so I can't really get a good look at it.
My avatar is Anthony Johnson, the father of chattel slavery in the U.S., a brother. You know who Antoine Dubuclet is?
I do not.
He was the richest slave owner in Louisiana ever. He was Black. He left slavery and went on to be a politician in Louisiana. You know who William Ellison is?
Go ahead. Who is it?
Most brutal slave owner brother in South Carolina history. Bro, if you want to, I'm cool with teaching the history, but if we're going to teach it, let's teach the real deal history. Like I said, I ain't got no problem with the
Okay.
history.
Okay.
Let's teach the
And
real
I get
deal.
and I get what you're saying. So are you saying those 3 or 4 people you just named, is that the real history, or is that
Yeah, it's
just
the
part
real
of the
damn history. It's damn in
Well,
books.
not.
Listen, let me
Well, hold on.
finish.
Let me. Let you finish. Let you finish, brother.
One at a
What
time.
I'm saying is, yes, that may be the history, but that we need to talk about that as well. We need to talk about the full history. I agree. We need to talk about those people as well, because they're like just how you said there was black people that did these things as well. So let's talk. That needs to be taught as well. But there's also reasons why those people did what they did, because people do things for the
Capitalism.
money. Yeah, so money. So it's like I said, it's overall history. So that needs to be taught too. I'm not saying like that should be swept under the rug or anything, but the people that know the history need to teach the full history.
But that's the thing,
Everything,
bro.
not the good and the bad.
If we only teach that we were slaves, if we keep teaching kids, you were slaves, you were slaves, you were slaves, they get a defeatist mentality. Teach, you know what? Make a documentary. Make a documentary and start that documentary off with Anthony Johnson whipping his 2 white slaves. Guess what? Hey, more black kids will be into slavery and see it from a winner perspective than versus a victim perspective.
Listen to what you just said, though. You say you're teaching black kids that you were slaves. They weren't slaves. It's teaching the history of the black people within this country. It's telling the kid that
have you heard black dudes talk lately?
It depends on what circles you're around, but yeah.
Man, you got brothers out here talking, claiming, they high value men and that they victims at the same time. On this same daggone stream that daggone Melanie is reviewing. How is that possible to be a high value man, according to Kevin Samuel's standards, quote unquote, and at the same time you're oppressed?
A lot of these people that say they're high value men based on Kevin Samuel's thing is probably ain't. But either way it goes, 2 things can be true at the same time.
You can be a high value man, quote unquote, and oppressed at the same time. All right, bro, you got it.
With a certain type, I ain't saying oppressed, but to say like institutionalized systemic racism doesn't, like, to say that doesn't exist. It exists, but that doesn't mean you let it stop you. You fight through it. Don't, and that's the problem with a lot of people. They see certain things as an obstacle and they just give up instead of fighting through it. In a lot of well, how you said, I think it was you or someone else. Hold on, I got back on. But how you said earlier, I think it was you don't experience it. All because you don't experience it, that don't mean other people don't. That's all I gotta say.
Not to, bro. It's a mental state, bro.
Okay, so my thing, you saying you choose not to, so are you saying things happen and you choose not to acknowledge it, or you just don't experience it?
It's a mental state, bro. It does not exist to me. It has never existed to me. It doesn't. I told you, man. I grew up around all black folks, man, all black neighborhood. And then after that, no issues whatsoever. As soon as I got away from that, I don't have these problems, except for my ex-wife. That's it, who was AB Dub. That's the only time. That's it. No problems, bro.
But look, though, if you're around a community of black people who on some fuck shit, you're gonna experience fuck shit. If you're around a community of white people, Dominican people, Haitian people who want some fuck shit, you're gonna experience fuck shit.
I lived in the Heights, bro. I lived in the Heights, a Dominican neighborhood, the niggas around that fuck shit, and didn't have any problems. I lived in the Heights with my mother-in-law, and no problems there, brother. They just looked at me and smiled while they was doing they fuck shit.
I grew up in the cities of New York and the Bronx, in the hoods, and I see a lot of dudes in my hood growing up black doing a lot of fuck shit. I never got into that shit myself, so I agree with Trey's going through and everything. I agree with him. Yeah, we can grow up around people that do fuck shit, but the choice is still on you to interact with that. You're responsible for your own destiny, no matter what comes after you. I experienced some racism. I experienced some racism coming at me, but I still have power over my own choices. How am I going to handle it? How it's going to redefine me and stuff.
And that's what
perfect example when we go through with the police.
Literally what I just said earlier.
That's what I'm saying. The perfect example when we go through with the police. I did not experience a lot of stuff the way other black people do with the police. Why? Because I still got more control of the situation when the police come and stop me, white cop, whatever. And I want to get out of this situation as peaceful as possible, but I still control that. Most black people, you know what I'm saying, they got different stories for that. And even we try to teach them, you know what, do it this way. Most of them are not going to see it that way. They still stuck on victim mindset or still stuck with anger so much. I get it. But also, too, I also say this. You know what? If you feel that way also, too, then why we stop promoting more of our people to join the police force so we can have an even playing field, more black faces in the police force. There's still more white faces in the police force like crazy, but we're not promoting more powers on that side.
I can tell you, at least from my uncle's point of view, my uncle is a former police officer. So it's not really just joining the police force. Like, to change the police force, pretty much it will have to be a lot of black people who go in to force change, because it's the institution of the way it runs that makes it the way it is. Like, so it's not just like, oh, I can, like, you have to have literally a lot of people go in and force change from the inside, but they will still have to fight against the institution based on the way it runs. Just specifically, that's one reason why my uncle stopped being a cop, because he saw things going down a certain way when he tried to do things that was, hold people accountable or not do things. He got reprimanded for it.
Why? Because we don't have a large amount of numbers,
and that's what I was just saying. You need a lot of numbers to force that change.
And I mean, black women, they get stuff in their favor all the time because they banned the numbers. They got together numbers.
But that's different. If you think, but that's different. If you don't if you think pretty much like this, that's different. If of a large number of black women could have joined the police force and forced change by now, they would have done it already.
They have. Look at all these police chiefs around the country. But here's the deal, bro. I grew up in Portsmouth, Virginia, man. Where I lived at, all the cops were black. And trust me, you did not want to get stopped by a black cop. The last thing in the world you wanted was to get stopped by a black cop.
Yeah, I get it.
That's because because the institution of the police system is like, it doesn't matter that they're black. It's the fact that they're police.
They were all black.
And that's what I'm saying. Their race didn't matter because of the institution of the police system. So
move away from the police topic, please. Because we've strayed very far off the original topic, and that is about outsiders speaking on black issues and is it considered racism, things like that.
My bad. My bad.
Very interesting topic. We've moved very far from the core topic. So, on that, Risen was saying that she had some points, but one of them is what was you saying? Understanding the importance of color.
No, she's the thing she's talking. Not everything she's talking about, she truly understands. Is pretty much so she's giving. So she's on the Lapeef Network, which they say is not a black show, but it pretty much is a black show, even though they don't want to admit it. So a lot of the topics they're talking about, she gives an aspect from her culture, and she says West, but when they're talking about it, they're talking about it in the form. And when everyone else talk about it, they're pretty much talking about it in the form of in regards to black people. So when she responds to the things they say, for example, the women on the show, Courtney, Kay, whoever, they're going to take it as them talking about black people, black culture, black women, because they're all black on the show. Majority of the callers that call in, majority of them are black. And then when they talk about these issues, they talk about it from a black standpoint. So that's why they got upset with. That's why people are upset with her, because she's speaking on these things when she doesn't have a true grasp of the situation wholly.
Now, do you feel that a person really need a true grasp of a situation to critique it, or to even make suggestions?
Yes, because to a degree. So it's like having a person who doesn't have a true grasp on the understanding of how football works to critiquing football. Everybody's gonna look at them like they're stupid. Like, what are you talking about? You don't even know what you're talking about. So yes, you need to know what you're talking about. It's like, I'm not an IT guy. I see a bunch of men in the manosphere who are IT guys. If I start talking about IT shit when I don't know IT, they're gonna look at me like I'm retarded. So yes, you have to know what you're talking about to some degree.
But I mean, you would be talking to somebody who don't really have a particular problem in that field, in that area. You see what I mean? So if you were to give someone technology advice, and they work in technology, it would be a bad thing. But if you see somebody struggling with something, and you feel that it's something that you're not
Can you hear
struggling,
me?
yeah, we hear you.
Now we can. We
Sorry.
can hear you now.
Sorry. Yeah.
So,
Sorry about
so would you feel that that person can, give reasonable critique, especially if it's obvious? For example, like, if I see somebody who, I don't know, has messy hands or something like that, like their hands are dirty, because they eat with their hands, I could say, listen, I haven't walked a mile in your shoes, but I think you should use a fork. I think it might be something like that. So here we have a case where a woman sees, a Western problem, and more personified amongst Black women, and that is the unwillingness to submit to their mate. Now, she don't really have to have
Hold
that
on. Can I
particular.
say something? Can I say something real quick?
Go for it.
So in regards to you saying about people eating with their hands in certain cultures, it's customary for the people to eat with their hands.
Yeah,
So telling that person from that culture who eats with, but a person who eats with their hands, yo, you should eat with a fork. That's part of their culture. They eat with their hands. Their hands get messy. That's just how they eat. That's just how they've done things. So in regards to when they said Ameera, when she said plenty of times she's not talking about Black women, Black people. She says she's talking about the West. But the thing is, they're on a show with Black people talking about issues that majorly affect the Black community, but she's giving answers in regards to the West. So
Right.
it's not the same.
Yeah, no, I
So
get what you're saying. As
All right,
far as
guys.
the people thing,
Go ahead, GC. After GC, I need to read these super chats.
okay.
Go ahead,
If-
GC.
But see, here's the thing: people who come from those particular cultures don't really complain about messy hands. So, however, if they did, I would say you should use a fork. I'm not in your culture. I don't understand it, but I do understand that your hands wouldn't be messy if you used a fork. Now, a person can say rightly that you don't have these particular problems because you come from a different culture, and she could respond with, and it seems like what she's doing. If you don't want to have these problems, you should do what the women in my culture do, and that is make sandwich suck penis. So
boom.
I think that the whole make sandwich suck penis idea is a novel idea that needs to be reintroduced into the culture. And if you see it working for other cultures, then you should do it. It's the greatest idea since the invention of the fork. Sucking my
Right.
penis. Actually, it
I
predates.
agree. I agree
But
with that.
it's still,
Wow,
but
GC.
it's still not the same though, GC. Because
It is.
when it comes,
Sucking penis
no,
is universal, bro. Women
listen,
sucking penis is universal.
I'm not talking about having sex. I'm not talking about that. So what I'm talking about, like for her examples, when they ask her things, she gives an example from based on her culture. And I've seen on a show where she gives an example. She's like, well, in my culture, we do this, do this. So when I've seen where they've asked her for clarification, and she couldn't, like when they did, sometimes they do ask for clarification. But at the same time, she's giving her culture as the reason why. But sometimes when they ask, she said, "It's my culture. It's kind of hard to explain. I can't explain it. It's just the way we do things." So, but at the same time, if we want, it can't just be the women acting certain way of men. Like the men in her culture make her culture the way it is.
I
So she
agree.
has to follow
I
that.
agree.
So
No,
the men of, if we want American Black women to act like Lebanese women, on a pretty much Black men would need to start acting like Lebanese men to make Black women act like Lebanese women.
But here's
okay.
the deal, bro. We don't care. They can do what they want to do, bro. We out.
I'm not asking.
Okay, so but you say the person that just said that, if you don't care, why are you like a lot of people say they don't care, but they still argue and complain about this issue. If you don't care, just dip out and be done with the situation. When I'm done with
been did
something
that.
and I don't care, I wipe my hands of it.
I'm not saying act more like Lebanese women. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that to make me a sandwich and suck my penis. Now
They go get you a girl that'll do that.
Right quick, brother. You
I
can
have
say
one.
that I am acting like other groups of women who make their men sandwiches and suck their penis, but you can make it like I want you to create a new culture around sucking my penis. That's what I want you to do. So you can say that this is the ABW thing to do. Like you can do that. And I will do my part by unzipping my pants to allow you to do such a thing.
Oh my goodness.
It'll, it takes more than you than unzipping your pants to make a woman do that, bro.
Can you
Oh,
guys
really?
hear me?
What does it? Please explain.
Yes, we can hear you, Melody.
Hey, Melody got to hit these super chats, fellas.
I want to read these super chats before we move on, and then I want to hear from Queen Q. Okay, so I missed one from Zeno at HDTV. He said, "Notice she ain't gonna talk about DR, but can talk about US all night. All she did, all she did was deflect. Ask her about Rafael Trujillo. I say it right?
Trujillo. Yes.
I said it right? Okay, yes. Go ahead.
I see a lot of ignorance in regards to you don't know me. I am giving my humble opinion. Are things good everywhere? No. But the fact that other people decide that, let me stop this. I was raised in the United States. I am of Dominican descent. Never have I said, and let me correct this, never have I said, ignore your culture, ignore your history, ignore slavery, forget about it, just move on up. I didn't say that. I said, and what I
You said
mean
that?
is, excuse me, what I meant to say, and I am sorry if it came out the wrong way, but what I meant to say is teach our children the positives, including with the negatives, yes, but focus more on the positives because everyone's focused so much from what I have seen and experienced on oppression and all this other stuff, which is something that Trujillo did quite well, by the way. He was before my time, just so you know, and therefore, no, I don't choose to focus or talk about Trujillo and the atrocities that he did. He killed, not only was he half Haitian, but he killed so many Haitians, which to me sounds like self-hate. The man was horrible. Are there things like that that happen? Yes, there are. Do I choose to focus on that? No, because that is not my future. My future is in what I see and where I go.
Thank you for that. So we're gonna go with Queen Q now, and then Hood Conservative. GC, I'm gonna walk my dog for like 2 minutes. Can you take over?
Yeah.
All right, thanks. Go ahead, Queen Q. Oh, I have one more. I'm sorry. Jada Conqueror, thanks for that. He says, "G Trey, I hope those weren't indentured servants."
Huh? Well, I consider the white guys that work for me indentured servants. And anybody else want to come volunteer to be indentured servant for me? But I pay them well though. They make quite good money.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead, Queen Q.
Hey, good evening to the chat and good evening to the people on the panel. I just wanted to come up and give my quick 2 cents on how I thought about the situation. Real quick, do I think that Ameera is racist? No. What I do believe though is that she is ill-informed and she speaks the same way a lot of people speak that are non-black, just the same way black people speak about other people's experiences when we don't experience them. There is context to everybody's situation. Not everybody is going to experience racism. Not everybody's going to experience discrimination or anything. And as we've had a gentleman on the panel say, he chooses not to acknowledge it, therefore it doesn't exist to him. But that is not the case for everybody. And I think when we have conversations like this, we just allow people to speak and they really don't know what they're talking about or even have a grasp of what is going on.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I got interrupted and I lost my train of thought.
Yeah, go for it. I don't know what I'm talking about. Go for it, Queen Q. You got it. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I'm not saying you don't know what you're talking about. However, I will say is that we have a bad habit of trying to define other people's experience and tell them how to do things. So
okay. You experienced it. You got it. You got it.
Yes, I did. Did I do now? Yes, I've experienced racism. I will say that I experienced racism not the way that most people experience racism. Mine was kind of subtle until I joined the military and I had to travel, if that makes sense. So that was where I got a true dosage of racism. Especially coming from the South. I'm from California. Most of the shit I had to deal with was, oh, you speak proper for a black girl. Shit that you just let roll off your shoulders and shit like that. Did I acknowledge it? Did I feed into it? No, but I am aware of it, and I knew how to treat those people who gave me those backhanded comments. I'm not saying that you have to acknowledge it and give into it and claim victimhood, but you have to be able to notice when people are for you and when people are not for you. For example, me and my husband, we operate our business. Our vendors are from overseas. A lot of the other business people that we work with have told us, hey, you know, you're black. Be careful of letting people find out your nationality and your race, because you will have people who will not sell to you based off of that. That is something that happens. Those are the things that we talk about in context that affects us, that some people may or may not experience because they're not living in our shoes. So all I'm coming on here to say is, look, y'all can call it victimhood Olympics. I call it living in the reality. There's going to be some people that you can mess with, that you can get along with, and there's some people you're not. I agree with the NBD. I'm so far sorry if I'm mixing up the letters of your name. Yes, I will say right now the biggest threat to black people are other black people, but we cannot act like when we go to step outside of our communities, we may not be hit with certain things, and we do possibly need to prepare for them, especially if you're operating a business and you're getting things from overseas or you're going into unfamiliar territory.
Okay,
That's
can I
all I'm
respond
saying.
real quick to Queen Q, since you know you called me out? I'll respond to you. Look, everything you mentioned, I've done and then some. From the business aspect, yes, I've done business with Afghanis, Pakistanis, Italians, everybody, Mexicans. I've traveled around the world, 21 years in the military and a couple years after. None of that stuff exists in my world. Guess what? People ain't gonna like you. But I get it, girl. You a woman. You're meant to experience things in your feelings, just like Mrs. MBD does. So when things happen to her, when she thinks it's somebody being biased against her based on who she is, I'm like, no, not everybody's gonna like you. Let me deal with it. Next thing you know, I take care of things, mano y mano, man to man. There is no issue. That's what men are for. Men are to look another man in the eye and realize that, you know what, this man might not like me, but let me see, does this man like the green? Does this man like money? Normally, 100% of the time in my lifetime, except dealing with a certain type of people, money matters. And that's the problem. It's a man's world out there. Women, sit the damn heck down and let men handle it. I'm telling you, fellas, every brother in the chat, if you did this, took control, trust me, racism will be the last of your worries.
So are you saying, so let me get this clear. Are you saying that I'm counting it as racism because I am a woman and I'm in my emotions versus what context I'm
Yes.
going off of and the
Yes.
facts that I'm operating off of?
Yes. You are a woman. You're in your emotions.
So you're saying that because my vendors,
Yes.
if I have vendors that find out that I'm black and they don't sell to me, it's
Yes.
because I'm a woman and I'm in my emotions
Yes.
versus
Have
them
them deal
being
with your
the main
husband. Your husband
supplier.
is a man.
Okay, so he's a black man. What difference will that make?
Find another. And guess what? If you find a vendor that doesn't want to deal with you, there's a million more out there. Go find another.
That's
Not
okay. So
everybody's
great.
gonna
Hold
like
on.
you.
Wait. So this is where we get into the meat and potatoes of things. Great. I'm so happy you brought that up. You said find another vendor, right?
Yes.
How easy is it to find vendors? Let me ask you that.
Very.
Because well, first, excuse me. Let me ask.
Very.
You said
I'm a
that you
business owner.
operated
I own a bakery.
a bakery.
Before I owned a bakery, I dealt with
Where's
vendors all over in
so
Houston.
questions. Okay, so you're dealing with people from the Houston area who get their stuff mainly supplied to you from the States, right?
So what?
Okay, that's the difference. My vendors and my suppliers are overseas.
My equipment came from China. So what?
Your equipment, but your stuff that you need, your flour, your sugar, all the things that you need
Came from Asians.
came from Asians.
Vietnamese specifically.
So you
Vietnamese
directly order.
specifically.
So
So
let me
what?
ask.
So
You
what?
so hold on, wait. You directly order your sugar, your flour, all that thing from Asians from overseas.
It don't
versus
matter who it comes from.
no,
Let me
it
tell you.
does.
Now,
But
hold
here's
on.
the
Let me tell you
context.
something. Hold on. Let
Hold
me
on.
tell you something real quick, Queen Q.
Hold on,
No. You
no.
you're
You're
saying it's a racism
interrupting.
game. Let
You're
me tell you something real
interrupting.
quick.
You're
No. You want
interrupting.
to
You're
play? You want to play the
interrupting.
racism game?
You're
I'll go down that route
interrupting.
with you.
You're
I'll go down. You
interrupting.
want to play the
So
racism
hold
game?
on, wait. No, you're not even answering the questions.
I
I
did.
asked you specifically.
I did.
So that means you get your
I
flour
did.
and
I
everything
got
you need
equipment
from
from
overseas.
overseas.
You got
I'm not buying
equipment.
flour. You can't buy flour from overseas and ship it in
So
without
then
going through a
most of
myriad
your
of
things.
paperwork
Hold
that
on,
will
wait.
cost you money
Hold on,
and
wait,
kill your overhead. So come
hold on,
on,
wait.
talk some business sense
No,
to me.
So,
okay, so we're talking
Trey,
business.
let her
So
finish,
it
and then
so
you
it goes back to what I said. The stuff that you need, you got your equipment. I'm sure your equipment is a one-time buy, correct?
Look, get to your
Is your
question.
equipment a
Get
one-time
to your
buy?
question.
Is
Get to
your
your question.
equipment a one-time buy? Yes or
I
no?
don't play those games. Get to your
Okay,
question.
so
What's your point?
basically what he's saying to the people in the chat so you can understand, his equipment is a one-time buy, but the things he needs to operate his store daily comes from vendors here in the States versus my store where my stuff has to come from overseas where the source is. That's the
How the
difference.
hell do they know what you look like? How the hell do they know what you look like? Now
Okay,
let me respond. Hold up, GC. Rick, let me
okay.
respond to her. Look, I told you I owned a bakery. I've been in daggone the freight industry
You
for
own
the
a
last
bakery.
3 years. The last 3 years I've been in the freight industry. Every single vehicle I've purchased, including the last $100,000 truck I did, they did not see my face at all. Zero until I walked in there and picked up the keys. Last van I bought for my business, did not see my face. I walked in there, dude tossed me a set of keys. I was out of there in 5 minutes. Now get the fuck out my face with that bullshit. Now look, all y'all talking about be respectful, man. Y'all some goddamn simps out there.
Sir.
Hold on,
God
guys.
damn.
You have
I'm sorry, I lost service for a minute, but I don't. Please respect each other on the platform. No cursing.
so,
Let's try to respect each other.
My bad, Melody. My bad. You know what?
It's fine. It's fine. I was just trying to make the point.
Right quick, you please. If Melly, you have a super chat.
I know, I see it. I'm trying to. Chow Hound, thank you so much. Chow Hound Life on a Budget. Make sure you guys subscribe to his channel. He has really, really good content. So make sure you guys subscribe. But thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it.
Melody, I'm sorry. My husband dropped down and he wanted to come back up.
Oh, okay. Let me get him back up. I'm sorry about me losing connection too. Keeps happening. But
Can we go
let
to
me
Hood
bring my
Services?
husband back up. Yeah, so let's go to Hood Service.
Hello, yeah,
Hi.
I'm back here. Yeah, can I say one thing to that to what he was talking to my wife about real quick?
Yeah,
So
go ahead.
like pretty much what my wife was going at is based on the contents that we sell, all of our everything in our store, every single thing comes from China and Japan. Everything. Even so all of our vendors are all of our majority vendors are Chinese and Japanese. Every single one. So that's what she's meaning, because some vendors we've heard from other business owners, some vendors, once they find out your like your race, they will stop selling. That's why in the business we're in, I haven't seen another black person in the business we're in ever anywhere. So that's why when we do communications, we use a certain type of email. We use my name. I have a very generic name. Like, you would not think I'm black just based off my name. And the email we use is different than our company name and all that. So so it'll be very hard for them to find out we're black, just in case something like that were to happen.
So what? Why don't you just go find another vendor, bro?
It's not
There
that
aren't any.
Yeah, let's not.
There aren't any. For what we sell, we can't. There is no other vendors.
Okay, we beat the horse. Can we do Hood Service now?
We just can't go somewhere else.
Yeah. Thanks for having me up here tonight, guys. I've been listening off and on, and I'm my favorite word, fucking mythology, bro. This racism mythology. Our people need this mythology. This mythology gives us comfort. It gives us power. It gives us something to dream about. And it also takes the blame off of us. We need this racism mythology So anytime we fail, we can always have that in our back pocket to say, it wasn't me. It's not my fault I wasn't good enough. It's not my fault I wasn't smart enough. It's not my fault I just wasn't fast enough. The white man held me back. And like even on this little debate you guys are having, like the idea, I find it funny. We're talking about racism in America is a microcosm because compared to other countries like Japan and China, like you guys are mentioning, you would rather be black in America and deal with white supremacy than deal with Sino supremacy. Because who would you rather deal with? Think about it, black people, all right? Since we're having this oppression Olympics, who would you rather suffer oppression under, the white man or the Asian man? Because the white man will let you get rich. The Asian man, I don't know. Maybe not. So we really have to be practical.
Exactly. They'll cut us out. That's why we don't let them know who we are.
No, I'm not even going to debate that point because it's not a strange thing to say that the Asians don't necessarily want to spend money or don't want to do business with black people. That's not the first time you'll hear that, especially coming out of mainland China. In America, not so much in America, maybe you hear that. I remember when the whole COVID thing kicked off and how they treated the Africans, making them get out of their hotels. Racism is a thing people do. But that brings me to my next point. One, for all the jokes and all the weird attitudes black people have about other ethnic groups, we got to stop being so sensitive and butthurt every time we discover some other ethnic group doesn't like us. Bro, that's fucking life. The idea that you leave your house and some other group of people doesn't want you to win, that's fucking life, bro. Whether it's because you're black, whether it's because you're a man, it's because your mama was born on the wrong side of the tracks, it doesn't fucking matter. And we can't continue to hold on to this fucking anchor of racism is the reason why life is bad for us. No, life is bad because you haven't made the right decisions. For the overwhelming majority of the people in this country, life sucks because you chose poorly.
Yo, can I chime in this?
Melody, I gotta head out, but thanks for having me. It's 7 here. I'm kind of behind on what I planned. But
thanks for coming, GC. I really appreciate it.
No worries. I'll listen to Cloud.
Yo, Melanie, I could chime in.
Yeah, go ahead, chime in.
Yeah, for everybody that don't think racism, they think racism is like a myth. I'm not saying nobody on the panel, even though I have my suspicions. When I was a teenager and I was playing basketball, me and a few black people, me and a few hood niggas, we went to the neighboring town to go play ball one time. It's a nice park. It's called Wolf Park. We played for 30 minutes or so. Right when we was playing in the middle of the game, a car drove by. And you know what words came out that car? It was the car drove by. He was like, niggers! And sped off.
And that was the low point of your life?
Congrats, bro.
No, seriously, was that the low point of your life? Was that the low point of your life, bro?
Can you hold on? Can you hold on?
Wait. No. Respect Melody's stream.
No. Okay, my bad. I should have never said the N-word, but I'm just saying for those that think it don't exist. Now, that's just one incident.
The issue is not existence, bro. The issue is how you handle it.
Can you not talk when I'm talking?
Wait, hold on. You can go after him, but please try to not use the N-word.
Okay, yeah. So that happened, right? And then just a few years ago, my ex-girlfriend, she was waiting tables, right? This is like 4 or 5 years ago. She was waiting tables, and a bunch of white people came from a Trump rally. And when Trump was when he was hot, them white people, they was gassed up. She was working at a buffet. One of them left a banana on her table after they got up. She ain't even say nothing. I said, you should have told somebody.
Meal, bro.
Huh?
It was a buffet, bro. Maybe they didn't finish their meal.
No. The table was clean, and they put the banana there. You see what I'm saying?
How is that racism?
I think it
when she's working at a food service and a buffet.
Mythology, bro. Mythology,
You're missing the point. You're missing the point on purpose. I'm just telling you.
No, you're trying to make a situation point that.
Can you not? One more incident. So like 10 years ago, when Call of Duty was.
I say mythology, though.
Hold on. My bad. I didn't mean to say that word. You're triggering me now. So just like a few years ago, when the MMO games just got hot, if you was on Call of Duty at any point, if you was playing that game, we was playing all across the country. All you heard on any stream was white dudes making up racist jokes, calling black dudes the N-word all through the game. And we just had an incident where there was a girl named Celine. We just had an incident where there was a girl named Celine, and we called her out on her racism, and then she sent her.
She wasn't racism, dude.
Buddies in here, and he was typing the N-word in the chat. So
you've told four
let's
stories.
put
Can I
all the
break
cap
this- break
about
this
racism
down?
is a myth, nigga. Now you
about that. Come on, man. Come on, man.
Go ahead. Say what you saying.
Can I ask you a basic question?
Yeah,
Can I ask you a basic question? Out of any of those stories of racial trauma, out of any of those stories of horrific abuse, how is your life affected?
Who said I was affected? I'm telling you it exists.
So what's the point?
I'm telling you it exists.
Bro, but what is the point that it exists? Like, how is your life affected?
You're denying it.
All right, let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. Let me put it this way. No. Let me put it this way, bro.
He's downplaying. He's downplaying. Yes, he is.
Bro, other than your hurt, what happened to you?
N-word.
Other than your hurt feelings, what happened to you?
Okay. So let's not pretend like when a white person has those. Oh, can you hold on?
Who's pretending? You're the only one pretending you're hurt.
I'm trying to
you
answer your
have a
question.
fake gunshot wound, bro. You have no wounds on your body.
He asked, listen,
let him rock, David. Let him rock. Let's hear this, man.
Go ahead.
So a lot of people act like when a white man has these feelings, they don't translate that into the workplace. For instance, when it comes to the hiring process, they will literally stop your bag based on those feelings. And listen, you can't legislate against every single racist incident. Okay, so don't pretend like there hasn't been opportunities that was stopped due to those feelings. So a white person wouldn't hire you, but they would make up another reason as to why they didn't hire you. They'll just say some other goofy stuff. Oh, we met our quota, or they'll just say whatever they gotta say. We can't afford the, but they'll use whatever cap just to not hire you based on those feelings. So a lot of this racism is a little bit invisible now. It's not no whites only up on a doorpost anymore.
It's mythology. A myth is invisible.
It's mythology.
Hercules ain't real, bro. Hercules never happened. Hercules ain't real.
Yeah, so you full of cap. I don't know who you are. You just full of cap. You full of cap.
So let me ask you a question, young on the topic. Do you think Ameera is racist?
I think she wants to placate to the white audience, and part of their culture is racism.
Oh wow.
So any person that want to fit in with white people, they know that white people, there's like a good amount of them that don't like black people. A lot of races know that. So when they're trying to be more white or trying to fit into the white crowd, they say little slick racist stuff to try and. But do I think she's full blown racist? No, I just think she's just trying to fit in with them.
And this is why CRT shouldn't be taught.
What? Why? What shouldn't be taught? CRT? What's that?
This is why CRT shouldn't be taught, bro.
What is that?
I rest my case.
Say what you're saying.
Bro, no, you don't have no. You don't have to teach CRT. This whole conversation was very much CRT in and of itself. This is why I say we've been hitting ourselves with the CRT needle for a long time.
Besides you two, who understands?
This whole mythology of everywhere you go, no matter what you do, white people might stop you. That's fucking CRT, bro. That's racism. That's racial mythology.
Yo, was the Holocaust a myth?
Oh, so now you're a Jew.
No, I want to know.
Your people.
You're Jew now.
Hold on, you keep on saying that this racism slavery was a myth. Was the Holocaust a myth? Exactly. You wouldn't tell a Jew to.
Are you a Jew though? But are you a Jew?
You wouldn't tell
you're borrowing the Holocaust. Hold on, bro. Hold on. When your mythology gets challenged,
Young East, let him talk.
Was 9/11 a myth?
You asked me a question. Listen. When your mythology gets challenged, you now identify with somebody else's story, bro.
What are you talking about?
You just
You know
jumped to
what that?
9/11.
You
I
know
thought we
what
were
I meant
talking
by
about
that.
black
Don't even play
oppression.
dumb.
I
Don't
thought we
play
were
dumb,
talking
nigga.
about
You know
black
what I meant by
oppression.
that.
You are black, right? We are
You
black.
know what I
So we're
meant by
talking
that, though.
black oppression. Why is
You're an
the
idiot.
Holocaust?
You're a
Why
fucking
does the
clown.
Holocaust matter?
Yo, would you tell a
Why does
Jewish
the
person
Holocaust matter to you
to
though? But we're not
it's a
Jewish
myth,
people.
nigga?
We are not Jewish people. We have
Yeah,
our own
I'm screaming
story.
because he's dumb. Is the
We
Holocaust a
have
myth?
our hold on, but we're not Jews.
Get out of here, nigga. You bugging. You
All right.
bugging.
Oh,
Okay,
so
so
why can't you stick to our story though?
You don't see the correlation?
No, I don't. We're not them.
Because you bugging.
We're
Because
different
you put
people.
you
So
being
Holocaust was
obtuse. You
like
being
so
obtuse because you
Holocaust was
trying to
like the
prove a corny
slavery.
point.
So Holocaust and the
It's
slavery were the same
talking
thing.
on this
Is
panel
that
while
your
black
point?
people just forget about it. Yeah, get over it. Tell a
all
Jewish
right,
person
hold
to
on.
get over the Holocaust
Guys,
then.
1 minute. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
I think Catalina wanted to say something, so let me hear what she has to say. Catalina, what's on your mind?
Hey, thank you so much, Melody.
Yeah.
I find this very interesting. I've been reading a lot of the comments in the chat, and they're quite funny. But Melody, as a half Dominican woman, you know that we come in all shades, and we come in all sorts of let me just leave it as that, all shades, correct?
Correct.
Okay. I am going to find a picture of me with my fro because I don't know whether you straighten your hair or you have what type of hair you have. I happen to have very coarse, very curly hair, kind of like what you would describe as what the African may have.
So
That's
you're
my
I'm
type
sorry
of
to
hair.
interrupt. So you are an Afro Latina. Would you
I don't
consider yourself
I don't consider myself that because I don't want to hyphenate myself any further than being an American of Dominican descent. I really don't think that having an afro makes me an Afro Latina.
Well, that shows
But
you have African roots. That shows that coarse, thick Afro. That shows your African roots. I think.
and
Maybe I'm wrong.
the entire island has those African roots. Whether you are lighter shade or you're darker or you have softer hair or you don't, because those were some of the not only people that lived on our island but intermingled. We bred, and there's a lot of African roots. A lot of African slaves came to our island. And settled there. So yes, but I don't consider myself an Afro Latina, but it's just really funny because you see in my current avatar, I'm wearing braids, and so my hair is very thick, very coarse, very curly, and I can tell you, and I don't mention it, but I will mention it this once. I have had a lot of instances where people have, come to me about, well, where are you from? Or what are you? And that type of thing. And all I can think of is, what does it matter? What matters is how I treat you. What matters is, I've been called a lot of different words, but I don't dwell on them because I know that those words come from ignorance. But honestly, what matters is how you treat each other. What matters is, and that's the thing, is if we can get past all this color, if we can just treat each other the way we want to be treated, I think things will be a lot better. That's just my humble opinion.
Good point. Let me
Yeah,
ask you
tell
this.
that to
This
the
has
man.
nothing to do with the topic, but do you get a lot of what do you call that? Texturism. Do you get discriminated on because of your hair?
Texturism? That's a thing now? Oh my god.
No, it's not a thing, but that's what the colorism crybabies they say texturism. So I want to know if you experience that texturism thingy because
You
of the
know,
texture.
I can tell you that when I have worn my fro, I have not gotten jobs. I have gotten, but mostly, more than anything, I have not gotten any love from other people of mostly the black race. because they see my lighter complexion and they see my hair, they either don't know what to make of me, or they simply don't want to interact because I don't know. I'm gonna just say lack of knowledge.
I'm gonna call
But
cap on that.
you're gonna call, I'm sorry,
Catalina,
cap on my experiences?
Yeah,
She's
I'm gonna
right.
call cap on that.
Why would
Well,
you say
so
No,
that?
you're not a woman.
Experience
You're
ain't gotta
not.
be like
You're not.
yours, brother.
Nah,
Wait.
she light skinned. She
Why do
light
you
skinned,
call
right?
cap on it? Like
Because
why?
Yeah.
she light skinned. She
Why
light
is it
skinned,
cap?
and she said, well, because she light skinned, right? And she said
No,
that
but
she
I
don't get
want
no
to hear.
love when she wear afro. All right, I'm gonna call cap on that. I think
But you
dudes
don't know.
making
But
no
you're
mess with
not.
sense.
light
You're
skinned
not
chicks.
there. You don't know her experiences.
Yeah, I know, but I'm still gonna call cap.
Call cap
Oh,
on what? I'm sorry,
Why
I
you saying
misunderstood what
that?
you're saying. Because you're using colorism.
No, you said you wear a fro, right? And then you don't get no love from black people. Is that what
Not
you
that it
said?
matters to me. Yes, it has happened, but not that it matters to me
Well, I'm
because
not
I'm
saying it
not a
mattered to you
victim.
either. I know. Yeah, you're not. Are you even black?
Does
She
it
said
matter?
she's not black.
So
She
she's
said
not
she's
even
not
black.
black.
Okay. So
Oh, I'm
From
not
whose
even black,
standard?
so
No.
my experiences don't
okay.
matter.
Well, I don't know if you're in the right spot. Why
Why?
do you
Why?
even
What is the
get
right
it?
spot for a human
Wait.
being? Tell
Time
me,
out.
please.
Hold up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Let me interrupt you. She is in the right spot. She's
Oh,
this is a spot. She can be here. Anybody
Can
can
I
be
ask a
here.
question? Can I
Yes,
ask an
Listen,
incendiary
right spot.
question real quick? Do you think black
And you
people
just
can be
proved my
racist?
point.
do I
Do you
think
think black
people
people can be racist?
Who,
Do we
me?
have it in our capacity?
Who, me?
Whoever wants to answer.
I
Oh
don't.
yeah,
Me
I believe.
personally,
I think we should
I
be.
can answer. I can answer. I don't think black people are racist because, in my opinion, black people are some of the most welcoming people. But at the same time, we can be very, very harsh and very prejudiced at the same time.
Nah, we should be racist. That's our problem right there. We ain't racist enough.
Oh,
And why you feel?
pro-racism.
And why you
Okay.
feel that way?
Because everybody else is.
Oh,
Oh,
really?
Everybody else.
Oh, really?
wait. Hold on,
Really?
guys. Wait,
Big
please let me have
facts.
this. Please let me have this.
Oh,
Please
Big
let me.
facts.
All right.
go
Let me
ahead,
ask you a
Hood.
question.
You go.
Let me ask you a question. So, if you're saying that everyone else is racist and
Yeah.
therefore black people should be racist too,
Yeah.
you are in theory in support of racism. So, why do you have a problem with
Facts.
other people
Because
being
we
racist?
not. Because we not.
But
That's
you're
why.
okay with racism in
have
general.
you ever seen
You're
have you
mad
ever
at your
met a
own.
white person, bro?
So look.
No,
You're
I
mad at
haven't.
your
I don't
own
know
people.
no one.
No,
I don't even know white people.
bro. Who are you really mad at? The people doing what you say should be done, or the people not doing what you say should be done? Who
Shit,
are your own fucking
that's a
people?
great question. That's a great question. Both.
Right.
Both.
But who should you be more mad at? The white man who's
I
doing
don't
the
give a
thing that
fuck,
you
nigga.
say should be done, or
Both.
the
It don't
black
matter.
man who
You want to say black people? Okay. I don't care.
Why is it so hard for you to just accept that?
No, I
You're not
accepted
even
it. I
you
said
got no
both.
reason to be mad at the white man though. The
Well,
white man by your standard
why
is
do
doing
you not want me to be mad at the white man?
because he's doing
You
what you
don't even
told
know
him
any
to
white
do.
people,
Get the
bro.
fuck out of here,
He's
nigga.
You don't
doing
even
what
know
you
any white
told
people.
him to.
Melody,
The
I
white
am
man.
here.
Let me ask
I'm
something,
on
Young
the
East.
thing with him.
Let me ask something, Young East. What have a white person did to you personally in your
I just told
lifetime?
you. I just told you.
No, you personally in your
I just
lifetime.
told you. I
They
told
hurt
you
his
they're
feelings,
The,
bro.
the
They
co-experiencing.
called
playground
him bad words.
situation.
They called him a
You
mean
said the
word and it hurt
playground.
his feelings.
Yeah, the
The
playground
playground
situation.
situation.
Yeah.
We got
Okay.
tampons for that, bro.
Okay. That's
We got
one.
tampons for that.
Okay.
He
And
said there's tampons. I'm
you
done.
talk about the online gaming
Yeah.
situation
Yeah.
when he used to
The
say
digital
in
playground.
general, but not directly at you.
The George Floyd incident
And
affected me personally.
How? Did you know him?
how?
Shit, that
Oh,
shit
that your
bothered
cousin?
me.
Oh,
Listen,
How?
was George your
George
cousin?
Floyd.
It didn't affect me.
He a
Was
brother
I
George
to
didn't
your
like
me.
what
cousin?
I saw, but it didn't affect me.
We gotta ask
He's
though.
a brother to me. He's
He's
a
your
brother to
brother?
me.
He's your
From
brother. Like,
another
what,
mother?
what have he done for you?
Yeah, you see how y'all niggas sound right
What
now?
have George Floyd done for you? If
You
he
see
for
how
George
you
Floyd,
sound?
let me ask you
Your
something.
brother.
That's the
Let me ask you
problem
something.
right there. You
Let me ask
niggas right here on the panel.
Let me ask you something. If George
Bro, you
Floyd did
need
not
to
get
feel
killed that
bad.
day, right? If he did not get killed that day, then what did have he done for you personally? If he didn't get
The
killed that day,
the reason why he said he sees him as a brother is because he's a black male and he's also a black male, and so the fact that
I'm a black male
Thank
also
you.
too.
I know,
But
so
he's
he
don't
sees
say
the
no.
Like I
he
said,
sees
I don't deal
he
with the
sees
police.
his
Marissa,
listen,
what I said, I
listen,
don't deal with the
just listen.
police the same way George Floyd did.
I get it,
So
but what he's saying is what
on
happened
that
to
Martin
George
Luther
Floyd.
King kumbaya shit
What
with the
what
cops.
happened to George
yes,
Floyd?
I,
He sees
yes,
it as
it
that
did
could
break
have
my
happened
heart.
to him.
But I
So
also
that's why
break down the
he sees it as a
situation
brother.
also too. He could have avoided that situation also too.
If you think white
True, he
people ain't
could
get a
have,
big
yeah.
chuckle, if you think white people ain't get a big chuckle out of that murder, you're crazy.
I got a big chuckle out of it. Fuck.
I got a big chuckle. That shit was funny as
You,
fuck.
you, you got a chuckle out of George Floyd dying, the murder?
That shit was
Y'all,
funny as hell.
Yeah,
y'all
when
seriously
the whole
laughing about
thing-
a
I'm
man
not
dying.
chuckling
Like,
when
y'all
he
serious
died.
right now?
I would not laugh at that. Yeah.
Y'all was
Y'all
ready to
got
lose
like
your
this.
mind.
y'all
You know what?
niggas
Like,
is fucking
like,
coons.
what's wrong?
Y'all
Y'all
some
are
coons.
talking about laughing at a man losing his life. Like, what's wrong with y'all?
I would not do that.
We can hear you, Melody.
You guys
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, Melody. Yes,
Okay,
we can
What
hear you.
happened? What happened to
Well,
dudes
now-
get shot
now,
every day, B?
Let me say this. That
Okay.
wasn't funny. I can't agree with you guys saying that this
Yeah, he's
man
fucking
losing his
crazy.
life is funny. I was agreeing
I
until you
can't
guys.
either.
Yeah,
I can't
That's
either,
fine.
Melody.
That's fine. You
yeah,
don't have to laugh.
I
You don't have to laugh with me.
I'm not gonna laugh at it either too, but I'm not gonna feel that much sympathy as hard as other people is also too.
Why?
Man,
Like
here's
I
the
said,
thing.
Yeah,
Hold on,
I
hold
can
on, hold on,
understand
hold
where
on, hold
Melody's
up,
avoid
coming
bro.
that
from.
situation.
I
Period.
don't
Niggas
care
burned down
if
a
he
whole
was.
country for a
Hold on,
crackhead.
guys. I don't
Niggas
care
burned
if
down
he
a
was
whole country
white.
for a
I don't
crackhead,
care
but
what
don't give a damn
nationality
about a
he
baby getting
was.
killed in the hood.
Oh wait, can you hear me?
Hold up,
I don't
Melody.
care. I don't care what nationality he was. He was a man that lost his life. I don't see nothing funny about that.
People die doing stupid
It's
shit
not-
all the
These
time.
niggas-
What his
That
nationality?
This
don't
is
make it. That don't
right
mean you
here.
should laugh at it. So
World's Dumbest Criminals used to
person,
be a show everybody watched.
to the person that said people
Those dudes
burnt down
died too.
whole. To the people, to the
Yeah,
person
yeah,
that said
bro. Niggas
people.
burnt down whole
Listen,
communities for a crackhead, bro.
but listen, it wasn't to the fact that he was a crackhead. It was the fact that
It was a crackhead.
he
He
Why
was
he
a
have to be a
he
crack?
died
Why
and
he
he
have to be a
shouldn't.
crackhead?
He.
Why
It doesn't
he have
matter
to
if
be
he
a
was.
crackhead?
Listen, him being a crackhead is irrelevant.
Go burn down a
Him being a crackhead.
community
Listen,
for a 3-year-old baby killed in the hood, bro.
What's
You
going
sound
on
real
here?
sus right now.
bro, listen, just shut up and listen for just a second, bro. So
You sound real
him
sus,
being a
bro.
crackhead, listen, him being a crackhead is irrelevant. He shouldn't have
No, it
died.
isn't, man.
He
We
shouldn't
don't
have
care.
died anyway.
Caping for
That's
criminals,
what
bro.
people was upset
Yo, you
about.
talking
Hey,
to
People
put a
wanted to
Floyd
say,
you
medallion around your neck, bro.
fucking coons. That's what you talking to. These niggas, they lick white ass for a living. That's these two
Wait,
niggas
like,
right there.
you,
Fuck outta
like
here.
some, like some
Bro,
of
you
y'all,
ride,
like
bro, you
some of
Fuck
riding
y'all
outta
for a
people,
dope
here.
fiend.
some
You
of you
riding for a
guys
dope fiend
look
that
at
never did
things in
shit
a
with his
way
You're an
that
life
idiot,
is
or
kind of
for
just like
you.
dehumanizes other people to you guys. Like, come on now. It was the fact that he died when he shouldn't have. No matter what he did, there was no reason
Bro,
for him to die the way he did.
stop. Why we
That
have
was
to
the
go
problem.
out of our way? Stop. Why do we have to attach our
Nobody said
blackness
we.
to his fuck to
Nobody
him of
said
all
we had
people?
to.
No, but that's what
It
we're
wasn't.
doing. That's what
It
we're doing.
wasn't
You
the
just
fact
started
that
this
he was
whole rant
black.
about making him your brother. You just started this whole thing about making
That
him your
wasn't me.
brother. Listen, when my
That
brother's a
wasn't me that
dope
said
fiend and
that.
he get caught up in some shit, that's tough on him, bro. That's that life. And
You
you
hear
know
that?
it happens
Okay,
That's
to
tough
people
but
on
all the
him.
time.
be like
Yes,
this.
when your
Yeah,
brother's a dope fiend
This
and
is
he's
the
out here
panel.
If
living
your
that life,
brother's a
this
dope,
shit happens to
if
you.
your brother's a dope fiend and he's doing something and gets arrested for it, and he's not being violent or trying to harm someone else, and he end up dying for getting
Oh
arrested,
well,
and
fuck.
you did
Oh
nothing.
well. Oh
see
well,
So
that?
you're
nigga.
gonna
They
say,
should have
oh
listened
well,
to that.
you're
Listen to my dad.
Listen.
Nigga should have listened to
We're
my
gonna have
dad.
a slight. We're gonna have a
okay,
difference
bro.
of opinion, obviously, but I say he died of an overdose, as like the people testify to his heart stopping, him having a fatal amount of fentanyl in his system. Yeah, yes, this all did come out in the trial. A fatal amount of fentanyl.
No.
So you
Like, how
believe
much
the
fentanyl is
fentanyl
fatal?
Okay, but hold
Let
on.
me
You're
address
acting like
that.
people can't have
Let me address that.
people are acting like you
Let
can't have a
Melody
fatal
talk.
amount
Let
of
Melody
something in
Hey,
talk.
their
y'all,
system
hold,
and
hold
not
up.
do
Y'all,
it.
Melody trying to rock. Y'all, hold up, fellas. Hold up.
Yeah, one at a time. Let me address that. He didn't die from drugs. The cops killed him. No?
Melody, can I ask you a
Nah,
question?
Melody.
Wait. I'm confused. If I'm wrong, let me know if I'm wrong.
The news told you that the cops did
The
it.
jury said it. The judge, listen, he died by the cops. That's how he died.
Okay.
Are you saying he would have
He
been dead
swallowed
in the
some
next
dope.
10
He
minutes?
swallowed
So
some
hold
dope right
up.
before this whole thing happened, and next
Hold
thing you
up.
know, he's dead. I mean, people swallow dope and die all the time. I mean,
Hold up.
nobody asks all kind of questions.
you
but
said.
didn't
Are you
they choke
saying? Are
her?
you saying he
Wasn't
would have
he
been
someone
dead
else?
within
Yeah,
10 minutes
Melanie,
had
you're
those
right.
cops not done what they did?
No,
If
he's
he'd
the
been
one that they
standing on the
choked.
sidewalk by himself, he would have been dead
Man,
within
y'all,
10
I can't
minutes.
believe, man. Niggas has gotten
actually,
soft these days,
wait a
man.
minute.
They cry
Nah,
about crackheads. What
nah,
the
he
hell
was
do you
soft.
get a
There's a
Muslims
lot
with
of
this shit?
It's not about. It's
He's
not
soft.
about.
I give
It's
it.
not
Y'all
about
niggas
He's
being
crying over
soft.
soft.
It's about
crackheads.
humanity. You literally have
Bruh,
no humanity over a
23
person who
kids
died over
died
something
last
he shouldn't
year.
have died
Why aren't
from.
you
Real,
talking about these kids,
this
bruh?
nigga's a fucking.
23
Bro,
kids
okay,
died from
People
a
do,
crackhead
look,
OD.
people
You a
do talk
dickhead.
about it. It's just
You a
his
dickhead.
Where,
situation is
bruh?
just
Right, you
more.
came before a
It's just at
crackhead,
a higher
bruh. You
profile where
sus,
people
man.
get more
You sus,
exposure.
bro. You
all right,
sus,
he's a
bro.
human. Now what? He's a human. So now what? He's a
He's a
human. All right,
human
now what?
being.
What you
He
mean now
died.
what? What the fuck does
Y'all,
that mean?
man,
Now
y'all,
what?
y'all people are weird, man.
Yeah,
No,
these
seriously, like
fucking
no, because you don't
assholes.
want him to be accountable for the life he leads that will get you killed. That the life
No,
of
No,
George
he
Floyd
got
will get you killed, bro.
no,
Live
look.
his life and
If you
don't
say
die.
that, look,
You live his life
you
and see if
take,
you
you
don't
take
die.
it. So you said so him going to whatever doing whatever he did will garner some like some check or whatever he deserved to die over that.
No,
Now if you
Yeah.
said that to somebody,
deserves got
listen,
nothing to
if
do with it, bro.
you said he take accountability. So is that worth dying for? No, it is
Worth?
not.
What do
Now
you
if you was
mean
talking
worth?
about
Stop,
some,
stop,
if
stop
you
putting in emotional trigger
listen,
words.
shut
No,
up
no,
and
no.
listen.
Stop
If
using
you was
emotional
talking
trigger
about some
words.
gang
Wait,
bangers
let
out
him
here doing,
explain.
if
Stop,
you was
stop
talking
Let
about
him
using
some gang
emotional trigger
bangers out
explain.
words.
here doing
Hey,
out here shooting each other and he dies as a result, that's different.
So
If you're talking about some
overdosing on drugs, bro. So you just gonna say having a fatal dose of drugs in your system doesn't mean you should die,
listen.
but getting
So
shot automatically means you should die.
listen. So have you never heard of someone having a lethal amount of something in the system and them not dying?
I heard
Someone
of
who
people
could
getting
Right.
shot and not
Lethal,
dying, bro. But
lethal,
bro, still, you
no.
lethal.
die from these things.
no,
When you
There are
die
some,
from the
Never
there
heard
are
of
drugs,
the
it
someone who
happens.
can.
dictionary?
let's
Look,
leave this alone. I want to
okay,
get SKC. I want to
Yeah,
get
yeah, forget
SKC
it.
in here.
I know,
Hi,
but
SKC.
Oh, I'm sorry, Melody. I wanted to say something real quick.
All right, go ahead, Queen.
All I wanted to say was, I'm sorry, but y'all love to argue logic when it applies to y'all, and then you love to brush it off when it doesn't. There have been people with high and lethal amounts of alcohol in their system, lethal amount of drugs, and they do not die. That
Facts.
is something that happens. You sound so stupid. I'm sorry, you do, sitting up here saying that because yes, he probably did have a lethal amount in there, but guess what?
he didn't kill him.
Didn't die because of that. There you have people who are on
Can
drugs
we
all the
talk to your
time
husband?
who
Can we talk to your husband?
No, you can talk to her. Shut up and
Can
listen.
we respond to your husband?
and so
No,
I
you
don't
can
go back and
respond to
forth
her.
with
Shut
women.
up and listen.
No,
Oh,
let
he
Queen.
stands
Queen
behind
is
her. Okay,
speaking.
bro. She
Queen
fights
is
your battles for you.
speaking.
But yeah, I'll speak to Risen, not her.
All right, so yeah, I get. All right, so Queen, to Queen's point, anybody agree with that or disagree?
If we can't even agree that that was a murder, even though the jury said it was, if we
Nigga, get
can't
out
even,
your feelings, bro. We
The
talking
jury
about
didn't want to
racism.
get their house
Listen,
burned
you know
down.
what I said,
Nobody in
nigga?
that
Can we
town
get back
wanted
to
to
the
die
We
topic?
for
can't even
Floyd.
agree on
We're
that. I
gonna
ain't
have
got
Can,
something.
can we get back
These
to the
two
topic?
clowns up here
yeah.
ain't got
Let's get
shit
back
to
to
say
the
to these
topic.
losers.
We're gonna have to yeah. Let's get off that topic. I want to hear
Yeah.
what SKC has to say. Hi, SKC.
Hey, what's going on?
Hi,
Um,
nothing
and,
much.
and
Thanks.
and I'll get with you about that business stuff. Maybe we can do that tomorrow.
Okay,
But
cool.
I just had a question. I was hearing a lot of things about the George Floyd thing, and I'm honestly asking. I'm not in troll mode. Does what we do with our lives add or subtract value from our lives?
Who want to answer that?
Yeah.
Who want to answer that?
I say yeah.
yes.
Oh, yeah.
Wow, so quiet.
The
So
more you
fucking
I say
quiet.
yeah.
contribute, the more you contribute with your life, the more value you have.
I
What was
say
the
if you're a
question again? I'm
racist,
sorry.
Does what we do with our lives add or subtract value from our lives?
yes.
Are you talking about value as in our deservedness to live?
Wow,
Yes.
who even stretched it that far? No one even stretched it there. It's just
I'm
a simple
asking if that's
question.
what you mean by value, or if you're talking about value in the sense of
Hey,
what
SKC,
we
I think you got to
contribute.
Okay,
repeat the question,
so
bro.
so let me give
You
you
already did.
for the guy that has the Mister and the crown. I don't know your avatar name because I can't see it, but to give you an example of what I'm saying, did you ever see um, the second Batman with the Joker in it?
With the what was that guy's name that
The
did
Heath
that?
Ledger Joker.
He's Ledger, the
Yeah,
Dark
Yeah, I
Knight.
seen the Heath Ledger
yeah,
joke. Yes.
and the basically the Joker gave those people that was on the boat, on the different ferries, a choice. Hey, you had the criminals with the bomb, and you had the regular everyday citizens with the bomb. If you just had to choose, there was no caped crusader that was going to come to the rescue. Who deserved to live? Who deserved to die?
None of them deserve to die.
That's not an option.
So everyone dies in
If
your
I
scenario then.
I absolutely had to make a choice, it'd be a coin flip.
So you don't care. You don't even.
And notice this. Even in the film, one of the criminals stood forward, grabbed the thing, and said, "Hey, we all know what needs to be done," and pushed the button. Why did he do that?
Because he was a real nigga. That's why. Excuse my French.
Wait, hold up. I'm sorry to interrupt. Why are you guys timing out Catalina for?
Hey, for real, can you mod her up? I don't know. E Capone and his feels. He been a little bitch in the chat this whole time.
being a
Nigga,
goofy
really?
clown man.
Guys, stop. Yeah, stop timing people out. Let everybody rock. You have a wrench now, so you're good. But let everybody rock. All right, go
But
ahead.
why
I'm
did he
sorry.
do that, mister?
Thank you. I'm not sure. I must say, yeah, I'm on a whole different level here. If I said anything to offend anyone, I am truly sorry. But I am only giving my opinion and the way that I view things. I can't view things from everyone's point of view, but I totally do appreciate being on the platform and being able to speak. And as an American, first and foremost, I believe in freedom of speech, unless you're being disrespectful or unkind. But thank you, Melody.
I got a question for Catalina.
Don't apologize for your thoughts.
Don't apologize, man. We got too many sensitive people.
I got a question for her though.
Come on.
Well, before you go too further, I just want to get his answer. Why did the criminal step up and say, no, the people who haven't done anything deserve to live over us?
Because some screenwriter thought it would be catchy. I mean, is that supposed to mean something in real life?
Well, it symbolized that, you know what?
Well,
I'm tired of being someone's bitch.
A lot of times
let me
when
rock with it.
people
SKC, let me ask
make
you, SKC.
films and so forth, they're not just making a film. A lot of times they're talking about philosophical issues that underlie humanity.
Well, let me ask you
the whole
SKC.
purpose of putting a person within prison is stating that they no longer deserve the rights as a free human being.
Well,
so
here's the
when
deal.
you have individual people that go out in society and they break the social contract of safety and other societal norms, they're basically stating that they don't care about other humans. Think about what happened with Mr. Floyd. He was driving under the influence of a very potent drug. He was putting other people's lives at risk. But none of that seems to matter because, he was a black guy.
Hey, can I rock with it for a second? Give me a second. Let me respond to SKC.
Now he can drive around under the influence of fentanyl.
Yeah.
Put other people's lives in danger, and nobody finds any fault with that.
No, you know why?
They'll say,
because when you get out the bar, everybody's drunk out the bar, dog.
It's just odd to me.
No,
okay,
everybody's
SKC,
drunk.
let me respond to SKC.
The club, everybody be drunk.
Ask the question.
That's a dumb argument. Everybody drives drunk.
You go next.
Okay, all right. Hey, let me respond to SKC, y'all.
Let me answer this real quick. Young East, you think that's right also too?
Yes, drink responsibly.
No, you don't drink and drive. Especially as a driver. I work in New York City as a driver, driving at night. I've seen a lot of speed drivers and everything.
Hold up.
One of these drivers almost hit me.
Mel, can I
You
respond?
think I want that to happen to me? Hell fucking no.
The order we're gonna go in, okay? We're gonna go in this order. Trey wanna respond. Queen, you wanted to talk, right? I think Queen said she wanted to speak. So you first, Trey, then Queen.
Yes. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was mute.
All right, so I'll respond to SKC's point, and I'm gonna take it down a deeper, darker path. SKC. So Floyd did what he did. Okay, cool. The others last summer, the people we got busts of, Bree, the dude in the wheelchair, the dude with the taser, the rapper. all these people that have been memorialized by the white liberal versus the hundreds of kids that died last year and other, black people that died last year at the hands of the riots caused from the 5 people I mentioned. Now look at this. This was an experiment of the white liberal to gauge the true feelings of black people in the US. Because black people didn't say as a whole, as a collective, as they like to say, well, you know what? Let's go riot and protest in Chicago, Baltimore, St. Louis for all these kids that are getting killed. Let's go to the gangbangers' houses, drag them out the house, go take their guns. No, they said, let's defund the police. Let's go march for rights. Let's get together with the same white liberals that are making us look stupid. So here's what all that experiment did was prove. They wanted to show the world that the American black person's value system was backwards. And y'all are mad at Ameera, and folks are mad at Ameera because Ameera is calling it out. And that's why she's called racist. Back to the topic.
Can I respond to that? You see, the thing is, you're equating black on black crime with police brutality.
Oh, dear Lord,
hold on. That's what you're doing.
Come on, bro.
Come
on, bro. 7,000, bro. 7,000 to 1.
Can I respond to you fully? So you're equating the two. The thing is, niggas do get prosecuted when they do commit these crimes.
83% don't in Chicago, bro. 83% don't in Chicago.
The problem is the law, the authority. When these cops were killing people, they weren't getting prosecuted. Can you stop fucking talking when I'm talking,
bro?
Dude, just let me finish. Holy shit!
Oh my god. Okay. All right, we're gonna go to the next person. Let's go to Queen.
Well, Melody, listen. This dude, everyone was quiet when he was talking, and he can't be quiet for 10 seconds when somebody else wants to talk.
Yeah, he's really passionate. I understand he's passionate, but you can't talk over people like that.
My bad.
But I'm talking about me.
Yeah,
it's my bad, bro. You got it. My bad.
I'm talking about everybody. Like, we can't talk over each other, But let me just get Queen in there because she wanted to talk for a while.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So the thing that I wanted to say was nobody's defending Floyd because he's black. Nobody's saying that. All we're saying is if he committed the crime, let him make it to the courthouse. That's all that we're saying. Let him make it to the courthouse and let a judge decide his fate. People shouldn't be dying before they get to the courthouse and actually convicted of the stuff that they're doing. If you're a drunk driver and you get caught by the police, I expect for you to make it to the courthouse where you can go in front of a judge and be charged, and they can hand out your sentence. There's a difference between you doing something and not making it to the courthouse. All we're saying is allow those people to make it to the courthouse where they can be sentenced, judged, and trialed properly. That's where the upstart came up. No, I agree with what everybody's saying about George Floyd. The only thing I say is it was not the police officer's job to carry out that execution or whatever. It was up to the judge to do it. That's all that we are saying. That is it. I don't give a fuck if he was black, white. I don't give a goddamn if he was a fucking Ku Klux Klan member. He deserves to go in front of a courthouse, stand there in his shit, and get judged. That's all. That's it. That's it.
Agreed. But
that was a great point.
Rebuttal.
Thank you. Okay, who has a rebuttal?
No, I agree with what she was saying. Yes, but like I said,
that would have happened if George Floyd was white.
We all know that ain't the case.
No, there've been cases that way.
It doesn't matter if he was white.
Queen.
He needs to make it.
I'm not talking about.
It does not matter because at the end of the day, I want him to make it to trial.
Can I ask Queen Q something directly about that? Though?
I'm not talking about your overall philosophy, Queen. What I'm saying is when you look at the reaction from the public, do you believe that the public would have reacted the same way had George Floyd been white?
I'll answer that after you, Queen.
I can answer it. I don't believe the reaction wouldn't have been the same because police brutality and things like this happens to all communities. It happens to whites, Hispanics, Asians, Black people. It happens to everybody. But the thing is, it happens to more often to Black people, and when it happens to Black people, it gets highlighted more and gets more spread out throughout the country, so it's more visible. So
I guess that kind of proved that the people weren't interested in justice.
People are going to get more outraged with what they see. So like how someone says, 24 kids in Chicago got killed, but that's not what's being shown on CNN News all across the country every day. So when it happens,
so I guess that proves that the public was not interested in justice.
I got a rebuttal to that. Did they not pass a crime bill?
I also say this too?
Did they not pass a crime bill based on violence against Asians? So what are you saying that it wouldn't have the same reaction?
That's what I was about to get into. That's what I was about to get into. You had a gentleman. Now the difference is, would the outrage have been the same if George Floyd was a white man? No. But do I feel like there would have been a bill passed or something passed or some type of decree made? Yes. You just had the gentleman.
No, there's no Tony Temple bill. Back to the drawing board, sis. There's no Tony Temple bill.
Can you not interrupt? Can you not interrupt? Listen. Can I finish?
I don't
Can I
think Queen was
finish?
finished. You can go ahead and finish.
You just had a gentleman. You just had a white gentleman who was shot in a hotel room on the floor when he had his hands and stuff on the floor. Yes, it did not get as much public outrage, but do you know what happened? They changed the fucking policing policies, and they instated a bill in his room.
What white guy got shot? This is astonishing.
Okay, yes, masculine fucking nuts. Now.
Can I ask you a question?
Before you
Can I ask you guys a question real
ask
quick?
your question, let me just read this super chat. I don't want him to disappear. So, Trailer Hood Voodoo Ninja, can you hear me? Trailer Hood Voodoo Ninja, he says, so why is it okay to make racist statements at me and I'm supposed to be okay with it, but it's a problem if a white dude tells you that. I don't know, what is he talking about? Do anybody know what he's talking about?
I know what Trilla is talking about. I know what Trilla is talking about. Trilla, I'll tell you, Trilla Hood is, he's a white dude, and he's real cool. He's always around the Black Manosphere. He over on my channel, Davis, and a whole lot of other channels. And a dude sat up there one day calling him nigga for like 100 times. So finally, Trilla responded back with the N-word, nigga, with the A.
Why is nigga? Why does that apply to him though? He's white.
Ask the dude that was calling him that 100 times.
It don't mean shit. He's white. If you would have said the C word, then okay.
But people lost their minds up there when he responded back with it.
Yeah, because it don't matter to him. The N-word don't matter to him.
Why are you gonna tell people what matters to them though? Like,
let's keep playing dumb. You're dumb. All right.
Nah, I mean, because we concerned with other people's feelings too much. Like, I don't get it.
Because y'all. You two.
Let me ask you guys a question because you made
on what Queen Q said real quick.
Well, yeah, because I was trying to ask her a question about something too. Because you skipped over a couple of things. One, as far as making it to trial, do you, as the suspect, as the arrestee, do you play a role in you making it to trial safety? Do you have any capacity to mess up your safety, to put your own safety at risk when you're being transported? That's one. And then two, also, how often do you think Black people get just shot by the cops for no good reason?
More than we want it to happen.
No, it doesn't happen like that. You want to think it's happened like that, but it really doesn't. I say this all the time. I got stopped by police and I never got shot, beat down, nothing. I mean, I like how they stopped me, but like I said, I still got more control of the situation.
That's
what it is. You told me to stop, surrender, I will fucking stop and surrender. Because I'm trying to get out the situation as fast as possible.
That's your
we don't teach our kids. That's why I say all the time. This is the steps where we teach our kids. Melanie, you remember that video I wanted to show you?
It was a grown ass man.
Which one?
The one from Grey's Anatomy. That scene when the two parents were trying to teach the young boy about when he gets stopped by police. That scene was very powerful. They told that little boy, if you see your friends doing it, let them do it. You surrender and do what the cop says. We want to see you home. That's something we don't teach our kids, especially our young boys.
That's exactly what we teach our kids.
So I got a story, right? So I was driving, right? And I was driving a Honda. It was a Honda Civic, just like 8 years ago, and I was blasting stock music. It was radio. I didn't even have a system in there, blasting some shit. I was with one of my girlfriends at the time, and I pulled up to the mall, right? And a cop seen me blasting music, and it wasn't even blasting. It was like radio, regular shit.
Mm-hmm.
When I pulled up, the cop pulled up next to me and was like, hey, you keep playing that fucking music, you're gonna get a fucking ticket, and there's $150. Like, that was a lot of money to me. He's like, there's $150 fucking dollars, da da da. And I'm looking at this nigga like, who the fuck are you talking to? Like, and then my ex, she grabbed my hand and she was like, don't say shit. I was like, what the fuck is wrong with this cop? And he's like, you want the fucking ticket? This was a white dude. I shit you not.
Took a woman
You
to tell
understand?
you what
Okay,
to do.
wait.
Take a
Let me
woman to
answer.
tell
I
you
want
what
to
to
answer.
do.
Oh, Trey,
She
let me
wasn't
answer.
there. This was a black girl.
I want to
This was
answer.
a black girl. Hold on. This was a black girl. If she wasn't there,
Of
and
course,
that
he
nigga,
listened
and
to
you,
the black
tell you what
girl.
to do.
Of course, he
let
listened
me
to the black
Let
woman.
me answer this. You know, East. You know what I'm gonna tell you straight up? You had a black woman that had some sense. Told you shut the fuck up, because hold it. You had a black woman that told you had some sense.
Language. I don't want to take it down, but it's probably too late. Go ahead.
You're on a black woman's channel.
You had a black woman that told you had some sense, that had some sense in her. To listen to, because most of the time we know situations when we deal with women, we have women deal with police. I tell dudes all the time, if you get stopped by the police with your girlfriend, make sure your girlfriend shut up, because she's gonna amp the situation more than it is. She actually trying to calm the situation down.
Conversations, could people get away from the personal anecdotes? That has nothing to do with the American population as a whole.
Well, George Floyd died, and that had everything to do with it. I'm just telling you, these things do happen.
I understand that, but using
It had
personal
nothing to do with
anecdotes,
99.999% of people, bro.
everybody can do that, and it has nothing to do with the overall data.
I don't know what you mean. Like I said, we can't deny its existence anymore.
I'm gonna use that same scenario you used with the stop with the police with you and your old girl.
Can we get back to the topic?
Yeah, let's
go back to the topic. Let's go back to the topic.
I want to touch on what Q said
let's
earlier.
get back to Ameera. We was talking about Ameera. Did you all hear what we was listening to earlier?
No,
you all heard the video we played or no?
I did not hear it.
Yeah. So, SKC, do you feel like Ameera is racist?
Not at all.
Okay, so what's your views on what the things she was saying?
I just think that people take things a bit too. I think that there are trigger words for Black people in general, because they take racism at face value and try to equate it to every interaction. Take, for instance, you could have, a white guy and a Black guy get into it over anything. And it could be, and I'm stealing this from Conservative, it could be just an interaction between two a-holes. They just bumped their heads with each other and, they had a problem. But people will automatically try to make it seem as though it was some type of racist interaction without trying to get details about the account. And I think it's one of these situations with Ameera, because she's talking about things that are or subject matters that are very sensitive to Black people in general. That is the makeup of the family, because that family equates to community. And because Black people struggle with building intact family units, hearing it from a outside source it becomes very sensitive.
Right.
So I think the default response to that would be, no, she doesn't have any valid thing to say. Let's just peg her as racist.
Right. Now, do you think the thing she was saying was true?
Fill me in on the specific and I'll answer.
Well, one of the things she said was about, let me see what she said, about Black history. She thinks that's silly to have a Black History Month.
Yeah, I think that's interesting, because Morgan Freeman said the exact same thing.
Right, and I agree with that. It is silly.
Well, why does Black History Month exist in the first place?
You know,
Because
one of the things that Morgan Freeman said about that was when he was being interviewed and asked that exact question, he stated to the person that was asking him, "Do you want a Jewish History Month?" And the guy laughed and said, "No." And he said, "Well, why?" And he's like, I don't think that that's necessary." And he said, "Neither do I." So to hear
that's not the
Ameera
question.
say it, it's like then people get all up in an uproar, and I'm like, what's the difference between that and Morgan Freeman?
I'm asking for a historical recap on why it exists.
Come on, bro. Now we're delving off the topic again, bro.
To remember.
No, that's a
Some
good
of you aren't old enough to remember that they used to teach no Black history.
When was that,
And
bro?
black,
When
you
was
know,
that?
you know,
Or I
stop,
should
stop.
say,
You know the funny thing about that? Hold on, can I address that directly?
Not with Black people as the protagonist.
Can I address that directly?
I'll give you that, Mister. You may be correct in that, but at the same time, one of the big issues with this whole idea of having to have to teach Black history, that's primary cultural thing should be within the family itself. It should be something that the family cherishes to want to pass down to their children. They shouldn't have to resort to having teachers to pass that off to the students.
So then
Here's
what
the
history
deal.
should be taught in schools?
But the thing is like
here's
this
the deal.
too.
Black history has always been taught. Black history, everybody knows, just like GC brought up, that a brother was the first man to give his life for his country, Crispus Attucks. Oliver Cromwell crossed the daggone Delaware with daggone George Washington. All these things are taught in history. George Washington Carver and the Peanut. All these things should be taught all year round. Why be segued into a certain month?
Well, if you want to say
I'm gonna
that
keep it a buck with y'all. What is it? What is the educational value? No. What is the educational value, bro? Because we have Black history on overdrive with the CRT stuff, and the kids are getting dumber. The ironic thing is, before there was ever a Black History Month, we had like Black intellectuals that the world recognized. We had Black people rise up out of nowhere and build themselves from nothing. So before Black history, like that, the idea that we needed Black histories to somehow succeed is bullshit. And it like Black people couldn't succeed unless we talk about Black people.
Who said Black history was
one of the points of Black history? One of the points of Black history, so other Black people can know about the things that these people did. Because the one person said, like, okay, like the person who
now
invented
build a plane with Black history.
Build an airplane with Black history. Black accomplishments. That's the point of Black history.
Build a computer with Black history.
Family, other people outside of his family wouldn't have known he did that. So
bro, no, you know what? I'm gonna make it easy for you. Build a house with Black history. Just build a fucking house with Black history. Just do that for me, please. Take your Black history lesson and build a fucking house. Can you do that? All right, so take your Black history lesson and balance the checkbook. Take your Black history lesson and do your taxes with it.
I understand how that can be taken in as antagonistic, but the thought that I have is if Black history is that important, shouldn't their parents be teaching them this?
That's what fathers are for. Like I said, all this should come from fathers.
So if it's that important, you don't need a school to teach it.
The school's not going to teach everything on Black history.
Queen had something to say next, and then after Queen, who wants to go after Queen? After Queen, we'll just go with the flow. Okay, yeah. Okay, go ahead, Queen.
The way that I see it is Black history is not just Black history. Especially if you're teaching American history, you can't go over American history without acknowledging the shit that happened to Black people in history. The problem was that coming up, it wasn't being taught, which in Black History Month actually started off as a week, and then it became a month because it wasn't being properly taught in schools. So in a way, yes, you can say that, hey, teach Black history at home, but at some point, history about Black people will be taught in schools because you can't skip over the Civil War. You can't skip over any of that American history without bringing up what happened to Black people, unless you're just going to completely annul and erase that and make it just seem like we were just brought over here on boats and we were happy and we were indentured servants and doing all this other stuff.
What job will you get with your Black history? No, what job will you get with your Black history master's degree?
Did I just say? I just said that.
He's being don't answer. He's being an
I
asshole.
just said. No,
I'm not gonna even go on. I'm not gonna even go into that. But
What job? What will you add to the community with your master's in Black history?
Who's talking about a master's?
Who said I have a master's? I just brought up American
Okay, a
history.
bachelor's.
If you can learn
A
about George
bachelor's in
Washington,
community
hold on, wait.
mythology.
Oh my God, here we go. If you can learn about George Washington, if you can learn about the goddamn railroads and everything that was laid
Why is
and
this foul
manifest
language?
destiny.
Oh God, you need to listen to Ameera more. Oh my
well,
goodness, bro, get your woman in check, man.
I'm not
damn.
gonna. I'm not going.
Where did I just?
I'm not going
Oh my goodness.
that
No, you
far.
didn't even
I will
cuss.
say.
Just
I will say that
negative.
history is important.
I know I didn't cuss, and that's what's tripping me out. It's because I'm just bringing up American history.
But on that topic, Queen Q, I think one of the major issues that people have when it comes to that subject of the history is, what history are you going to teach? Are you only going to teach about the atrocities, or are you also going to teach about a lot of the great things that were done by said Black people as well? And are you also going to teach? And are you also going to teach the true history about the abolitionists? Because that seems to get passed over a lot too.
Yeah, that's because she got a point.
That's what I'm saying. Can I answer the question?
Oh, sorry.
Can I answer the question? He is right, and this is why I'm glad we're having a conversation. All of that needs to be taught, and it's not being taught. That's the thing. We're talking about American history. I'm talking about American history. You can't talk about American.
Let's say you taught the kids these things, then what? Like, how would they be better for it just by knowing these things? What product would they go on to make by knowing these things?
How would you know about learning about George Washington?
They'd have more self-confidence.
I'm sorry.
Okay, no, great. It's emotional. No. So the whole point is emotional. Self-confidence is an emotion.
So what?
So the whole point. So we're going to spend billions of dollars. We're going to ignore math and science to teach them to love themselves. We're going to ignore logic and reason to teach them to love themselves.
Nobody said that.
If that's the case, what's the point of learning history at all? What's the point of learning history if that's the way you feel about it? There's no point in learning any history if that's the way people are gonna take it.
This is
one. We're not talking about history of everything. No. History and Black history are not the same thing.
They are the same.
You guys just admitted it's not the same.
Teach Black history to these two.
You guys just admitted it's not the same.
No, what she said was history. Black history is American history, but prior to Black history being emphasized, the Black elements of American history were downplayed or ignored completely. They should be integrated into a comprehensive historical class. But since it wasn't, they had to create a Black History Month to emphasize.
Okay. I understand that.
Now, one thing I will say about that, Mister, is in the original subset of the Black History Week and then month, what was pushed at the beginning were the successes, not the atrocities. And I think that there's a flip. I think that there's a flip now of when you have people that want to focus in on atrocities because they want to push things like other political issues like reparations and other things like that. But instead of looking at the inventors, the great minds of old, the writers, the poets, all of those individuals, and then also some of the connections that they had to other races of people. They don't want to talk about that.
Is that not what history has always been used for in our society?
But we don't talk about the darks. We don't talk about the dark side of our people also too.
George Washington. They don't talk about him as a slave owner. They talk about his accomplishments. So before we start denigrating Black people for wanting to be reflected well in history, understand that history has already existed for hundreds of years to make white people look good. Facts. So much, in fact, that they don't
already know
about the obvious atrocities that occurred over a time span of hundreds of years. They don't even want to talk about that. They want to talk about this slave owner. Well, we're not going to talk about he was a slave owner. He was a scientist, or he was a war general, or he was, you know what I mean? So why
So
shouldn't
you
black
don't
people?
think that the same things are done for black people?
Not
They are
really.
now. They are now because of Black
When
History
weren't they? I want to know, bro. When weren't they? How old are you?
prior to
Because
Black History Month.
because there were a lot of
How
black
old are you,
people in
bro?
history that did a lot of horrible things, and it gets glossed over
Exactly.
like it never happened.
I know.
Like the slave
So
trade.
so
Who actually
so
really
what?
started the slave
So that's
trade?
the
Wasn't the
so
white
isn't
people?
that
What you think it was?
so
It was
isn't that the
us.
same thing?
No, the people that started the
No.
slave trade was actually Middle Eastern people. So yeah.
Oh my
No,
God,
no,
bro. Slavery's
no.
been going on 6,000
We sold
years.
out. We
Get out of
sold our
here.
own people into slavery. Period. And but people always making
That
excuses.
It
Don't
logic,
agree
wasn't,
with that.
you know,
but
it's
That's the
interesting
that's
you
not
say
problem
the
that,
right
Mel.
there.
start of the
It's
slave
interesting you
trade.
say that, Mel. That
That wasn't
we.
that
But
Hold
why
on,
wasn't
you
the
hold on,
start
hold
always
on.
though.
saying
Let,
all the
let me
negative?
refute
Wait,
that real
one at
quick.
a
Let me
time.
refute that real quick. Let me refute that real quick. It's interesting, Mel, that you say that we sold ourselves into slavery. Yet, when you study the Holocaust, you never hear that the Europeans
Oh
killed
God, here come the
themselves.
Jews. Back
Okay
to
These
the
then.
Jews
Jews.
again. My
Hold
Come
lord.
on,
on.
bro.
You
Why is
niggas
it
is.
when you're being historical, you
When did
lump
the
all the black
Holocaust? Didn't
people
the
together?
Holocaust happen? Wait, years after the Atlantic slave trade.
You're
Yes.
How
missing
we
the
get
point.
back to this?
You're
Can we
missing
get
the
back to
point.
the
Exactly.
topic?
You're missing the
We
point.
not topic.
Nobody
No,
lumps.
that is the
Nobody.
point.
Listen.
Well,
Nobody
You talking
lumps.
about the
No.
Holocaust? I'm talking about the
Mel.
Atlantic slave trade. That
Calm
happened way
down.
before the Holocaust.
Mel, calm down.
okay, no
Nobody
We went
No,
yelling.
lumps.
you
from
calm
Black
down.
history
Nobody
to
lumps
World
the
War
Jews
II.
No
together with the
yelling.
Germans just because they were both white. Nobody lumps the Jews in with the Germans and says they killed themselves just because they're
Oh
both
dear
white.
Lord.
But when it
Oh
comes to
my
black
God.
history, you lump all black people together and say we did
Facts.
this to
We
ourselves.
shall
That's
overcome.
historically
Yep,
Thanks
inaccurate.
someday.
for proving my point right there.
It's historically
We're making
inaccurate.
excuses for the dark side of our own people.
Shout
Y'all
out to
making
Thanks for
SB
excuses
proving
for
Johnson.
my
nothing to
point.
We are
overcome.
not.
Thank you.
It's
We're not
historically
gonna
inaccurate.
overcome.
Well,
Well, okay, Mel,
Catalina
let
was
me
They
trying
ask
to
said
you
the
a
jump in.
dark
question.
facts of our
Let me
own
ask you a
people. So they make
question.
excuses for
if
it.
I
Let me
could
ask you a
pose a
question.
question,
Did
Mister,
the Europeans kill
and,
themselves
and
during
I'm
the
just
Holocaust?
Let
wondering.
SJC ask a question.
Did
Go
the
ahead.
Europeans kill themselves during the Holocaust, Mel?
Well, I'm just wondering, Mister,
You're
again,
silent now. Okay.
Mister Know It All.
Yeah.
When it comes, okay, so for the for what happened with West Africa and the slave trade,
Mm-hmm.
why don't black people in America today have the same vitriol for West Africa that they do for America?
We should. I can't stand when
First of all, who
Africans
says they
talk about
don't?
the black community.
They
I can't
don't,
stand.
because you
No,
have people
no,
talking
I
about
tell you,
going back to
no,
Africa.
I don't like when Africans be
Okay,
talking
but
shit about
do
the
you
black
understand?
community because them niggas is the
You
ones that,
don't
well, some of them, not all
hold
of them.
on,
Youngie.
hold on,
Wait,
youngies.
one at a
I'll
time.
address what you're saying too.
When you said that,
I'm
how
gonna
do we
answer.
know that? When you said how do we know that they don't? Well, when you had people like Ta-Nehisi Coates and others that met before Congress, they did not write or talk to Congress about, hey, Congress, you should also demand reparations from West Africa since they were involved in this deal as well.
What?
Okay, here's the thing.
Okay, Mr. Know-It-All, it's
In the
your turn.
West,
Go.
in
And
West
then
Africa,
please.
the slave trade was banditry primarily. It wasn't a codified system under law enforced or and allowed by the government, and it didn't exist for as long.
They
Why
were
do y'all want to
paid.
claim? Hold
That's
up,
why it was
SKC. I got a
called a
question.
Let's talk
slave.
about the
SKC.
West
And
African slave
two,
trade.
Can I ask SKC
They
a
when
were
question?
it comes
paid.
when it comes to
They were
Africa,
given
a lot of the
some
time
medium
they
of
And
exchange.
they
guess who?
assimilated
Guess
them into
who
their
I
tribe and their
became
can't
culture.
hear.
racist to
It's a
Black
lot going
Americans?
on.
So
Guess
Mr.
who
Know-It-All,
became
when you
reparations
you
hold
to
on,
Black
can't
Mr.
Americans?
Know-It-All,
you
when
can't
you're
ask
done,
the
when you're
country
done, Mr.
to account
Know-It-All.
for the things that happen between tribes. You asking a country to pay for something that happened between certain tribes in Africa.
Yeah.
That's not going to happen because the African tribes can spread multiple countries.
Okay, so why are we in such a race to get to the bottom? Why are y'all so hell bent on being the biggest victims? Like, no, I'm a bigger slave. No, we were bigger
It's
slaves. We were
not
the best slaves ever
There's
on the
not a
planet.
race to the
Why?
bottom.
It's not
Why?
being
Yo, y'all troll. Hood conservative
no
at
Why?
this
one
point. You're a
saying
troll.
Why?
You're a
Why do you
troll.
want to be slaves so bad?
not saying
Who said we want? Who said we
nobody
want to be slaves?
nobody ever said that we were slaves and we
What are
trying to
we
be the better
supposed to
slave.
do?
No one ever
Why
What
said
are
can't
we
you
supposed to do
overcome?
with this knowledge, though?
Thanks
What are
for
we
muting
supposed
me,
to do with
Melody.
this
I be
history of
losing it.
oppression?
I'm
What are we
muting
supposed to do now that
What
we
do
know?
you what do you do with knowledge? Do you have any sense of history at all?
I can't build a house knowing that we used to be slaves. I can't get
Do
a
you have
fucking
a do you
job
know
knowing
any
that we used to
history
be
at all,
slaves,
though?
bro.
Okay.
But do you know any history at
What can
all?
you
And
build a
if
house
so,
knowing
what
about
are you
the
doing with
French
that
Revolution?
knowledge?
Can you build a
What,
house
what,
knowing about
what is it
the
written?
wars that Napoleon fought? You can't win the
Yes.
war. You can't win a house.
Right.
So
Yes.
you can. So you telling me you can build a house with the knowledge of the French Revolution?
You build a house. You can build a house.
No other group of
All right,
people
then.
is as
So,
obsessed.
You
Nobody
build
else
a
is
house
as obsessed about little
and had
parts of
knowledge of the
history.
French Revolution.
Nah,
Building a house has
Because
nothing to
they
do with
stay
knowledge of
from
the
their
French
No,
Revolution.
history.
so what
That's
is
the
the
difference.
practical knowledge? You guys
you're
cannot answer to me.
patronizing.
You cannot give me a simple answer. What is the practical
You're a
value
troll.
of having all this knowledge in your head? What will you do with it
You're
now?
a
I'm
troll.
gonna get some
That's a
oppression
fact.
What do
bricks and
you do?
build a house.
So
That's a
whatever
fact.
you do for a living, right? Are you trying to tell me you have no knowledge outside of that realm?
Right.
Assume that what I do
No,
for a
all
living
this
has
knowledge that
nothing to
all
do
this knowledge
with
that you're
being a
learning,
slave.
what are you doing to apply it for your present life now?
Melody, may
That's
I
You
the
know, I
whole
say?
studied
point.
in high school. I
All
studied
this
geography.
learning stuff. Okay, I
I'm
get
not a
it. You learn a lot
geographer.
of stuff, but what are you applying to for real life in your future?
Okay,
What are you
I
applying
can
to right now?
answer that question because I do
Melody,
differ with
Yes.
conservative on this one.
may I
That information is useful for building family legacies.
That's fair. I'm
But
not going to
Melody,
argue that, but you're not trying to teach it in school. You don't want to be paid for with tax money. You don't have this giant scheme of this constantly morphing thing of blackness that you want to somehow teach. Like if you want to have family stories and family legacy, that's fine. I could never talk about that. But as far as policy that we teach our children with government policy, the actual money that we have to plan to spend, it doesn't make sense. What do we get for
So
our
what
money
history should
by
we be
teaching our
teaching?
kids this shit?
You don't
What
care
Because
to
history
look,
know,
should
if
we
you
be
teach,
nigga.
no, I'll tell you
You
this.
don't
I'll tell
even
you
care
what.
to
I got
oh my God.
I got a question. I got a question.
When you pay taxes, you have to care. Of course, it's going to care. You pay taxes.
He don't give a. He don't
So
care.
this is
Young
my
East, you work,
question.
Young East, you
This is
work,
my question.
you paying taxes, right? You working, you're paying
So
taxes.
this is my question.
So then we're
To
saying we shouldn't teach history at all.
So this is my question to the people. To the people, when it comes to history, what do they say to people who don't know history?
You're doomed to repeat it.
Oh, so you're afraid of being a slave again?
No
Oh no,
one's
wait.
even afraid.
No, it's funny. It's funny that you said that because if I remember, I believe the gentleman that's talking is the Trey MBD.
I'm
No,
not
I think he's
I'm
gone.
down here. I'm Anthony Johnson down
Okay,
here. I'm the first legal slave owner in the U.S. That's my avatar.
Anthony Johnson
Okay.
also wasn't the first legal slave owner.
So the
Oh
funny,
yes, he was, bro. Get the fuck out
Google
of
Hugh
here.
Gwynn.
so this is the
No,
this is
bro.
the
Get
funny
out of
part
here.
about it.
Get out of here, bro.
Google
If
Hugh Gwynn.
if
You
I
don't
may
want the man to
please,
win. Hold up. You can't give the Jackie Robinson of slavery his due. Look at you, bruh. You want to be a victim that bad so that you
Oh my
can't rep
God.
Anthony Johnson. Put Anthony Johnson on a medal
can I
and a statue
can I
instead of George
can I
Floyd, bruh.
can I say something, please? Can I just jump in and say
Jackie
this
Robinson.
to the I'm sorry,
Yeah,
Go ahead.
to the
you go,
question that was asked, when they said if history was doomed to repeat itself, the perfect example is who are the gentlemen right now that are running from slavery as we speak? They're the Libyans.
Black people in Libya.
The black people in Libya are running from slavery
I
right
don't
now.
know them niggas.
Well, no. She's got a fair point. Okay, let's talk. Let's talk
They ain't my
Libya.
people.
Don't talk about slavery unless you can put it on some black.
Can I please finish my point? The same way as how we talked about how it started with what the tribe. Originally, it started with tribes selling other tribes that they conquered into slavery. Yes, you guys are right. Black people did sell black people into slavery.
To
They
their
were
own.
to look what's happening now. Libyans are being sold into slavery by different tribes. It's the same thing.
But wait, ma'am.
You don't.
Are you going to tell me that if the Libyans knew their own Libyan history, they wouldn't be selling slaves right now? You think Libyans don't know Libyan history?
There is a possibility, yes, because the same steps that were
Get the
enacted
fuck
before
out
are
of
the ones
here.
that are being
And that helps you build a house. Excuse me, that helps your husband build a house. That knowledge helps your husband build a house in your business. Okay.
Can you build a house?
I can't build a house with
Well, what are you
Libyan slaves.
talking about? Can you
I
build a
can't
house?
build a house with Libyan slaves. Her husband can't build a house with Libyan slaves. Her husband's
Can't build a
credibility
house
ain't got
so
nothing to do with Libyan slaves.
it's useless. You just said you can't build a house, so anything you
build a
know
house.
doesn't matter.
Everything you know is worthless.
Bro.
Okay.
What does that have to
Everything
do
you
with
know
your
is
credit rating
worthless
and taking
because
care of
you
your family,
can't
bro?
build
What
a
does that
house.
knowledge do for you? What does
Okay,
that knowledge do for you?
I will say this.
That's the
That
person.
knowledge
That's the
is
person who uses the
that knowledge.
What does that knowledge
the
do for you?
subject a little bit. Let's change the
What does it do
subject
for you?
back to
What does
Amira.
it do
Knowing your
for
credit
you?
rating does it?
We already
What does
talked
it do
about
for
Black
you?
history. So another thing she was talking about, what was the other thing she said?
The Obama.
Oh, the Obama thing, but that wasn't really that big of a deal to me. A lot of people don't like Obama. She said he was the worst president in history. She never
Okay.
seen a president as bad as him. She
Okay.
said, I think she said people were stupid or brainwashed or something to follow him.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what she said, or slow or something like
Yeah,
that?
the
No, I
media
don't
just
think that's
hyped
The
him
worst
up, some stuff
president
like
in
that.
I don't
history.
know if those were
It
the
was something similar to like. It was something
right,
similar to that, but that's just her opinion, so I don't care about that.
right.
But hold
I
on,
didn't
y'all
care.
brought up
the hut
Libya. Hold on, y'all
situation.
brought up Libyan slaves. It's Obama and Hillary's fault that those people are enslaved now. Gaddafi made sure that didn't happen. But hey, thanks, Obama.
No, I could agree with that.
Melanie,
You're right on that one. Like, I disagree with a lot of things Obama did.
yeah, same here.
Yeah, I mean,
What about
all of the presidents are flawed. I don't think any president is perfect. They were all flawed, every single one of them. They all have the same agenda. This is just my
matter of fact? Thanks to some people
Now,
that
I
voted
agree.
for Biden, now
Yeah.
y'all
I agree.
gotta send a 1099 form for Cash App and donations now because of Biden's ass. Starting January.
I agree when
Yeah,
she
my
That's the
said.
worst
OnlyFans
thing
ain't gonna
that's
be
I agree
ever
when she
popping.
said
happened in American history.
Just a heads up. Go to Cash App donations now. If you make more than 600, y'all gotta sign a 1099 form now.
Oh, Amir
And
talked
that's the
about working
worst
for her
thing that
husband.
ever happened in American history.
Hey,
I
Amir
agree
talked
when
about
she
working
said
for
like a
her
lot of
husband
black
there.
people voted. Yeah, I agree when she said a lot of black people voted for him for the assumption that he was black. I do agree with that. A lot of people did vote for him just because of
Yeah,
that
I
and
ain't
didn't
gonna
know
front.
none of
I
his
was
policies.
guilty of that myself.
So that was like that. A lot of people stupidly did that. So,
Yeah, so
so that was
Yeah, but
true.
these are people who didn't vote anyway, because the Democrats get
Yeah.
90% around of the black vote anyway. So these were people who weren't going to vote if Obama wasn't in the race. So we can't act
Well,
like they all did.
Exactly.
It was a small percentage relative to the overall base that voted for him.
well, if I could pose a question to
But I'm just talking
Melody,
about when it comes to black community. We're talking about
when it
black community.
when it came to Ameera Melody,
Mhm.
what do you believe that she said that was racist that other black people have not stated?
I don't think she was racist. I just think she had her own opinions on things. Some of the things she said were controversial. I can understand why some black people disagree with her. I can understand that. I can see that. But as far as it goes with me, I don't think she's racist.
Well, can anybody give a example of something that she said that was racist that other black people haven't said?
I
Something
didn't
that she
see the video, so I can't say, but I will say black people can say racist things about black people. So it doesn't absolve her of racism just because another black person said it. But I didn't see it, so I don't know.
what you said? Black people can't be racist against black people.
No, he said
Black
can.
people can be
Oh,
They
can
racist
black
okay.
people
Yeah,
are
so you
racist.
agreeing with Amir? Yeah.
Black
Well,
people
I
are
didn't hear
racist.
what she said.
She
Well,
said
I
are
think
the
she
most
explained it
racist.
also
Do you
too in the
guys agree
level
with
of
that?
the caste system also too. So it's not just color wise, it's just your caste, the class. High class versus lower class, middle class and stuff.
so I'm trying to get
She
down to
did mix up.
the meat of it. What
She
is the
mixed
most
up.
racist thing that was stated that people are saying?
Well, you know what, SKC, I'll take it here. And this is what, I believe that a lot of, women and men, I ain't gonna say more men that lean more, male feminist type, more, male effeminate type in the community. And what shocked them the most is Amir, basically her submission to her husband. She said she quit it. Her husband told her to quit her job and she quit it.
Oh,
And now she works for her husband just because, he allows her to and she wants to. And those are things right there that go completely against the community ethos. So I think it hits a lot, a lot of brothers, they looking at it, they want it, but they can't break free. You know what I'm saying? Mentally to get that structure
So,
in their home.
I think it's
Trey, do you think
most
that
against the feminazi way of thinking.
do you think women should be allowed to vote? Because I saw one of Ameera's videos. She said women shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Not really.
Not really, or yes,
Nah.
no, kind of, sometimes.
If they're property owners, if they own property, or business owners, yeah. But other than that, no.
Should men be able to vote if they don't own property?
Yeah, men should. But hey, they got to pay. You know what? Here's the deal, bro. Back when men were men, I would wholeheartedly say yeah. But a lot of these dudes now, bro, I'm kind of suspect of them. I ain't gonna front. That's a touchy one.
Melody, do you own property?
Yeah, I mean, I have a controversial view about that.
Well, it's a long story. I don't really want to get into it.
I think people should have to show competency over certain things that have to do with government if they want to have that right. Because it just doesn't seem right for you have someone that is deciding the fate of certain things and they don't even know the different branches of government.
My opinion on this.
Who should test for that?
Wait a minute, I got an opinion on this. I served in the military.
I got a question real quick.
I served in the military.
To the person I said, what? Go ahead.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You didn't get the speech.
I served in the military 7 years. And over the years, I found that people take, especially the younger ones, take the voting for granted. And I served, and I believe everybody that served in the military should have the right to vote. Those that have not earned and understood what their duty is to this country, duty is to the citizenship, if they don't understand it, they need to learn it before they're able to vote. Because at this time, our votes are being thrown away, wasted, as a matter of fact, stolen. And nobody's standing up to fight about what's going on about all of this. They're taking it for granted.
But the question is, who's going to test?
That's a fact. We don't even make people work for our votes. I mean, look what Biden did. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black.
Well, you know,
and what happened?
Back in the day, they used to have
a lot of black folks. A lot of black folks voted for Biden. Mm-hmm. So now look what then happened.
Now they complain about it.
They want to put that 8 cents a mile tax on your car. They want to. If you got $600 or more in your checking or savings account, they want to tax that.
I just mentioned that. Yeah.
And so this is what people voted for, and they're voting to take our rights away. Whether y'all realize it or not, we're slowly going into socialist to communism. Pay attention, because China's right at our doorstep, while Russia's sitting on the sidelines watching.
We about to be in the biggest debt.
Army, bro? Would you army, bro? Marines?
And this is why history is important. This is why history is important, because we can see what happened to other countries.
And we can see it being implemented.
Y'all ain't paying attention. Y'all are speaking the opposite. Hey, hold up real quick.
Hold up real quick, yo.
Exactly why history is important.
For 5 years, I taught history in junior high school and high school. One of the things that got me out of there was I started teaching what they didn't want to teach. Then I realized that they had an agenda, because one of the things I taught was the true history of the Civil War. And what happened? I showed the books. I brought out the documentation. I had the names, the listings, the records. Blacks that fought for the Confederate side, free blacks as well as slaves, and indentured servants. There were black slave owners. J.A. Rogers, Sex and Race, Volume 2. You pick up that book, you read about it. It has a lot of information. The other book, They Came Before Columbus, talks about the blacks that were here already. We were already here. We were already here. A lot of us did not come from Africa. A lot of you all turn around and do some history checking and record checking of your families, you're going to find out you were not slaves. Basically, you were indigenous to this country. They have lied to us. So they can push this issue and taking land away. Here in Manhattan Beach, this black family researched their history. They researched their history, and they had to give part of Manhattan Beach back to this family. And what they did was Governor Newsom ended up signing the paperwork. He was doing it proudly, as he is, no matter how the crap he does in the state. That family gets the money. They're going to get millions of dollars every year. They got to pay a lease to be on that property. So they didn't move those white folks off. And
that's the
Virginia,
generational wealth.
Yeah, Virginia. Another family did the research. It cost them about $20,000. What ended up happening? They found out they had about 40 acres of land along with housing on it. They went to court.
Yeah.
They went to court, and what happened? They rewarded the family the money, and the sheriffs went out there and they ordered those people off the property to turn it over to the black family. So this is what we need to do. We need to start researching our history and find out who we really are.
Mm-hmm.
And let me speak on that real quick. And let me speak on that lineage aspect of this real quick.
Because another thing, when it comes back to the Dawes Commission, a lot of white people and other people were saying they were Native Americans when they weren't, so they can get that land. Because and at the same time when slavery was going on, there were black natives here. They would get captured as well, and they would be labeled. At certain times they labeled them differently. Some was Negroid, some was something else. But I forgot what they named them. But then they switched it all to the same thing. Even when people.
Okay, so bro, why are you all fighting for slavery when you know that ain't our history?
Who said it is?
We're not fighting for. No one's fighting for slavery.
Y'all have been on this panel for 2 hours talking about slavery. We should learn our history, which is slavery. And now you're acknowledging that you know most of it is mythology. Why are you fighting so hard?
I'm not saying no. It's not mythology. There's slavery. There's people here that are descendants who are descendants from the people who are already here. There's people who are descendants of slaves. And unless you do that research to find out your own history to know which are you one or the other or a mixture of both, you won't know. But you have to. But I'm saying is both existed at the same time. Because even when like one of the common misconceptions were that when slaves ran away, they all ran north. That's not true. A lot of them ran south to Florida, which was owned by the Spanish, because they actually helped. The Spanish actually helped a lot of slaves.
Like my man, the conservative said, what does that matter to your kids, your grandkids, your great-great-grandkids in the year 2120? What is it going to matter to them?
Okay,
what is it going to matter
explain. The reality is that if you actually properly research your history back, you may find out that you're entitled land in the South.
Look,
You don't believe
my
how many black
grandmother owned
people
her
are
damn whole town because her damn white. My white great-great-grandfather gave it to her. I did the research. So come on now.
But once again, that's
but it does not matter. It does not affect me, my kids, and my great-grandkids.
Can I point
doesn't
something out
affect
here?
us.
Yes, but you never.
Here's the issue,
You
you guys.
never
Here's
know
the issue you guys are not really addressing, though. This is what I don't really. This is what I want you to kind of grasp. And this is, I know I'm saying these things in a way to piss you off, and that's fine. I get it. But there's a real problem here. Do you consider the possibility that if we had spent the last, 50 years, however long Black History Month, let's suppose instead of Black History Month, it would have been Math and Science Month, where would the Black community be? As opposed to just studying, we used to be slaves and white people was mean to us. Where would we be if we would have took that energy and devoted it to actually studying productive endeavors?
You say that as if you didn't study Black history and math.
Oh God,
no,
bro!
It's an and/or question, bro. It's an either/or question. I'm sorry, it's an either/or question. Can you
anything but
would we be
David,
in a
I'll
better
answer the
place
question.
if
David,
we had not
I'll answer the
studied
question.
so hard on this one thing?
I'll answer the question. I'll answer your boy's question.
Let me answer.
I'll tell you, bro. Bro, I'm damn near a millionaire, bro, because I stopped with all that Black victimhood shit at 22 years of age. It don't matter, bro. Math, STEM, that's what matters. That's what the fuck matters, bro. That damn slavery shit will get you nowhere.
I want
It just
clarification
won't, bro.
on the question. You're asking if we stopped studying everything but math and science, where would we be?
I just answered your question, bro. I gave you an example,
an
anecdotal example.
I'm asking you to consider alternatives. If you have devoted the same amount of energy, mental and physical energy, into math and science endeavors as opposed into Black history endeavors. No, I'm not saying history is bad. I'm specifically talking about this one corner, this one page in a 1,000,000-page book of history that we call Black history, which is, American slave history. Well, if we had spent the same amount of energy on math and science instead of Black history, would we be in a better place as the Black community?
No,
Yes,
we be millions and millions upon dollars in
The
debt.
men say yes. The
For
lady
college.
says no. Okay, the lady says no.
We'd be a bunch of technocrats who did not understand ourselves, who did not have.
God damn, bro. Why wouldn't they end up like me, bro? Why would they be technocrats and not end up like me? Please tell me.
First of all, you're the one who studies history seemingly more than anybody
I don't
else.
study
You
history,
have an
bro. I
Anthony
don't,
Johnson avatar, and you said
bruh.
you researched your family and discovered that your
I did.
great grand.
It did.
Okay,
It means
so
absolutely nothing, bro.
You've done more
Nothing.
historical
It
research
done
than the
nothing to me.
average
It means
man,
absolutely
and
nothing
you're
to my
almost a
bottom line,
millionaire.
bro.
You've
It
done
means
more
absolutely nothing to my
historical
bottom line.
research.
I like to read for
You've done
personal,
more historical research
for
than the
personal
average
knowledge. I
man,
like to read.
and you're
I don't
richer
teach
than
my
the
kids this
average
stuff.
man. If we're going to draw
Then that's
correlations,
the
let's
Bruh,
draw
so
that
tell me,
correlation.
purpose of it. Then you
why would
said
they
you
be
read for
technocrats?
personal knowledge.
Why would they
Then
not
that's
be
the
why would they
purpose.
not be entrepreneurs? Why can't they be entrepreneurs? Why would they be technocrats?
Because he
Why?
specified math and science
Math and
and
science,
technology.
because he
Math.
specified
You
math
gotta
and
know
science.
math.
But okay, so he
Okay.
specified math and science. Let's say that we said, okay, fuck it, it's Black History Month from now on. And we said from now on, instead of Black History Month, we're having Math and Science Month. You do realize that there's only a limited amount of math and science jobs out there.
Well, they need to teach
Even still,
reading. Math applies
Math
to
is everywhere.
entrepreneurship, Mrs. Wife of a business owner.
okay, now we,
Your
Not.
husband
now we gotta add
your
reading.
husband uses math every day in business.
I have a math degree.
Yes, just as
right?
easy.
I said math and science, so that covers all sorts of broad fields, whether it's a mechanic or working on a satellite. You kind
But
of
your
you're throwing out a
implication,
MacGuffin here.
So
No. Math
your
and science.
implication,
perfect.
So hood
your
Perfect.
story.
implication is that
So
you
let's
You
didn't
said
focus on math
you
and
were
science.
saying how
You were
long?
too busy
You were saying
focusing
how
on black.
long for them to have focused on that? Since like when? What? Give me a time
Since
frame.
Black History Month became a thing, whenever, like you
What?
said, it started out as a week, whatever the initial founding of Black History Day week, whatever it was, let's
So
use
you're
that
saying
as a starting
like
point.
the civil rights era, right?
Essentially, yes.
Okay, so so here one problem with that is you still needed certain social things in order to build up to the more technocratic things. Because
No.
take for instance, if you, which they didn't do, but if you don't put family issues in order of how to, basically order your life, uh, and those are more the things that are going along the lines of like Booker T. Washington was stating.
Well, with respect, SKC,
You
the
had
family
people that
issues weren't
weren't
out of whack then.
you had people that weren't that advanced yet. You have to build up to the math and the science. You can't that was that argument between Booker T. Washington and W.B. Du Bois.
That was like 60 years prior to maybe the civil rights movement. And even if I grant you
1896.
that, yeah, well,
1896.
right. So, 70, 80 years maybe. But even if I grant you that, even if I do grant you that, the problem is this: the family dynamics have never needed to be managed from on high. Once they got managed from on high, that's when the family dynamics began to get out of whack, which is also coinciding with the same era. It's a different political argument, but the same effects. You kind of get to the family disaster part, because before the family disaster things started to set in place for the Black community, we had competitive Black businesses, we had entrepreneurs at all levels. I'm not saying we would have had to
Yeah,
produce a whole
you're
cadre of
exactly
scientists, but we had enough people to do things that would have actually built them a
you're
place in this world.
you're exactly correct.
So I have a
You're
question.
exactly correct, Hood. But the point is this: if you were to go to an MIT, um, a Yale, a Princeton, a UCLA, all those, the majority of those, I would say, majors that you're talking about that people specialize in, by far, the majority of those people come from two-parent families.
Yes. And
So if
SKC,
you
this is
so
why.
if you so
Oh,
if you had if you have to build up to that, because
We were two-parent
those
families
those
then.
that
That's my
level of
point.
education on I know you're going to have your geniuses pop up every now and again, but on for the masses, you have to have a working community of families that eventually build up to that level.
and
At what
here's the
point
issue. Here's
were
the
we
rub
not
with
a
that,
two-parent?
SKC, is that we this topic is about Ameera, and is Ameera racist? But here's the rub. She's been sitting there since day one on the Lapif, talking about being the nuclear family, traditional wives, and I just beg to ask the question: why not listen to her, from the perspective of an AP dub? Why not, brothers, say, hold up, snap into my head. You know what? This ain't been working for the last 60 years. How about we listen to her? She's coming in with fresh ideas. It damn sure ain't working right now. If you still believe in this mythology of the community, maybe you should give it a chance. That's all I'm saying.
Well, that's
Right,
well,
but real
that's
Well, how
the
quick
do
though,
you
problem.
think is the
before
best
you
way
guys go
to?
on, can I read the super chats because I don't want them to disappear. So let me just read them real quick. So again, Snuggle668, thank you for the super chat, for the $5 super chat. She says, "Who do you people think you people are? You people are African. You people just need to get on the boat and get on board with the same mindset."
What do you mean,
Okay.
you people?
Yeah, you
Thank
people. We
I
ain't a
gotta say,
monolith.
yo,
I
Snuggles
think
getting
she's
aggressive,
trolling.
man. What the
I
hell?
think she's trolling.
You sure it's a she or a he or what?
I didn't vote for Biden. I ain't black.
Thank you, Snuggles. I really appreciate you. And oh, a new person, Anna Rodriguez. Welcome and thank you for that. She says, "Hello from Anna, brought from Trey recommendation." Oh, thank you, Trey, for bringing people over here.
Yeah, no
And
doubt.
thanks
I
for the
just
super
shared it
chat.
a while ago.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, you guys can continue.
I think they could bring a better woman than Ameera on, because as I've been in the military, some of the most very submissive women that I found that were very traditional were Japanese women. Now, if you brought one of them on, that will really shake up some stuff because how they were raised.
Bro,
Well,
they
well,
lose their mind if we bring
I
some
think
Japanese.
I
Yes, I
think
know,
not
but
the
I'm
gonna
telling
happen.
you,
real
I
I
looked at
think the
that.
I think the real issue behind all of it is that it's not just Amira. If it was a black lady who was living like a Felicia Rashad type of life, it would be there would be blowback behind it. Um, the problem is it's like, just let's just be honest. The black community is anti-family. It is. The majority of people within Black America do not move in such a way in order to build intact families, and they don't want it.
But you know what? And I already know the answer to this, but I'll ask you why.
Well,
I would think, if
the
I
cult.
may,
I think what's his name was correct in
Anton.
saying that the culture is garbage. It is. It's garbage in, garbage out at the moment.
Right. Well,
But why did it come to this point though?
We already know why, child. We said
The
this shit.
white
Yeah, I know we
man.
discussed that, but I want
The
I want
white
to see
man.
if they know.
We already know.
all right. I think Catalina's trying to talk. Let me hear from her.
hey, thank you, Melody. Well, I
Yeah.
just wanted to say is that there's so much pushback for anything more feminine than themselves, because there is such a struggle to remain the same, unfortunately. I mean, that's what it seems like, and it's just insanity. You continue to do the same thing over and over again, but when you see an opportunity to learn from and make some modifications, and I'm not just saying just for someone like Amir, but there's thousands of women out there from other cultures who live that life that everyone is so looking for, that peace, that harmony, and but who's really looking to learn is the question. Like, Amir has been pretty bold and put herself out there. I applaud her for that. Um, and she has said a lot of truths that really pinched people the wrong way. But instead of learning from it, they combat it with full force.
Well, I'm gonna put it to you this way, also too. And I think Sister George said this earlier. In our community, we're under matriarchy too damn much and stuff. And that's one of the problems. For many years, we keep hearing from the woman's side about how they this, that, everything. Men ain't this, that, and all that crap. We talked about this all the time. And telling you, we debunking in recent years, past 20 years, that hasn't been true. That's only been a small percentage of men that did that to the black woman. And most of us have to be cleanup guys. We've been indoctrinated following the woman's lead too damn much. And now what's happening now, we trying to say no. We're sick of it anymore. And now we see someone like Ameera who's raised under a traditional lifestyle, and when they actually stand out to me is when she talked about how her husband technically retired her from her job and gave her a better position, work with me, and everything. She wanted to go through a lot of stress, still be home or work underneath me, and we see that all the time, even with Kevin Samuel's show, how all these women technically want the benefits of a certain man of a certain lifestyle, and instead of them doing their part to be submissive like a married was towards her husband and everything, feminine, be an asset to that man's side, they decided to be like, no, we still want that benefits, but we also want to do our own thing, and it doesn't work that way in our community. It has failed. Like like my boy Charles Faulkner always says, he tell either us men lead or we leave, because we've
And you
been
made
hearing it
my
too many
point, Mel.
times all the time from a woman. We hear it too many times, and we tell her, you know what? We heard it from you too many times. Now it's time for you to hear our side. And it seemed like we not letting these women don't want to hear our side too much. So you know what's happening now? You know what? Us black men, we are leaving now. We're
I
sick
want
of
to
it.
trace this back a little bit though, Mel. So we say that that black women have stopped being feminine because of, maybe it's an oversimplification on my part, but because of feminism, right? Black women have stopped being effeminate because of feminism. They learned feminism from white women. So wouldn't that mean that white women are also masculine? And
Who
if so,
cares? This ain't
why isn't their community quote unquote failing like
the
ours?
manosphere at large. That's how this came about, bro. The manosphere at large came about because all American women are falling into this. However, that the fact is this: if any other, this whole melanin game we play, everybody else of different shades basically and cultures in this country, it's like a 50-50 thing. And those women, once they get married, they kind of fall in line. Or when they kind of get near the wall, they kind of realize like, oh snap, let me fall in line. Let me start acting right. Or I'm gonna die a cat woman. However, the AB dub, bro, they fight it like tooth and nail. You got 72-year-old women coming on Kevin Samuels talking about, yeah, I'm trying to get myself right. At 72, man, you better be buying a coffin, getting right.
72.
I guarantee we see a lot of those white feminists and everything. How many percent of them actually got married and went 180 and decided, you know what, I'm gonna be feminist out in the open. When I'm home, I'm being submissive towards my man. Technically in a way like how Beyonce's doing it with her husband Jay-Z, preaching all this feminism crap out in the open, but when she's home to her man, she's the submissive one.
Let me get his
Well,
history.
you think
Let me get
that
a little piece of.
women,
Let me get a little piece of
American
history lesson.
white men?
Let me give a little piece of history lesson here, so that those that didn't know, because Mel, you all know I talked about this before. Black folks were the Republican Party from out of the Civil War up until 1960. The deal was made with Lyndon Baines Johnson and John F. Kennedy to give civil rights and the women the rights to have welfare and Section 8. Up in that point, the welfare and stuff was for whites only, coming out of the Dust Bowl out of the 1920s. The whites was the only ones getting it. So they made the deal. They got the civil rights bill pushed through, and then they included the women into Section 8 housing, welfare. But the black man could not be there because up until this point, they had businesses, they worked together, they stuck together. The man was in the home 80-90% of the time. They were married. They split all of that up. When you talk about Rosewood, Tulsa, Virginia, Carolinas, they tore down all of those black communities, black Wall Streets, because the blacks were prospering. They did not include the whites because the whites didn't want to play with the blacks. The blacks said, okay, since you don't want to let us come in, we're going to do business with ourselves. The whites did not like that. They were not prospering. The blacks were getting further ahead. So what happened was also when they brought that in, they also opened the door for feminism because they had got the suffrage and went through all of those changes. They brought feminism into, the feminist movement into the black community. They pushed. I saw it for years how they pushed it on the sisters, pushed it on the sisters. The sisters finally got into it. And the bottom line is the sisters stood up and said, I don't need a man. But
Oh,
yet
bro, that's what
still,
I'm saying. It's done, bro. All that mythology don't mean it matters nothing in 2021. It's already happened. It's a done deal. And like my man said, Mel said, brothers is out. We ain't sitting up here trying to play the history game and the history battle or convince women to come back to the table. It's a wrap. They do what they want to do. And I tell fellas, hey, do you get a passport and move to Montana, dip out. You ain't got to sit here and try to argue with a woman that don't want to listen or a woman that wants to try to stand in front of you. You see what Ameera is doing. Don't get flipped out by it because you've never seen anything like that before. Roll with it. Lean into it.
Now this is where I differ with Trey.
Okay,
I
go
don't
ahead,
think.
and then I'm gonna have Ruby. Okay, after you.
Oh, sure. I don't think that the majority are going to take the Trey, the hood conservative, or myself approach. The majority are going to stay behind and continue to do what they do, and a lot of the reason it has to be with is the way that they've grown up, believing into the whole tribalism type of thing, and also having deep, close connections with people who look and act like them and have shared those same experiences. And I don't think there's anything wrong with it. But the burning question is, how are such individuals going to build intact families and long-term relationships if they never had a template to look at in the first place? And since they don't have a working template to go by, then that becomes okay. Now you're making yourself a virtual slave class, because all of those different mistakes that they're making in those relationships, whether it's bringing on children too early, getting into certain lifestyles, disease, all that stuff, all that, you have certain groups of people of all colors who have set up institutions to profit off of that dysfunction and misbehavior. And they know that these people are going to continue to fall into it because they don't have any templates to do otherwise.
Right. But thanks for that. So let's have Ruby next. Hi, Ruby.
All right. Hi, Melody.
Hi,
How are
my
you?
love. I'm good. I miss you.
I know I miss you too. I'm like, oh my God, she's live. I'm here. Okay, I got the night free. So if I can get a spot, I'm getting in. So as soon as I saw someone drop off, I was here. So
Well, thanks for coming. So what's your opinion on this topic?
well, okay, and I gotta be real. I can't really judge too directly whether Catalina, well, in my opinion, if she's racist or not, simply because I missed the beginning of the stream and I haven't ever really seen her speak about anything before. So I'm kind of just going by what you
about me.
No, it's not
No,
about
we talking
Catalina.
about
It's about Ameera, yeah.
Oh, see, there you go.
Racist
I
white
tell you, I
Dominican
missed the top.
Catalina.
I missed the top of the stream, so I have no idea what the hell's going on. So I can't necessarily comment on that. But I do want to say something just because, like, in my family, right? So, like, and the research supports this as well. But in my family, on one side of my family, everyone has a white parent except for me. So I have been kind of, and on top of that, I was born and raised into all white neighborhoods. So my experience is not that of being born and raised in a Black community. It's been being born and raised into a white community. And so when I hear us speak about our community, our women, or our men, and like this negative way where we are somehow more dysfunctional than the majority, it kind of leads me to think that there's a lot of fantastical thought processes going on where people are fantasizing about this wonderful world of not Blackness that exists out there, where everything works and everything is perfect and you just walk right into it and everything is going to work out okay. And I think the reason why I say it's fantastical is because a lot of the things that I hear us speak about, like on these panels and whatever, to me, and again, I live in Canada, so to be fair, I'm going to say that I'm not talking about American culture. I'm talking about here in Canada. But for me, that was white people stuff. Like all the dysfunction that we talk about, that's white. That's what white people do. That's not what Black girls do. That's what white people do. So it's interesting that there's this whole flip side, this whole reverse side here. But I wanted to add to that listening and going past the sector, like say going to the white manosphere or whatever, they're talking about the exact same issues that Black men are having with their women, and they're talking about white women. They're not talking about Black women or other races of women. In fact, they're fantasizing that being with those other races of women would be perfect. And then you speak to people who are married to those other races of women or who live in these other countries, and they're like, I don't know what the hell you're talking about with perfect submission and this and that and whatever. That's not how it is at all. These women can push back. These women have high expectations. These women are brutal when you fail in your expectations of fulfilling your role as a man. And so I think that to an extent, because we're so focused on this fantasy of what should be or what could be, we're not actually really dealing with what is, and then trying to, not make the best of it, but, thrive where we're planted, bloom where you are planted. It's in the Bible for Christian people. So it's like we're just looking at what we have and saying, nope, this is just failure. We were just given failure, and so we're just going to fail. And we know in our past, in our historical past, even in America since emancipation, we know Black people have thrived again and again and, overcome the obstacles again and again. And then it's like this generation after the crack era in the 80s just kind of gave up. Or just like, well, why weren't things handed to me? Why wasn't an easier life handed to me? Why wasn't this template for a good relationship handed to me? Why wasn't functionality handed to me? If I think about myself as being a slave, then I'll never be able to get a job or whatever under those pretenses. Like, when did we get so weak as like a community that we can't just look at the situation that we have now and decide we're going to thrive? Because in my opinion, that's what you're supposed to do. That's what, our genetics, those of us who have thrived and survived till today, we have those genes to push through and to overcome obstacles and to problem solve. But like, we're refusing to do it. So instead, we just want to sit around and complain and not make necessary changes and screw what everyone else is changing. I'm going to make the necessary changes I need to make so that way I'm ready. So like in the case of the woman who, she quit her job and started working for her husband. Well, that's all fine and dandy. But in order for that to happen and for you to have that expectation from your wife, you first have to provide that infrastructure in your household. So that means you have to own a business that is thriving, that is, able to make enough money that you can bring her on and then she can work under you. Right. So without you having built that first, she can't put her job and work for you. And for the majority, for the average person, right now, you need a 2-person income in order for you to just live in a decent middle-class neighborhood. And that's not even dealing with having a decent retirement fund and whatnot. So like, oh, well, she should just quit her job and stay at home. And that's the only way to be traditionally minded. And that's the only way I'm going to get a woman to submit to me or show respect to me. Well, that's obviously bullshit, because obviously people
Ruby,
are working.
question. How about that man work 2 jobs?
Okay, but if that man works 2 jobs, and this is just me, because I've never been the one who chased the high value man and whatever, because I don't like the concept of that lifestyle where I never see my husband, my children never see our husband, and ultimately we're just like, I might as well be a single mother, except the money's
as a man, it's your responsibility to provide and do whatever you can. So if you want your wife at home to teach, to homeschool your kids, and to have that traditional relationship as a man, you got to go work 80 hours a week if need be.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, right? It's your responsibility to protect and to provide and, to form leadership and whatever. But the problem is, it's not just about money. A man's value and a man's role in a family is not just about bringing home the bacon. There's more to it than that. And a man can't actually be an effective father, and an effective husband, and an effective leader of a household if he's never in it.
So you're saying turn the kids over. Hold up real quick, Mel. So you're saying turn the kids over to the school indoctrination camp versus that mom being at home and that man working 80 hours a week. You're kind of talking a little catch-22 here.
Yeah, not really. Other communities do it. Mother stay home with the kids. Husband, goes work, and he's not even he's not multimillionaire. He could be like a Henry status.
The majority don't. Listen, the fact of the matter is this: the majority
kids
don't.
grow up to be fine.
And here's the thing though, right? The majority don't. And in other cultures, right, their kids still go to the regular school programs, right? Public school or private school or whatever, right? But the thing is that they have additional schooling, right? They go home, they have hours of homework. They've got other things that they're put in is that they have to learn as far as, musical skills or whatever. They've got schools specifically teaching them their culture, their history, their religion, stuff like that. And those are all it's not like the kids can choose to do it or not. They have to, right? So it's not about the fact that the public school in and of itself is a problem. It's just that if you're expecting the public school to raise and educate your kids on everything in life, then yeah, that's a little bit problematic, right? But you can absolutely supplement that education, which is what the average family is choosing to do. Well,
But
from
you
other
can
cultures.
supplement that with homeschooling from the mom and future other learning. Go ahead, Mel. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I'm saying other communities do it. Mother school the kids at home also to addition to what the schools is teaching them. While the father's at home working and everything, goes home.
You know why that's
Whenever
problematic?
he spends hold it. When he spends time with the kids, he teaches them also too. If other communities can do it, why can't we as black people can't do it either?
The majority of other communities don't. That's the point. What you're doing is you're pulling out a minority and saying, well, if the minority of other communities can do it, then why can't we? Well, sure, we could.
Yeah,
but is that the most efficient?
Truck drivers.
But is that the most
military?
Not to do it. That's the problem.
Truck drivers and military.
The question is
truck
this.
drivers and military.
The question
These are
is
men
this.
that aren't at home.
The question
and their families.
is this. Is it the most efficient? Is it the best? Just because you can do it, is it the best? Is it the most efficient solution? Given where we are. Given where we are now, it's the most efficient solution.
Do it?
Hey, military kids.
What we doing now ain't working.
Hold up, Mel. Hold on, real quick, y'all. Military kids, just the numbers are there, do a whole lot better than what's going on out there in everyday society, and especially in the community. Normally, truck drivers are more conservative and work harder. They, to get that 6-figure salary, they're on the road like they hardly ever see their families, maybe 7 days a month. And they out there and their families are doing much better. Why is that?
Well, sir, I'm just going to point out the fact that, and on multiple occasions, including actually on What Fixed My Life with that one dude who went viral for saying, my wife has never had to pay a bill and blah, 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 blah. And what ends up happening invariably, and I've actually even spoken to these men myself in this space, where they said, well, no, if they were going to do it again, right, they would be involved actively in their children's lives. They would be able to be present. So yes, while they were happy, they were obviously able to provide a certain lifestyle, and their kids wanted for nothing and whatnot, and they picked a decent wife. So it's not like they were worried about that. But ultimately, again, children need you to be hands-on with them. Right? It's not, they don't just need your money, because if all they needed from a father was money, well, then this whole damn welfare system and child support system would be just fine, because you're just being funneled money. No, they actually need you to be there.
Hold on. How many kids did that man have though also too? My bad. I don't know how many kids he had.
He had a couple from one woman and then a few from the second one. I can't remember exactly. I think it was like
that's the problem right there.
All right, so she made a great point. If all the child needs is money, then why is an absentee father a problem? If the mother's getting money from welfare,
right?
All right,
and child support, exactly. Sorry, go ahead.
Somebody else is trying to speak.
I think it was.
Yeah.
I wanted to make a point to the gentleman that brought up the military.
Yeah, Queen, and then you, okay, and then Catalina. All right, go ahead, Queen.
So to the gentleman who brought up the military, I get exactly where you're coming from. There is some subtle nuances, though. The thing that makes it to where those men who have like women who sit at home, there's actually a community, a very big one of military wives. Those women will band together, pick up each other's children, drop them off, watch, network. They hold each other down. So they actually have a community, and that's what helps hold them together, even though their husbands, yes, their husbands will be gone and at war. But the thing is, like, let's say, for example, I have my neighbor John, because I'm prior military. If I couldn't do something, or John knew, like, for example, I was pregnant, I was on bed rest, my husband was in the military, he was working, John came over to my yard and cut my yard for me, knowing that my husband was pulling those long shifts and knowing that I couldn't do it. Those men and women in the military band together. They're an actual community. You can go on Facebook, you can go on Instagram. They have whole pages, their sectors where they live together, where they network. Hey, somebody needs to go grocery shopping for somebody. Somebody else will be like, hey, because I've done it before. Hey, Susan, she's at the house, she's sick, her husband's on deployment.
Queen
Sorry.
Q, real quick before Catalina goes. Before Catalina goes, real quick, I told you I did, 21 years, led thousands of soldiers, ran a couple FRG groups myself on Rear D. So yeah, everything you're speaking is true, but thank you for proving my point. It's community of Americans. This skin color game is a joke. That is the real community. A bunch of people with like interests getting together and looking out for each other. Thank you, Queen Q. Catalina, you got it.
Well, but the thing is, though, from what I agree, the point that she brought up, the point that she brought up, if I could just say,
Wait,
the point that she brought up illustrated my point, which is this, okay? At the end of the day, and this is part of the problem, that's why I said, what is the most efficient solution? Because a solution is something you can enact now, not something that you would have to enact in 150 years if a bunch of other factors change. I'm saying, given what we have right now, what is the most efficient and effective solution? And what we don't currently have are intact communities. We have, a very rugged individualistic type society, right? Where people are really not about communities anymore. They're not about helping hands and helping each other and whatever. And especially if we're talking about, the lower middle class and lower. So what we have to talk about then is, well, what would be the most efficient solution? And fathers working 80 to 120 hours and never seeing their children. Well, we're kind of already seeing that insofar as fathers having limited access
If I
to their
may, on
children, and
that
that's not the
point.
best solution.
If I may, on that point.
Yes, Catalina, go ahead. It's your turn.
I'll go after her.
Yes, thank you. If I may, on that point, then, women are known for their internal strength, and where that strength plays really is when that man has to work 80, 90 hours a week to maintain a certain lifestyle and make sure that his family is provided for and protected. The woman has to, take up the slack and homeschool those children and teach them, what needs to be taught and take care of the household so that you can live that lifestyle. The alternative to that will be struggle love. And to be honest, that's not the kind of situation that, yes, it would be struggle love.
No,
it would
not.
be, because it would be
I'm living an
you
alternative
putting
to that, and
yourself.
it's not struggle love.
May I finish, please?
Sure, but you're just wrong.
Okay. Go ahead. Well, then
she wrong. No, she wrong.
Because I'm literally living an alternative.
You use the
to that, and it's
example
not
of the
struggle
guy
love.
who says, that pays for everything, but you failed to realize he has 2 baby mamas and multiple kids. Now, unless he wanted to live under a polyamorous lifestyle, we have both his baby mamas under one household. Of course, the kid's gonna come out dysfunctional when all of them not living together.
All of his kids live together.
How you telling men how to be men? That's my question.
Actually, I'm not. What I am saying is this. There's already a problem in our community in specific, okay, where fathers are not being valued for anything more than being a paycheck or being money. We have a national epidemic of this. And what I'm saying is that pushing an ideal.
Whose fault was that, though?
Wasn't
the men's fault.
Here's the thing. Individual men, don't tell a man they can't work 80 hours to take care of his family.
What I am saying is, right now, the most efficient solution that everyone sees, because it's spoken about all the time, is having fathers more present in the lives of their children.
Wrong.
Right?
Absolutely wrong.
Oh, no?
The best thing to do is have hold up, girl, trying to tell a man how to be a man. The best thing is to be in a traditional nuclear family. That's what it is. It doesn't matter. You could be working in the Philippines and she could be in the US. If your family structure is straight, guess what? Your wife will hold it down for you. And that comes that vetting process of picking the right woman. Now, if you sit down and if a garbage piece of trash woman opens her legs and you impregnate her, you get what you get. Toma.
Absolutely.
But here's the deal. But don't sit up here and try to come over here and tell men how to fix a problem that you have no clue on. You are a woman. Play your position. That's the key. Here's the problem. Hold it real quick. No, hold up, girl. Hold up real quick. Here's the problem in the community. Here's the problem with the community. And what you're doing
I'm not
is
in the
proving it.
community.
Thank you. But what you're doing, here's the problem. Women are trying to speak for men. Women need to learn how to sit down and shut the heck up and let men handle this. I'm trying to tell y'all, fellas, that's the problem. Well, here's the thing, what? In any community, the women need to sit down and chill. Don't tell us how to hold it down.
No, I'm not trying to tell men anything. I'm actually speaking to women and to the process of children and what children actually need and what children thrive under. Because even though obviously as a nuclear family is the ideal solution, a dysfunctional nuclear family, a cold nuclear family,
Show me a dysfunctional nuclear family. Nuclear families aren't dysfunctional.
Are you serious?
Old girl Catalina said, struggle love. If you're in struggle love and you're in a dysfunctional family, it ain't nuclear. If you're in a freaking matriarchy where your woman talks over you like you're doing to me right now, that ain't a freaking dag. That ain't no freaking point proven. That ain't a nuclear family. Do you talk over your man? Do you talk over your man like that?
No, I don't need to, because he actually shows respect and has respect for people.
Then guess what? Respect men. That's the problem with the community.
I respect people.
Oh, here you go. Here you go. Excuses, Ruby. Excuses.
All right, so I was gonna say I want to get El Nixon in there, but first let me read the super chat. Thank you, Tim Howard 5 for the $5 super chat. He says, "Good show." Thank you, I appreciate it. Okay, we're gonna have El Nixon, and then all right, let's go from there. All right, go ahead, El Nixon.
So I agree with the brother was saying, right? Like, listen, you hear it all the time, especially in these spaces. We want men to be men. And a couple of y'all hear me say this shit all the time, man. I don't think some of y'all really want that, because when you got them, like, here it is. Like, can you really deal with that? Like, look, I did 22 years in the military, right? I was gone. You know what I'm saying? I was gone a lot. But 22 years, you know how much shit I don't have to deal with now because of 22 years of me being here and there on deployments? How many extra sources of income I have? How many things that my kids get the benefit off of? You know what I'm saying? Like, listen, y'all asking for men to be men, men to provide and all that. And sometimes in order to do that, you're going to have to deal with what it is. Especially if you want a successful man. In corporate, you work a lot of fucking hours, right? When women want that, guess what? They don't know what comes with that. Just like women who marry military men. You see the divorce rate is high because some of them don't understand. Oh my God, you mean we really have to pack up and go somewhere? Yeah, it's the fucking military. You want the benefits and everything that come with it, but when it comes to move, you don't want to move. I see so many couples break up because the man he's moving around and the wife don't want to go. So she want to go back home. Or we pick orders based on promotion and stuff like that. You know how many men didn't go to where they wanted to go for promotion because the wife wanted to go to Florida instead of going to Utah? So, so those are those things. And then after that, when you make those decisions, guess what? They're not even with the person no more. So, I mean, it's like, I work in corporate. I'm retired chief in military. I had to get shit for my wife. Oh, your job. But then she wasn't bitching when, we have kids for the parties, $3,000 or $4,000 fucking dollars, or the trucks she driving that I paid for cash, or the fact that when she retired, she didn't have to work. She didn't have to worry about working or stressing because that was the point of me providing. So when I paid for everything, she was able to pay off all of her debt. And she owns 2 properties. And now she has a whole esthetician business. Guess who bought all the equipment for that? So I heard the complaints about the hours I work, but damn sure didn't everybody in my household benefit from my fucking hard work. And
you're 100% right. So
at the end of the day, listen, I don't be wanting to hear that shit. When y'all want a man, is this what y'all get? You know what I'm saying? And I agree with the brother. Like, some of us, coming from different homes, we hear what the moms go through. So we grow up being sympathetic to women. There's nothing wrong with that. But some of us have become so sympathetic that we get in relationships and we do nothing but please the woman and don't even know how to ask for stuff for ourselves. Like, if it's 11 o'clock at night, some men want a sandwich. You know what they'll do? They'll go get it. They don't even think to asking their wife for a sandwich because they only been taught to please women. And then you hear from some people, especially modern day women, oh, you got 2 hands, get it yourself. I wish I fucking would hear that shit. Because I would say you got 2 hands when it's fucking slow outside and you got to dig that motherfucking car out. And when you got to put gas in that motherfucker and when you got to prepare for the snowstorm and all this shit, I'm going to tell you, you got 2 hands too. Because some motherfuckers work hard. We ain't trying to hear that shit. We really not. So it ain't about me.
Absolutely.
Deal with certain women like that because I'm a man. Listen, I know where I'm going. I know my direction. And if you don't want to go with me, then you can stay the fuck behind. And if you want to argue with me against my house, you can have the motherfucker. I will go somewhere else. We can burn this whole bitch down.
So I started telling men. That's why I started telling men now, ones that are building, doing right, working everything, everything that you're doing, working everything for yourself. What is it do you deserve? And then when you ask that question and know what you feel like you deserve, start enforcing that shit.
Yo,
Start
but if you
enforcing
hear
what you deserve.
if you
Because
hear
we hear
how
that
I'm
all the
talking,
time with women, all so much. But you know what?
yeah.
Men need to start asking themselves that question also too. What
Look,
do you
men need to
deserve? And
get
start enforcing it.
men need to get on a purpose. You hear how I'm
Mm-hmm.
talking? This is what men are missing nowadays: authority. I'm not asking for nobody for shit. I'm not telling you. I'm not asking for nobody. I don't care fuck what nobody say about anything I'm saying right now because I determine who I am as a man. This is what men are missing. Like I get we have the nature
Mm-hmm.
with women. We talk about women's nature. Women's talk about men. We always gonna have that. But ain't listen. Men need to stop saying you won't allow me to be a man. Can't no
Mm-hmm.
motherfucking woman allow you to be what God made you, and you shouldn't
Facts.
even waste time listening to a woman telling you that shit. I wish y'all motherfucking would. And people talking about people fronting.
Gentlemen are absolutely
If my
correct.
wife hear this shit right now, it is what it is, and I stand on that because I do
Mm-hmm.
my motherfucking job.
That's why you gotta start having to carry like, you know what? I don't care anymore, man. We already losing as it is. Now, I know
Stay
a
on
lot
your
of people I
purpose,
always
fellas.
mention about the Mo One philosophy. Some people might make fun of me. I don't care. But one of the concepts of the Mo One philosophy is a I don't give a shit attitude. I don't care about your feelings anymore. It's about what I want now. You want me to lead? This is what I want. I'm letting it out right now. I want this, that, and another. You can't follow? Bye. Peace out. I ain't
And for
wasting
the
too much
person
time
who
with you and
said,
money.
for the person who
Simple.
said
Mm-hmm.
you hurt me, ain't nobody hurt me, man.
Exactly.
I just stand on my ground. Y'all barely hear me raise my voice like this, but I stand on my ground because enough be enough with this shit, man. I think, listen, even with
And you
some
know what,
guys,
Ness? I don't mean to cut you
Raise your
off. You know what? You
voice.
mentioned that. I don't even care if you say, you know, who hurts me. I don't give a
yeah,
shit. I learn from it. I
but
bounce
but
back
think
from it more faster than women do.
but think about it, Mel. Even with some of the men, you hear some men talk about certain women they want this, they want that.
And I get on them also
Some
too.
men don't even know what they
I
asking
get on
for.
Zach. I get on them also too. Hey, a lot of dudes complaining so damn much, pair bonding, blah blah blah. I want this, blah blah blah. I ain't giving. I'm like, yo, what is your end game? You complain so much, but now what's up next? What's the end game?
Yeah,
How
men
long?
and
How long has it
women.
been years ago since you dated the last woman? Since you got your shit together? 10
Yeah.
years? 15 years? Oh hell no!
Men and women need to work together. What we're looking at right now is the result of us going against nature. You hear people saying, well, men
Facts.
can do it, I can do it too. I don't want to hear certain men saying, well, women do it, I can do it too. That's why we got so many effeminate
Mm.
men and so many
Mm.
masculine women. Nature is coming back to bite us in our ass. We got pronouns for shit. We got people identifying as somebody else. Hell, can I
Exactly.
identify as a rich white man tomorrow? This society is messed up. And like, I don't know what the hell, where we going with this. Nature is coming back to bite us in the ass. We got so much stuff going on, and now we got women out there saying, "Well, damn, these men. Look at these men. They're soft." And we got men. Yo, what are we doing? Like, we need to get it together. Like,
Yeah.
listen.
And then
Some
you
of
want, and
us.
then people, and then you want people right now in the
Guys,
Western world want to get
can you
mad.
address something before you keep
Oh,
going?
sorry.
I'm
Go ahead, go
sorry.
ahead, go ahead, go ahead, go ahead.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead. Go ahead.
Jessica, for that. Yeah, please don't hide people. Thanks, Jessica, for keeping an eye on that because people are about to get their wrench taken away. So
So
please
when we
don't
talk,
hide anybody. All
So
right,
when
go
we
ahead.
talk about my bad, when
also
we talk,
too.
hold on, Mel. When we
Oh,
talk
sorry.
about parents, right? I hear this talk, right? Some of this talk, like when you talk about single parents, I used to be a single parent, right? You know what I'm saying? I don't complain. I didn't get nothing, but I still was good. You know what I mean? I was happy I had my son. So, but the thing about it is, as a single parent, I knew what my options was. I knew that there was men who didn't, who were single parent, who didn't have kids in their house. I knew that, you know what I mean? Nobody owed me nothing. I had to work twice as hard. I knew where I was. Some single parents act like you got to kiss their ass. And on top of that, you know what I'm saying? We talk about the men not there and the women not there, all that type of stuff, right? But why is it that when the child goes to college and is successful and does all this stuff, we claim all the success because I raised them by myself. But when they turn out to be some bullshit, you want to blame the father or the mother. No, you're going to claim the good and the bad.
Mm-hmm.
We got to stop all
Mm-hmm.
that bullshit because ain't no way in the world I was giving any credit to my son, mom, good or bad, because he was on my watch. Period.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Like,
even
we got to
more
stop all
worse.
this bullshit.
We got single mothers who trying to shame men that has no kids, who actually wanted these females before they had kids, would have married them, but now want to be cleanup guys. Oh,
Listen,
these guys ain't high value because you're supposed to deal with the kids. Trying to use Bible quotes to same these dudes. Yo, just like Roger Report said, shout out to him. You know what? You want me to deal with you and your package, then this is what my demands are. I'm gonna whoop that kid's ass like it's mine. I got rights over that kid like I'm their biological father. And if you don't want to buy my own preferences, then get the fuck out my face.
Well, I would say this. I would say this. When I the first time I introduced my son to somebody, you know what I'm saying? I laid down the law. And when I trusted that person to come in my house, number one, how you trust somebody enough to be around your kids and then you don't trust them with your kids. They never should be there in the first place. One thing my son was never going to do is disrespect the woman that I brought into the house to help with the house. I wasn't going to allow my son to disrespect them. And some single parents don't even do that. Like, yo, don't bring step parents, mother or father or anybody into your life and expect them to kiss your ass. Like, we really got a lot of stuff.
They want the benefits though, right? Yes. As I tell them, they want the benefits so damn much. Trust me, I was sucking like that.
May I speak to that real quick?
And if you have a man that's coming in and helping with your kids, let that man, no, I'm gonna say let that man, because if you a man coming in when you trying to help somebody kids and they won't let you do the part as a man, you shouldn't be in that house because your job is to be the man. Ain't no allowing you do nothing. That ain't the home for you. I'm done.
Exactly.
She want to speak on it. Go ahead.
Right, Catalina.
Okay, can I speak after her, please?
I just
Yeah.
wanted
Two
to
ladies,
say,
go ahead.
I just wanted to say that it's so amazing to hear men like yourselves that are stoic and are masculine, because that is what's missing in a lot of situations. And I tell you what, there's nothing sexier than a man who's a beast. I want a beast, and that's what I got. A man who, because you know what, I can't complain about him being, too rough or, too loud or being, the man that he is. And then, if I'm in a situation where someone's trying to hurt me and he comes and beats them down and saves me, oh, I'm not complaining then. So a lot of and that was something that I spoke on in another panel, was that, I hear a lot of women berate their men to other women, and they fail to see that that is not only a bad look for your man, but it's a bad look for you as a woman. So yay to all the masculine, strong men out there that are, protecting and guiding their women and their children and doing a great job. I salute you.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
definitely.
first, I'd like to say, I don't know, Al Nixon always has this very calming effect on my spirit. It's just, the type of man that he is speaks to my internal woman. So it's always very calming, no matter what he says, even if he's disagreeing with me. So thank you for coming on and speaking, because it kind of recentered my focus. So first, I want to say, which here's the thing, Catalina, I'm not disagreeing with you when you said that, a woman, first of all, people should stop getting married before they've self-actualized, before they've, grounded themselves, and, healed all their past trauma and whatnot. Because yeah, a woman's job is to support and be the support mechanism for her man's lead, wherever he's leading them to, and whatever that requires, including, yes, if she's got to hold down the house, or even she's got to hold down 2 jobs because right now he's building a legacy and it's going to take a minute of her investing work or whatever it is, she's got to do that. And she's got to be prepared to do that. And she's got to be prepared to do that without whining and bitching and complaining and making the world miserable, because that's what she signed up for, right? And
right, like what Trey was saying.
Right. So, but there's more than just that. So, like with Al Nixon, I use this analogy of a train all the time, right? And a man, when I hear men say she won't let me lead, it tells me that he's already not leading himself, right? Because men pick their direction, they set themselves their goals, and they're on their way. So women can't let you do shit because she's at the train station. She's either going to hop on or get left behind, but she doesn't really have an option about whether that train is still going, because it's still going to be going. And so, that being said, me as a woman, I need to determine what's important to me. What do I value? Where do I want to go? And then my goal is to get on the right train. And so, for the men who value, the money coming in and working 90, 120 hours a week and all that, that's you do you, right? what I'm speaking to, first of all, is my own personal priorities, because my priority in and of itself had nothing to do with me and me living a lavish life or life of riches or even a super life of comfort. I had always been focused on what I wanted to give my kids for as long as I can remember. It's the family I wanted to give my kids, that, gave them everything that I didn't have, first of all, but also based on the research, right? What makes kids thrive and succeed at the highest levels. So I was never really thinking about myself. And so when I was out there looking for a husband, I was looking for a husband who had similar priorities. Right. So that is the train I jumped on. Now, again, that might not be your train. The world takes all kinds. But what I was speaking to when I was speaking was not trying to tell men how they need to be men or how they need to run their households or the priorities they need to set. I was speaking really to women, because I can't speak to men and tell men how to be men or anything like that. Right. But what I do see is a problem. And it was brought up earlier before I was on the panel, where women don't understand, a lot of them, just because they never had fathers, or even male role models, not functional ones. And then they had dysfunctional female role models who would tell them dumb shit like, men ain't shit, men ain't worth nothing but a check, blah, 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 blah. And so we have a pervasive issue where men are not being valued for anything other than a check. And the really positive effects that they have within the household, literally being present within the household, literally being present for their children, for their young men, to show their young men what being a man is about and how to get there, because women can't show young men that, and for their young girls to show young girls what non-sexual love and attention looks like and how a man should treat a woman, because the only attention they're really going to get out there on the road is going to be sexual attention from people that's not their father or related to them. So what I was speaking to when I was saying, hey, listen, we need to stop prioritizing, the mansion in the sky and all of that, when the fact of the matter is that the average income is 40,000 a year. And from what I've learned listening to Kevin Samuel's show, is if you want to have even a couple kids, you have to have a significant amount of money for you to live an upper middle class even lifestyle. So, what's
You're
your
touching
priority?
on so many different points that it makes it difficult to understand what your disagreement was. I'm say that respectfully.
Well, see, that was the problem, is that people were disagreeing with me because they thought I was saying something that I wasn't. So I'm actually really just trying to clarify my point and my position in general. Because this is the thing. I'm not sitting there, everything that everyone thought I was saying, like saying that I was trying to tell men how they should be, or that women shouldn't have to hold down the household. Like, none of that was actually true. So that's why I'm trying to clarify my position now.
Your
And so
position on what in particular?
on everything that I've said up until now that's been misunderstood. So in general, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I was about to say, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, I'm already retired, you know what I mean? But I work in corporate now. But anybody that know me, you know what I'm saying, if they hear in the background, oh, my son's with me, my 3-year-old son's with me more than he is with my wife. You know what I'm saying? So I juggle all that. But for me, it's just different because, you know, I just don't get the concept of you know, like, my dad taught me how to do things too. Cool. Well, I know how to do this. Cool. Well, when women do their job, they do teach their sons how to do the domestic parts too. But that's the part that you don't hear from men. Men don't normally brag that they're functioning adults. We don't brag of how fast we can change a diaper or that we can cook. And there's a lot of male chefs. We just don't brag about that. We're just doers. But yeah, like I said, yes, and I've been a single parent before, so I've done that. I didn't ask my son mom to come get him, but so I really have a hard time when it comes to certain things from women. I really do have a hard time. Some of it is valid, but some of it I see complaining. Because anytime I fucking can do all that and work hard and not complain, I just don't. I just don't do the whole complaining, especially when some people fucking cooking out of an air fryer. It don't even do no fucking laundry. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, if I'm working hard at you and I'm doing it with a smile on my face, and you hear some people complaining about a 2-bedroom apartment. Oh, it's so much to clean. Are you fucking kidding me?
Right.
Some people just complain, and I don't get it. I never complain about not getting nothing. I didn't ask for no child support. I wasn't getting it. I had my son. I had bank account. He did whatever he want. I worked my ass off and went to school. All the shit you hear women say, I never complain. I never call my son mom complaining that she don't come get him. I don't. So I really don't. When I hear people complain about certain shit, it's crazy because I cook and clean my ass off. I do all that too. And on top of that, I go outside and do outside stuff. So my thing is this, and now in society, I'm trying to figure out if like I do a little experiment. I say, hey, would you be offended if I say you belong in the kitchen? Of course I would be offended. Okay, so who do the trash? Well, you supposed to who gets on the roof? Well, you supposed who power washes the driveway? Who installs the security alarm? Who checks on the car? Well, that's so I have a role in this house, right? So I belong on the outside, right? That's my job. So I do the outside work and all the so-called man stuff, but then I help you with the stuff that's supposed to be unisex.
You know,
I
was
agree.
just thinking about this.
So who benefits? I'm trying to, so I can do my job and then come in and do another job too. Like, yo, we really have, I mean, I can see if you live in an apartment, then there ain't no outside stuff. Yeah, there's differences. But when you got other stuff like that, like people have to hold down their part of the house. But all this, helping me with this, I get it, helping. I get all that type of stuff. But we got to do our part and meet in the middle.
And, I was just thinking about this earlier today, man. And my mind's like, okay, we hear women complaining about doing domestic work at home, cooking, cleaning, and stuff. Was technically, if you was getting paid at a job, you'd be like a maintenance person or a chef. Think about if you married to a guy that's doing the same thing, but he's just doing that as his job while you doing it at home. He's getting paid, but he's also making sure the roof is being paid. I mean, you got a roof over your head. Which means the home is being paid for, rent or mortgage, or the bills is paid, food's in the refrigerator, or the clothes that you need for you, and you got kids, being paid for by him, everything. And he even give you some money, make sure go do your own woman thing and everything, for a while. He take care of you and stuff. And we got females that got still complaining about all that. You got a man doing all that for you in these days, and that you still want to work like you rather work for a white man doing all that stuff. I mean, I don't mean to say race, but you rather work for, what I'm saying, at a job 9 to 5 where you got a boss over your head stressing you out more than that, and you can't do that for your man, your husband at home. That's probably paying you the same way, and you're gonna have less stress. You got more benefits out of that. Like it hurts me when you females doing it. There's no complaint. These modern women complaining like this, like
because they don't see. Remember when I said like it's the same thing how men need to be self-actualized. People don't focus on that about women, but women are confused. They really are. They honestly don't know or understand themselves, their priorities, their skill sets. They don't know, and so that's part of what I see at least as being an issue. Like a lot of what women say overtly is not actually what they mean. Like Pink Book, the Pink Book channel. I can't remember the full name, but she did a video a few months ago and I just saw it, and it was of this woman. She was very upset because her baby father's girlfriend did the baby's hair. The kid's like 4. And then the next time the mom went to go do the hair, right, she said, no, I want the girlfriend to do my hair. She was softer and more gentle, and she made me look like a princess. Right. And so this mom was just outraged and devastated. She called into this morning show. So they ended up talking to both her and to the baby father. Now, the reason why I'm bringing that up is because she was talking just through anger, but it was very clear that her problem was actually insecurity and jealousy and envy and inferiority. Right. Because obviously she doesn't know how to do her daughter's hair in a way that doesn't hurt her daughter. Right. And she doesn't know how to do it as nicely. And she also has so much ego, right, and so much insecurity that she refuses to humble herself to go to someone and say, teach me to do better. Right. And so that's what I'm seeing a lot with women. And this is why women, I think, at least to me, I think it's a part of it, why women are sitting there and prioritizing a man flushing money into their world, because then it minimizes the amount of things they have to know how to do themselves, because they don't know how to do anything, and they have too much ego to just say, I don't know how to do it. Can you teach me how? Can someone show me how? Can I learn this somehow? There's way too much ego, and there's way too much people hiding behind anger when they're not really angry. It's something else.
See, when you take men and women and you separate them, right, and they both have to live alone and they both have to do for themselves, right? The longer a woman is single, it's hard for her to accept anything from a man, right? It's hard for her to revert back. A man, if he's living by himself and a woman comes over, 9 times out of 10, he's not going to refuse you helping washing the dishes or doing anything. He's not going to say, well, I normally do it this way or whatever. Hey, any help is good. But you have some women who you'll live with them and they're trying to tell you how to cook something. Or, I had somebody tell me, well, cut the grass. I know you're not about to tell me about cutting no motherfucking grass when I've been cutting grass before you go in the house. Well, I've been doing it before you. I don't care. I'm here now. Or you can do this shit by yourself. Well, I'm not used to. Well, okay. Well, you need to figure it out because I'm here now, and I ain't gonna be here if you. I mean, then that's how I've heard from so many of my female friends. Well, I'm just not used to, or I just been doing it by myself for so long. How y'all expect to be in the relationship with the man that you say you want when you're going to try to supervise him? A man is not going to let you do that. But that's the thing. The whole roles, and I say it all the time. When it comes to, I'm a strong, independent woman. Break that down. It sounds like you're a functioning adult, which men are as well. Like, okay, you might learn how to do some men stuff, but men know how to do men stuff, and the cooking and cleaning. Yeah, our mothers teach us that. So we're also functioning adults. So what's the competition of you saying you know how to do it? Like, that don't make no sense. You're a functional adult. We should take two of them, put them together, and figure it out. But there's a lot of competition, like for little subtle things, and I don't think some people recognize. If you have a man and a woman, you have a child, right? When it comes to changing a diaper, doing anything for that child, it comes out as subtle. Well, let me do it because I know how to change diapers faster than you, or well, mama does it. It comes out as like you're trying to compete with a man because you know how to do everything. Who gives a fuck? Change the diaper. It ain't no speed contest.
More like micromanaging too.
People don't understand that sometimes when you say certain things, you're trying to chip away. Like, you can find a man and say, well, I found this man, Mel, and his credit is good. His apartment is clean, and he know how to cook, and he know how to do all that. Now, your whole thing is, if you're used to having men where you can pretty much hold their hand, right? Just like with guys, where I have these women where I can pay all their bills, and that's the only thing I can think of as being as a man. So now when they meet women who have money, they're stuck. Just like women who meet these guys who are functional, right? So you take those two, you got this perfect guy. Let me tell you what's going to happen when y'all move in together. In order to make yourself feel valid, you have to slowly tear everything down to make it seem like he needs you. So now all of a sudden that man all of a sudden can't do shit right. And that's what we do to each other. We tear each other down. This man could do everything before, but now that he's moving with you, he can't cook right. He can't pay the bills right. His credit was better than yours, but now he can't do nothing right because you have to feel important. So in order for some people to feel important, they got to slowly tear the other person down, because what would he do without me?
I think what? It's relationship security, Nixon. I think that a lot of women do that because they feel that a man, as Ruby was saying, who is driving his own train and has his own system, he has his own thing going, don't really have the same sense of dependency. He doesn't really have the same need for a support system. So they have to actually create that need. They're artificially creating that need by tearing him down and like, okay, now you need me.
That's a fact.
You know what? And if I could just add to that, because I've absolutely seen that as well. And I think that, like, for me, I never had that mentality. Part of it is because I was my mom's everything, right? Which means I learned how to do everything. And then on top of that, I'm in Jamaican culture where, there's not a huge separation between what little girls and little boys have to do. Everyone's got to do everything. So when I got into relationships later, and a little bit older, suddenly there was this issue. And I didn't realize it was going to be an issue because I could change a tire in 5 minutes and he would take 2.5 hours. He's never done it before. And initially it was just kind of like, I want to push you out of the way and just do it myself. And I mean, initially I did literally do that because I didn't understand that he was looking for like well, these are man roles and these are the things I'm supposed to do. So if you don't need me for this, then what do you need me for at all? And so I didn't even realize that I was stepping on his ego or stepping on his pride by not only being good at these things, but it's the way I handled it as well. And so, and I mean, to this day, I mean, now my husband and me, we don't have those types of issues. I'm just good at what I'm good at. He's good at what he's good at. And we both just fulfill whatever needs to get fulfilled. And, that's normally under his direction as far as where he wants us to go, as the bigger umbrella. But the point is that, I also felt a little bit insecure when I started letting go of those things, because it was like, well, what if he doesn't need me then? Right? Because I'm like this magic woman who can do everything. What if you don't need me to do everything? Then do you need me? In fact, my entire value, I thought, not just to men I was dating, but just to friends and family, was what I could do for you, acts and service. And so if I couldn't do something for you, like when my health got bad and I suddenly couldn't do things, I thought I wasn't worth having a relationship, wasn't worth having friends, because I have to do things in order to be valuable. I didn't realize that human beings could have inherent value. Like, I knew everyone else could. I just didn't think I was one of those people. And so what I started learning to do is not only to be good at the things I'm supposed to do, right? The cooking and cleaning and whatever, but I became a master at those things, right? So like no one can clean better than me, or more thoroughly or efficiently or quicker. My cooking is better than the average restaurant. We almost never go out and eat because my cooking is just better, right? So I learned how to do those other things better, right? And I pushed myself to do them better. So that way it was like, well, sure, you could do it yourself, but could you do it as well as me, as quickly as me, and whatever? So I found a way to kind of work with it. But, I definitely agree. I think it's an issue that we kind of step on each other's egos and toes, and we also don't reward and validate each other enough to let people know, like, no, I value you not just because of the paycheck, or not just because you mowed the lawn, or not just because you'll take out the garbage, but like you have inherent value. The person that you are has inherent value, not just the things that you do.
And you know what, you right. Like, I used to, like, I have this issue with aggressive women. Like, they really don't like me because, you know what I mean? Like, I will challenge you. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Like, listen, like, I for one example, when I first retired, I was staying home, taking care of the house, cutting the grass. I was on a 4-month break, and my wife I guess she got, got tired of me as far as cutting the grass, because I had to fix the lawnmower again, so I thought I would cut it. So I guess she wanted to cut that day. So this guy shows up, this lawn care guy shows up, and I'm like, "What are you here for?" He's like, "Oh, your wife called." I said, "Oh, did she?" So I gave him the $40 and sent him on his way. And I'm like, "Yo, why the hell you gonna call somebody to come in my lawn to cut my grass?" "Well, I said, "Listen, let me tell you something. The next time you do that, when you come home, there will be a woman in your kitchen preparing food for your kids. Don't ever disrespect me like that, because two can play that game."
I love that. So you're a man's man. You like to mow lawns
Yeah.
and do manly
That's how you
things.
got to do, man. Like,
But
yo,
sometimes you have to flip it so that people can see where you're coming from, and that hits home when you do that to people. It's like, you wouldn't like, or that's like me, you coming home and your mother-in-law's there. As a woman, that would make you feel some type of way about your duties. Just like a man,
Mm-hmm.
you can't do that to a man. Like
I've,
I know you
I've
want it
seen that
bad.
plenty of times.
Exactly, it
It
happens.
gets me cringeworthy. I see, especially when you see a mother-in-law, the wife's mother, come and intervene, and instead of the wife actually telling her mother, like, "Mom, you got to stay out of this," no, she tried to convince the husband to make peace with the mom so damn much. And that mom, like, you know what? I'll use that as an example. You ever watch that show Black Ink Crew
Yeah.
on VHO?
Yeah.
You know Puma?
Mm-hmm.
You see how he goes there with his wife and his mother-in-law,
Mm-hmm.
she be running things and stuff like that. Still try to emasculate him and all that shit. I get cringeworthy seeing them parts all the time. I think the last time I saw that scene is not just with his wife's mother, but his wife's grandmother also too. Trying to tell him when they bought this house down south or whatever, and they intervened. Somehow, you don't want to see, well, you're going to try as a babysitter. Like, this woman don't know how it is to be submissive towards a man and nothing like that, and you interfere with her daughter's relationship. And that's the fault. I blame fault on Puma because you choose to marry into that. I blame the fault on his wife because she can't put her own mother in place like that. Like, yo, I get cringeworthy like that. Like, yo, that's why men got to be very picky, not only the type of woman they choose, but who they marry into also too. If a mother's like that and a daughter can't put her mother in place, like, yo, Yeah, this is my husband now. You gotta respect that. And yo,
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be so much dysfunction after that, like crazy.
My in-laws don't call me, man. Like last time I heard something about what my father-in-law said, I said, tell him to call me. Because I know he wasn't. He don't pay no bills here. When he start paying bills, then he can have a say in my house. I'm the man here. I know that's your father, but he not taking care of you. I am. Tell your father to call me. Because I'll go to his dinner table. I won't be disrespectful. But my wife not gonna disrespect me, even at her dad table. I don't give a fuck if her brother's there. I will say something. I'm not gonna be disrespectful. But I'm not doing that. I'm not you gotta meet my dad. You gotta be scared of my dad. He's out in the back, you cleaning the shotgun. He's a fucking man like I am.
And that's the problem. Our
Hell to the
community, we
no.
use that fear
Mm-hmm.
base. The women use that fear base against the men so much with the if they father in the household with the fathers, but mostly with the brothers, the uncles, the male cousins, or some male friends. I'm putting in quotations as they think as brothers and everything to fear the boyfriend and so much all of that. You know what I liked about Dennis Sperling and everything? Because he flips it back on these chicks. Like, yo, I see you want to overprotect your daughter. Well, I'm gonna overprotect all my sons also too. So I want to see my sons coming home also too.
Yeah, I
Well,
mean,
I
listen,
absolutely.
I protect my wife or whatever. I know my job, so I'm definitely, not going to waste her time. Like, yo, I'm gonna make sure she's good to go. But at the same time, like, when you have a family, all that outside stuff, like, it is what it is. I'm not worrying about, nobody else but the people inside my house. And it's not to be disrespectful to your woman and none of that. That's what it's not about. But here's the thing, you know, when you're too soft and when you could get away with certain things and all that, listen, women they're not gonna feel protected. You know what I'm saying? If you let them say whatever, if you don't know how to say no, and they ain't just saying no because I'm being an asshole, but my job is to make sure that the whole house is benefit, especially if you have kids. There's more people in the house, and if something fails, it's all on my back because that's my position. And if need be to get a second job, it's going to be me, not her.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
See,
But
I
real quick,
absolutely
before
agree.
you guys
Oh,
go
sorry, go
on,
ahead.
it's right. Let me just read this super chat from Mr. Know It All. Thank you so much for the $15 super chat. He says, "Good night, Melody and panel. Good convo tonight. I gotta head out, but I'll see y'all next time. Bye. Thank you for coming. We really appreciate it." Okay, so
Oh,
we have somebody new on the panel. Hi, Blue.
Hey, what's going on?
hi. Good evening.
Hey, Blue. Welcome.
Yo, what's up?
Well, can I just make my point really fast before he goes?
Yeah,
Um,
you go and then Blue. Okay, go
Thank
ahead.
you. Yeah, so I just wanted to say, and like, I absolutely agree with you, gentlemen. But at the same time, I think that there's a delicate balance, like issue, because if you think about, we'll say more traditionalistic cultures, societies, fathers, protect their children, especially their daughters, until marriage, and they're incredibly involved in the process as far as, who you're going to marry and being all up in your business. And I mean, in some cultures, they're still all in your business after you get married. In fact, at first, it's typical for the husband and wife to go and live with one of the in-laws, right, at first, while they're establishing themselves and so on and so forth. And they're very much in your business. So, I think some people, what they are, and I'm not talking about ain't shitness for the record. Anytime I'm talking, I'm not trying to defend the bottom 10%. But I think some people are trying to manufacture that because they understand and they see the value inherently in having, the men who you trust, brothers, uncles, whatever, kind of giving the guy a once over it, because men are better at reading men's intentions, right? Just like women are better at reading women's intentions, and stuff like that. So I think that there is a delicate balance whereby, yeah, you can't be up in, other people's marriages. It's never going to work that way. But at the same time, without any form of vetting and or, I won't say supervision, but more like um, help, sometimes through hard times, sometimes people can find themselves in really negative situations and there's kind of nobody there to help. Right. And so obviously now I'm not speaking about, say, you, L. Nixon, because I know you're a good brother. But there are a lot of, like, I know a woman, for example, she was with this guy for 6 years. Daddy vetted him and everything. They're a very good Christian family and whatever. And within 3 months of them getting married, she was fleeing in the middle of the night because as soon as they got married, he came out with being what are those people called? They're the Hebrew Israelites. and then became incredibly not just controlling and jealous, but then eventually became abusive, very, very rapidly. It's just like a change overnight, right? And she hid a lot of what was happening till it got very dire, and like her life was at risk. So I mean, there's an issue where it's like, on one side, yeah, you got to respect people's marriages, you got to respect the man's right, not only right to lead, but you've got to give him space and time to figure out how to best do that, and for the woman to figure out how to best submit to her husband, and so on and so forth. So you've got to give that space, and I totally respect that. But I do also think we don't have intact families that the kids are coming up in right now. But that community mind, that kind of vetting, moms and dads and whatever on the outside, that is a good thing. And so we do, I think, have to find an artificial maybe way of reinstituting that without it trampling on a marriage. That's it. Hello?
Can you hear me? Oh, I was
there.
on mute. I'm sorry. I was saying GC or El Nixon or Mel or Chowhound. Do you have anything to say about that before I move on?
Nah. Guys, I know what was the guy on the bottom? He was going
Oh,
next.
Blue TV. What's going on? Hello? Blue? Okay, so he's not talking. All right, so he's not talking. So yeah, thanks for that, Ruby. Seems like nobody has anything to say about that. GC, you there?
Baloo said he's doing something right now. So
Oh, it got so quiet. This is weird. It's like
I know, right? It's kind
I'm
of
just like,
eerie.
it is. Nixon, you there?
I think everyone is currently doing something. So let me ask you a question, Melody, because you don't have a lot of opportunity to speak once the discussion gets rolling.
Right. Okay.
Right? Okay. So, like, what's your viewpoint and so far as like when you're married, right? Once you get married, do you want to work? Do you want to work for your husband? Do you want to be a stay-at-home mom? Do you want to homeschool your kids? Like, what's your viewpoint on all of this?
I want to work for my husband. I think it's good for him to have a business, and maybe I can work. I don't know if I'm going to be working from home, like if I'm going to be a secretary or whatever. So if we do have kids, I can also take care of the kids, because I don't really trust nannies and I don't trust strangers around my kids. So I would probably want to work from home, being his secretary or something like that. Or if I have to be out of the house, I'll take the kids with me since it's his business. But yeah, I definitely want to work for him.
Okay. Okay. I mean, that makes sense. I personally, like, I agree with you with the nanny thing. Like, no one's watching my children until they go to school. I believe in them going to school. And the reason why, it has to do with socialization, normal human socialization. And just, I mean, and yeah, research supports this, but I mean, I've met a lot of kids who are homeschooled and then they come into like high school or to college, and they are just, they're so naive about, their peer group as far as how things really interact and work, because they're used to interacting with their parents and their siblings, and that's about it. And they fall into social traps really easily and make really bad mistakes really rapidly and whatever. So I do think them being socialized at school is a good idea, but like me working, I would only do that once they're in school full time, and then I would work while they're in school, right? So like 9 to 3 or whatever time that they finish school, that's when I would be there to pick them up, right? So like I think that you can find the right balance. If you do have to have two people working in order for you to provide your kids, a decent life, maybe living in the right neighborhoods where you get, your kids into the right schools and stuff like that. But I don't know. I don't think I would want to work for my husband. I think it's too much.
Yeah, well, you don't want to work. I think so. I think I want to work for my husband. So, would you rather not work at all and just be a stay-at-home mom, or do you want to work as well?
to be honest with you, I'm a very lazy person, right? So like I'm just a stay-at-home wife right now. Now, to be fair, I have health issues I'm dealing with, but if I had to choose, I'm a very lazy person. But eventually I would like to volunteer my time actually. And like, my big dream, well, people don't know this or not, but my big dream was basically, and I've had this since I was like 16 years old, is I want to open up a center, and that center is going to be for youth up to the age of 25, and it's going to provide them free counseling, legal, career, everything, advice and services. So basically, it's like a community, like a community center on steroids. There's going to be something every night, 7 days a week for them to do. We're going to have connections to all the best, like, say group home shelters, everything. So that's kind of like what I would like to do. And I would like to start that. So I would like to go from being in the research side of psychology to practicing. And then, volunteer my time for the kids, for the youth in our community who need it, so that way they can come up and do better.
Right, exactly. That's nice. That's a really, really nice thing to want to do,
If
But
I
let
can
me just
make
read
it.
this. Right. But let me just read this super chat real quick. Snuggles, thanks again. She's always supporting, always donating. Thanks again. So she says, oh, come on, Snuggles. You know that man got a wife. Knock it off. Oh, well, a girlfriend. GC has a girlfriend. GC is not interested in me. We're just friends on here. But she says, Game Changer, I hope you heard Melody's expectations of you. I need you to do us proud. I guess she meant to make us proud and make her an honest internet wife. We are waiting. Why don't you get with Game Changer? That would be a great couple. Snuggles and Game Changer.
Is Snuggles really a chick? I have always wondered that for years. Like, is Snuggles, guy or chick? I've never known. So Snuggles is a girl, officially.
Snuggles is
Okay.
a girl, yeah. Bernard said it.
Oh,
Snuggles is
okay.
definitely a girl. But yeah, hi Aegon, salute, welcome. Yeah, but Snuggles is a girl. But she's funny. She's always joking around about that because GC's always on my panels. But thanks, Snuggles. I appreciate it.
I know. I think people just want to see like Game Changer married off to a good woman, and then they want to hear about it, right? Like I think that's what it is, right? It's like they want to know who Game Changer's significant other is, and then they want to hear like the tales of Game Changer and how he handles his, his wife. Well, what did you do with this? What did you do with that? I think they just really want him to be married off. Yeah.
They want the salmon stories. They want the salmon stories. Yeah.
Yeah.
He has his African wife, his African girlfriend. What is she? What's her nationality?
Cameroon.
Cameroonian.
Oh.
Yeah. She's Cameroonian.
Okay. Yeah, actually, interesting enough, because somebody mentioned polygamous. Her father was polygamous. She's actually the daughter of his second wife, where the woman that I met her through, my friend's wife, is the daughter of his first wife. But she's not really into polygamy as it relates to marriage because she's Christian. Like,
oh, okay.
But she made that clear in the whole thing when we talked about her father's situation.
Right. That's interesting. And I mean, obviously, you wouldn't put her anywhere near YouTube because we know what people do. But it would be interesting to like hear her experience and to kind of get a breakdown of, was there something that she felt she was lacking personally, being the child of the second wife, that is the reason why she wouldn't want to continue the tradition.
No, actually, especially when it's only two, it's a equal thing. But what and this isn't from her, what I gathered is that even though the first wife is considered of a higher priority, the treatment of that is not really expressed in the marriage, but there is like a higher premium to the guy, even though he's not supposed to, that's placed on a younger, hotter wife. But it's a different type of premium. It's this is my first, however this is younger, hotter. So it's weird, and this isn't what I got from her, but this is what I get from when I hear about the guys in Africa with several wives, like 6 or 7. He only had 2. This is what I get from the guys with like a lot.
Did they live together? Like, did the whole family live together?
Yeah, they live together. He's a pharmacist, so he made decent money. He also has some, I don't know if you want to call it nobility or something like that, but he has status that came with his birth.
Oh. Well, I mean, I think it's a better strategy than, I don't know, just having like 5 random secret families out there that you never see, the children never see you, and whatever their secret. And I mean, it's a better strategy. If you want more wives and more children, be open about it and upfront, because then at least there are rules and everyone knows the rules and everyone can feel better because they understand the rules, versus he just keeps disappearing and you don't know where he goes at night, and then you find out at his death about all of the siblings and grandchildren that he had.
Yeah, that is definitely something that's better to be upfront with, and what winds up happening is with that is the second wife is actually a baby mama. Like the benefits of having a father in the household, that child doesn't really receive because he's sneaking around with it. See, I mean, people think he was a jerk, and maybe I played this on movie night. People think he was a jerk, but I actually admired a lot of things about Denzel Washington's character in Fences. Like he did have his woman on the side and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But he did man up, and he risked everything. Told his wife that like he really, even though he was definitely flawed in the. Well, have you seen Fences, Melody?
I haven't. No,
I
Okay.
haven't.
I'm not gonna stick on. Yeah, I'm not gonna stick on. I'll play it one night, movie night, but.
All right, but so for movie night, since we're talking about movie night, are we gonna do Players Club? What are we gonna watch?
Yeah, we'll watch Players Club.
She been wanting to watch that for the minute.
I did. I love that movie. I like Diamond. She was good.
Oh, so you've seen it before?
I saw it before, yeah.
Okay.
I saw it not too long ago, actually. So yeah.
Yeah,
if I could just say, because someone said in the chat room, God's plan for humans, blah blah, monogamy, blah blah, and I just want to say that through science we can determine that the human being has not been monogamous for the majority of the history of the human being, and that's based on a lot of factors, including testy to body size, relative size, how much sperm that men produce, the competition between sperm and what sperm will do. They let out like poison, try to kill the other sperm. I mean, ultimately, it comes down to we haven't really been a super monogamous species overall. And so when you think about after hunter-gatherer societies where we were a society, well, if men were getting killed off by, trying to hunt big game and, by protecting the village and whatnot, then that would leave you with a lot of women and less men. So short of those women's genetics dying off or them becoming baby mamas and then them dying off anyway because they don't have anyone to protect or feed them, it would be better in that case to set up something polygamous in nature. So there's one man who's incredibly or more successful, above average successful as far as hunting and resources and whatever, who takes on the responsibility of creating children with 2 different women, yes, but also of caring for both of those women and the children. So it logically makes sense. And I don't know why we keep defaulting back to the Bible as though somehow in the Christian world, there aren't a whole bunch of people who continually create children out of wedlock and then never take care of them. So,
if you study that,
you are the only person I would have talked to my girl because of what you said right there. But no, or at least the only person from YouTube, I should say. But I don't think that something like that could work. I agree with you completely for most of the world. I don't think something like that could or would work in the U.S. In fact, I think it would be a catastrophe because there is a middle class here, and it's the majority of men. Even though the wealthy has, the wealthiest 1%, I think, has like 80% of the nation's wealth. Now if you equate that to women, then that would mean that the 1% would have 80 wives each, and Even you'll have a bunch of
Mm.
functioning men who are upset, like me. I'm pretty certain that if Michael B. Jordan just walked up to my chick, she's gone. And
Mhm.
he has the money, the looks, he has everything to do so. He can. There's nothing really stopping him from doing that except monogamy. So I would rather not live in that place.
Right.
However, there are places in the world where there isn't really a middle class, and to speak of, and the men at the bottom are completely incapable of supporting a family. And
Mhm.
those places, which is a large majority of the world, definitely should think about that, should consider that.
In ancient times, you actually had more men than women. Then it changed around to more women than men now. But back in those days, those guys that were poor, they couldn't have wives because they couldn't take care of them. And then on top of that, the men that had money, they were able to have two and three and four wives. But the law stated, like for instance, in Egypt, even though they didn't have to practice it, but they did, you have as many women as you can afford to take care of and children. They actually had laws set up like that in Egypt, for instance. So
Oh,
that if you couldn't afford them, you couldn't have them. That was the bottom line.
Mhm.
now how did they? And I agree. I mean, I agree with that being a philosophy for ancient Egypt. However, once again, we have a super rich class here that can afford literally hundreds of thousands of wives. So,
Mhm.
like, yeah, I'm not gonna mess with that. So that would be a catastrophe here. But I mean, Chow, how did in humanity was there ever a time where there were more men than women? Considering
If
that,
you look at say for instance, if you study certain ancient civilizations and even look back into the Bible, if you go back in the Old Testament, the way it was set up, there were situations where actually even in the Bible that certain individuals were allowed to have more. Well, actually, they were the ones that had the money was able to have more wives than those that were poor because the way they put it, the way it was set up, it was actually. And if you even look at the United States in its early days, there were more men than there was women because the men crossed over, and you had a smaller amount of women that came over because in the beginning, the ones that were here already were here, but they're not looking at who was here already. They're looking at the transfer of people from Europe here to the United States. And the majority of those were men and those that were out of prison. So when they came over here, you had ships full of men. And that was a situation. And that's why when it was becoming things that came about, you had stories of rape. Well, grape, I'll use that word grape. Sorry about that. But, it's stories like that started coming out as far as when you talk about the indigenous people that were here, especially the women. So that is an example right there because of what happened as far as the transfer is concerned, coming from Europe, England, over here to the United States. The majority were men,
Okay. Well,
and
if
many
I
of
can
them, many
add,
of them was casted out of. Many of them was casted out of jail also.
okay, if I could add something from the historical perspective, because we have, I would say, just over 50 anthropologically documented societies where polyandry existed, whereby one woman had multiple husbands. Now, obviously that's not the poly multiple wives. Obviously, seems like it would be a smarter ideal because men can impregnate 1,000 women at one time if they want, right? Women can only have one child at a time. But when you do have um, a lot more men than there are women, and obviously women can only have one child at a time, and back then childbirth was dangerous, a lot more dangerous than it is now. What you would want, especially if your population was struggling, was to have the most genetic variation as possible. And the best way to do that actually is for multiple men to have children with the same woman. If there's way too many men and less women, and your population is struggling, So we do have periods of time as well, just historically, where under those conditions, women had multiple husbands because they were trying to increase the genetic variation of the population instead of allowing the genes of those men who didn't have wives to die off. So that way their population could be stronger than it would be if they had just said, oh, well, all those men who don't have wives, you don't have kids. So want to add that.
Well, real quick, thanks for that, Ruby. Real quick, I have a new person on the panel. Chaos Rain. Hi.
Hello.
Welcome.
What's good? What's good? What's good? What's good? Y'all talking about the white chick from the Peep show saying racist things to black people?
Yeah, she's not white. She's Middle Eastern, but yeah, she said a few things that didn't sit well with black people. What are your thoughts on that?
I consider her white, but one thing I would say is that's normal because there is a hierarchy between the color lines. We all know what happens to blacks in the Middle East. They are what they call the untouchables, last my check. So you think that there's no hierarchy outside America, you're sadly mistaken. They think and operate just as racist, just as this society in this country, including Canada, as Class Ruby would know about that personally, that this is their mentality, this is how they think, that's how they operate. So when people find out that she comes and says racist slurs or certain terminology that black people are uncomfortable, don't be surprised. You should expect it. And if she goes our way to say any of these things towards blacks, especially on a black network like the Peep show, she should be challenged like everything else. So she knows she need to be put back in her place. But you see, we know most black people don't do that. They want to have these people around because they want to feel that they're not racist and they want to have some type of, I guess, integration with a lot of people that do content on YouTube. So I get it, but not me. You will not bring that racist thing on my shit. I will check you and give you the boot, if possible. That's where I'm at with it. Yeah,
Chaos,
so.
did you hear what she said, or you just going off of
I
what
mean,
we're saying?
I haven't really heard in detail what she said, but I'm hearing from other people what she has said. Now I can go back and find what she said to make my conclusions. When other people are talking about it, it don't seem like it's good at all.
Now, Chaos Rain, do you realize that it's racist to assume she's racist because she's Middle Eastern, right?
No.
Okay.
I also just wanted to point out that the caste system that you're talking about with the untouchables is not in the Middle East. That's like in India, Pakistan. So it's just.
And that's also a separate of their own.
One of the things,
and it's a caste system. Yeah, it's not about race. It's actually just about darker skin versus. It's like colorism to the
not
extreme.
even a skin color thing. Like if you're born in this particular caste, no matter how light you are, don't touch me, and you have to enter my home through the back.
Yeah.
One of the things in that situation that really blew up that got out was when Courtney tried to hold her accountable for what she said, and JR and Anton basically, when Courtney got heated and they were trying to calm her down, she just went in on her about what she stated, because what Courtney was putting out was what Ameera had said on her channel while she had some of her content. Courtney went onto her page and watched her channel. So she watched the whole content. She watched the whole stream. It wasn't sections taken out. She watched the whole stream. And the way Courtney picked up on that was she's being racist because what she's stating about black folks. Now, the question about black folks being racist, well, you got people go sort of almost 50-50 on that as far as the black community is concerned. More racist. She spoke about the blacks and the Chinese being more racist. But then there was the other part about if people are not happy here in the United States, mainly talking about the black, then they can go on back to Africa. See, now that was one of the statements that they sort of put down a little bit. She really couldn't get into that because they shut her down. But see, the thing was, that's when it came out, because I'm in the group, I'm in the peace group, and I watch the live streams also. The one thing that she stated was, I thought this was how you have somebody else from another culture, basically another race, coming in on our panel, and then JR spoke out and said, "This panel is not just for black people. This panel is for everybody." And she's like, "Oh, really?" Basically, because if you go into the Lapeef group, it's mostly black. And when someone white speak up and they don't like it too much, they basically shut them down. I've seen it. Now there's two older white women that's in the group that they said, "We are not going no damn place. We're here and we're here to stay." And they're in there. They're in that group. But they wouldn't allow anybody to bully them out of the group. But see, to me, my impression in the beginning, I had to agree sort of somewhat with Courtney, because my impression was that this was a black group. Because it didn't look like anything else other than. But you have other people in that group. They opened it up for other people. And Ameera actually brought some of her people over. So that opened another door there. And that's something that they wasn't paying attention too much to. But the thing is, they pushed the issue that this is basically a group for everybody. But then there was another thing brought in. Why does everybody, and I even brought this up myself, and it sort of got pushed aside. Okay, why is it that we can't go into everybody else's sphere and speak up and get on panels and do this and do that, but everybody come over to this sphere? And then Anton was being held his feet to the fire. Well, okay, if you brought a woman of another color onto the panel, why not bring a man of another color? His response, well, we're working on it.
I heard that, yeah. Actually, I don't know how I heard that because I don't watch the Lapeef show, but I did hear that specific part. I remember that.
Yeah, that's what that was about, because they mentioned you brought a woman of another color on, then why not bring a man of another color on? So his response was working on that. So I'm going to sit back and see how long this is going to take.
I doubt they'll do that. And if they do it, they're going to bring a subpar male of no color onto the platform to make these two black gentlemen more bigger than they are. It is what
right,
it is.
because Cynthia G, they brought up Cynthia G and the other sister that brought in, Caucasian guys. So they were like, okay, if they did it, why not? What's the difference? Because it's like, hey, if you're gonna do it on one end, why not do it on the other end? Don't do it, just don't have it one-sided. So that's the point. That's the point they were making. The point that was being made.
Well, I want to say this, and then I have a question for Ruby and Melody. But it is funny how the argument is always, oh, you don't know us, we're unique, but then in the sense that, you have to actually be a dark-skinned black girl from Mississippi or from Alabama. You have to have all these criteria to even speak to them or give any advice. However, they say, okay, well, if you let this person on, why not a white man? Because we're all the same. Like, it's all, we're different, we're the same, back and forth, intertwined. I wanted to point that out. But another thing I want to ask on the previous subject is, Ruby, how would you have that talk with your or rather, how would you receive that talk? Like, what would be the best way for him to say, you know that woman that worked at Baskin Robbins? I think I'm looking for a second wife, and I think she should be it. Like, what is a good way for him to say, I want to marry the chick at Baskin Robbins too? Like,
wow.
Okay. Well, I'll say this. I think first off, before anything else, right, you have to be in the place where in your marriage, you've at least opened up the idea of plural marriage and accepted it as being a reality. So, for example, with me, right, probably the only circumstance under which I would be okay with plural marriage is one of two things. Either because my health made it such that I can no longer fulfill your sexual needs in any way, or because I can't give you a kid, right? So if I run out, if I get to the end of the clock and I'm not able to provide him with children, right, and he wants children, then I would be okay with adding a second wife under that circumstance, right? So we would have that discussion. So given that we've already had this discussion now, I think the first thing you should do is not bring up the woman at Baskin Robbins. That's not a good plan. The first thing for you to do is to bring up the circumstance. So like, let's say with me, right? I said it's about me not being able to give you a kid. We're now let's say I'm 45 years old. I have no kids still. You know, we've done 3 rounds of IVF. They've all been failures. It's been very difficult. And then bringing it up and saying, hey, listen, babe, I don't want to see you go through this. This has been very hard on us. You know, I think we should really, really consider this second wife thing. And then we can do it that way, right? And so you introduce the idea of, remember the circumstances under which we said we didn't introduce the second wife? I think they're here. I think I'm about ready. It's about time, right? And so once you have that discussion, then I'm sure she'll say, well, do you have anyone in mind, or how would we pick, or whatever? And you'd be like, listen, this is going to sound crazy, but I did see a woman, and it was like, she just stood out for some reason. I have no idea why, but she stood out, and I really felt like she should be our second wife. I would like you to see her. I'd like you to meet her. You know, I'd like us to talk to her together. I haven't made a relationship with her because obviously you are very important to this decision. I wouldn't do it without you, but let's just go take a look at her. And so in that way, you are co-opting her, right? You are, you know, saying, no, baby, you're still the most important thing in the world. I haven't done anything without you, and I never, ever, ever, ever would. Now, I think this is the right woman, but I wouldn't even talk to her without you, baby. Right? So you do all of that, right? And it puts her in the position where she feels like she's in control and like the decision is really hers. And so even though she kind of knows it's not, at the same time, I think she'd be more open to the idea of, you know, being open to this woman because she's part of it from the get-go. That's what I think.
Okay, that makes sense. And by the way, to the people who say you don't know the chick at Bassett, that was said like tongue in cheek. That was said for the sake of comedy, and for the sake that I did see a very attractive woman at Bassett and Robin. But I mean, that's not really. Of course, it wouldn't be presented that way. But yeah, I do think that that he has a that Ruby has a perfect method to discuss such a thing. Now, Melody, how would you receive that? And I'm talking about Philly first, Melody. Like, how would you receive that? Your dude just says, you know something? You know how I want a lot of kids? Well, how would you like to only have half of those pregnancies? Like, what would be your response to that?
I wouldn't like it. I wouldn't want it. I would just want to be his. And I'll say, hey, baby, listen, I'll have all of the babies for you. Because if I really love him, I'm willing to carry however many kids he wants.
Okay.
So,
all right. So that's a no-go.
It's a no-go for me. Definitely.
I mean, I see, and that's the thing, right? It's like, I came up with 2 conditions under which I would be okay because I wouldn't want to take that from my husband because I love him so much, right? But without those 2 conditions being present, polygamy is not really like an ideal to me. And I think it's just, to me, I'm not super religious, but you know, I actually literally
It's not the
feel
yard in you, Ruby, to share with them people from Yardmen share enough women?
no, honey. That would be like just saying all black men cheat or all black men don't. Like, it's no, people, individuals make individual choices. For me personally, I'm more attached to honesty over fidelity. But that being said, I feel a strong covenant between me and my husband, whereby I do think introducing another person into the mix sexually would break that covenant. That's how I feel about it. But with that being said, other things can break your covenant anyway. That kind of, it's almost like a perfect shiny place that your marriage is in. So I think that would break it indefinitely. But then so would me getting sick and having no sex drive for 25 years, right? I mean, there's lots of ways you can break a covenant. So ultimately it just comes down to, is this gonna, like, why fix something that's not broken? So if it's broken, then I think you should add things to fix it. But if it's not broken, then why reinvent the wheel?
Right. Well, I have a new person on the panel, Jay Lion. Hi, Jay Lion. Welcome.
Hi.
Yeah, hello.
Hey.
Hello,
So what's
sweet
your
Melody.
take on the topic? Can you hear me? Oh, I hear you now.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So with the topic with Ameera,
Yeah, let's talk about that.
I think looking at Ameera, I think that she might have good advice when it comes to relationships, but when it comes to like racial issues and all that type of stuff, I think that I don't know, she's kind of I don't know, kind of a little ignorant when it comes to that, huh? In my opinion, huh? When I saw her channel, some of the things she said and stuff like that. I mean, I went to her channel when she said about George Floyd, and I was like, you're like, oh, he's feeling guilty, and you see a dude like begging for his mama and stuff like that, and just and having no empathy on that, and I was like, oh man, so
Oh, wait a minute. I wasn't aware she said something about George Floyd.
yeah,
What'd
yeah,
she say
yeah, she
about
did.
him?
Well, we only covered
Yeah,
like
she
the first 30 minutes.
Yeah. Well, what did she say about George?
well, she was saying, and she was kind of like, you know, she was like, oh well, the other guy didn't deserve to be in jail or prison and stuff like that, and it was kind of like Candace Owens like talking points and stuff like that,
Mm-hmm.
kind of thing on her channel and stuff like that. So I think that it's in a sense that I feel like that she getting on going on that the Peep show is kind of basically you know just trying to get more subscribers to her channel. To the thing is like I think that so I think that's my opinion. So I think that like I mean because like the Lapeef network and all that type of stuff. It's not it's not the manuscript, so it's not like they don't go into the real depth of type of things. And even I mean all of them sometimes be on some BS. Even Antoine, he be on some stuff, so some BS too. So I think that yeah, I mean that's just my my opinion. So I think that yeah, I think what you call it? Then I saw I think they had Courtney on Obsidian show or something like that. I think Obsidian was doing the video, and she had
Mm-hmm.
Courtney on there, and basically also she was on Pablo's channel too. She came on Pablo's channel,
Who,
and
Courtney?
basically yeah, she was on Pablo's channel.
Okay.
Yeah, and basically what happened, and I think with Obsidian, with the thing, and I think he's just trying to, I think he was for the Manosphere thing at first, but now he's like, I don't know, he's trying to like, play both sides or something now, and I think Pablo had a video, addressing some of that, and I think that yeah, I think that's the thing. He was like kind of like not, giving her the hard questions and stuff like that. So he's kind of like, since so yeah. So I think that that's what's going on.
Okay. Well, thanks
On
for.
on the thing with Courtney and Amir.
Mm-hmm.
Courtney was the golden girl. She was the golden girl, supposed to have been the pick me, the very submissive. They brought Amir in, which knocked Courtney off her perch. So
Mm-hmm.
that's JR and Anton. So they put sort of like in a sideway, put Amir up. So that even in the group caused a split. But this was supposed to show what a true submissive woman be. But I can tell you this: if they was to take a traditional, true Japanese woman, she could knock Amira off her perch if they put him on the show. But I doubt that happens. But that's what ended up happening because everybody was singing praises to basically Courtney. And when that exchange took place, when Courtney wanted to hold Amira accountable for what she said on the channel, that's when they put a break. They put the brakes on that right there. And then at a time, Courtney and Kay would be at it between each other. They ended up linking up after that, which is
To go
very
against
interesting.
Amira.
Yeah, they linked up
Mm-hmm.
after that
Yeah,
to the
yeah,
point
yeah,
that even to the point that even Anton and them, they had a special show where they actually questioned what's the problem with y'all. They hit Kay up first. They hit Courtney. Courtney's like, "There's no problem." They hit Kay up, And so they were talking about y'all were texting, looks like y'all was texting against each other, texting each other, not speaking. Just like you just sat back and didn't want to say anything. Y'all let Ameera talk, but then when we came to you all just wouldn't say anything at all. And Kay was like, "Oh no, I don't have a problem." And then she started tap dancing. Kay tap dances a lot, by the way, if you ever watched the show. So that situation, that situation is they're supposed to smooth things out, but I don't think so.
Yeah. And I think Ameera is not as. I think she talks a lot of right wing type points and stuff like that. But I think that because I think she grew up in America. I mean, I think she grew up partially in Lebanon and partially here in America. But I don't think she's a conservative as she traditional as she says she is and stuff. Like, I mean, she doesn't really wear the a job. And
Right.
I've been around Muslim. I've been around some Muslim women and stuff like that. So I think that, but that's in my opinion. But I think they had Crimson Cure on there, and I think that some of her talking points are are a little bit better than all of them, Courtney and Amir and stuff like that. Huh?
Yeah, Crimson, I think she's like everybody's favorite right now. Reading all the comments and everything, they like the Crimson Cure.
Mhm. If I could just say one thing, and this is just, I'm not trying to be anything, because again, I didn't really see the whole show. I don't even know under the context of which I saw the clip I did, but I recognize that part. But I wanted to say this because as much as we would love for men and women to come together in such a way that they literally think exactly the same, and so therefore what men want is exactly what women want, and we're good, that's incredibly unlikely, right? Because men and women are made differently, we're made to focus on different things, we have different priorities. And so even when a woman is what I would consider at least a good wife and is in submission to her husband, follows his direction in leadership, believes in traditionalist values, you're not going to have like complete, agreement between what she thinks and feels versus, I'll say, a general narrative. And the reason why is because if you're in submission to your husband is an individual man who has individual wants and needs and expectations that you're going to fulfill and follow, right? And a general narrative kind of speaks to the general, it doesn't speak to the individual, which means you're going to have things that should differ sometimes. And then on top of that, when you're in submission to your husband, you're going to ultimately, because it's part of your job, is to tell him when you disagree and to use your own wisdom and knowledge to tell him why you disagree. And that's giving him additional information with which to make his decision, right? And then ultimately you're going to support his decision whether you agree with it or not. But that doesn't mean that you aren't going to sometimes be right. And it doesn't mean that sometimes you're going to fall through on supporting something that you still disagree with and, kind of fell flat on its face or whatever. And so I just think it's a little bit suspect when a woman never disagrees, ever. That's just my personal opinion.
Let me say this too, though, because I think though that's also kind of dangerous to assume that because if she disagrees, she's supposed to just follow along just for the sake of following along. I mean, I think that's sets a dangerous precedent in that relationship. Would you agree with that, Ruby?
Well, yeah, and that's why, because a woman's place is not to sit there silent, say absolutely nothing. She sees you driving them off a cliff, but she says nothing because you're the man. Because part of her job is, like I said, to say something, right? Now, it's supposed to be respectful. Of course, it's still ultimately his decision. But like in a marriage, men and women are supposed to have respect for each other. A man who marries a woman he has no respect for is crazy to me because like me as a wife, right? I bring information, valuable information, wisdom, knowledge that my husband might not know. And that informs him and gives him a new angle he didn't see. And that's part of my job because as a woman, I'm going to see and focus on things that he might not, right? And that's going to help him make a better decision. So now for me, I will ultimately support whatever my husband decides at the end of the day. but he has also first given me that ultimate respect of hearing me out and really considering my words. And so I know that he's going to make an informed decision. So I respect him and I respect his leadership and his direction, and he respects me. So I think it depends on the kind of relationship that you have. And I do think it's dangerous when women just are like, no, I'm not supposed to say anything. He just says whatever and I just do whatever. And even if I see it's wrong, it's fine. I'm just going to do it. All right. I think that's
well, I'm glad that you said that, because I think though some people in this space, and yeah, so I'm going to have to go here with this one. Some people look at certain people, namely women, as appendages or limbs of a body rather than as a separate functioning human being. Instead of just, you know, that's how I see how some people view relationships and view marriage, and this criteria that everybody wants to make demands on people that you know, that they can't have. Well, anyway, you know what? I'll leave it there, because I don't want to, you know, I'll just leave it there. Thank you.
I understand what you mean.
I agree with that. I do think that they are appendages, you know, and they often
depend on what, game changer.
No, they're appendages. Like, you know, they're parts of a greater whole. The greater whole being the family. Women are definitely, and that's why they use those analogies when describing themselves. I'm the backbone. I'm his right hand. You know, they are a part of a larger body, and that body is the family. Each
Yeah,
part.
but then by that logic, therefore you are an appendage too, right? Do you see yourself as an appendage?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, then therefore, if you see yourself as an appendage, then one appendage should not tell the other appendage what to do and make demands on the other appendage.
So the appendage that I see myself as is the brain.
Right. Well,
that tells each and every single portion of the body what to do.
Like the right hand doesn't tell the left hand what to do.
No, the brain does, which is my appendage.
But you know what?
Really, then if you are the brains, if you're are the brain, then therefore that appendage shouldn't tell you or correct you and tell you what is wrong.
Yes.
Or should and that appendage shouldn't tell you, honey, this is wrong. Honey, I wouldn't do that. Honey, I wouldn't, you know, that see, therefore though, if you are supposed to be the brains of everything, you should have thought about that long time ago before that appendage tell you that is wrong in the first place.
Okay, so to continue with this analogy, so if I was to tell my right hand to say touch a stove, and that right hand was to scream out in pain, because that's what pain is. It's the appendage telling the brain that you did something wrong. Then the brain would listen and remove the hand from the stove.
But guess what? But guess what though? Common sense. But the brain, the appendage, that's the brain, would have enough common sense to know not to tell the right hand to touch the stove in the first place.
You know, I don't
not
think
initially.
I touched the stove, but no, I don't think I ever touched the stove. However, I do.
No, I never touched the stove either.
However,
So.
I did. I touched an iron.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I think I did too. So I mean, though I never done that, you know, I do understand and will listen if my body screams out in pain for any reason.
Well, and it's not just that. I mean, here's the thing. I actually agree with both of you, because I agree with your analogy of the brain. Because in and of itself, right? If the man is the brain and the woman is these appendages in the body, right? I mean, first of all, you have muscle memory. So even in and of itself, when you're not thinking clearly, and your hand pauses before touching this hot thing, and you're like, wait, why did I pause? And then you have to kind of analyze your movement for a second. You're like, oh, that's right. Because honestly, my muscle memory remembers, don't just touch that blindly, because that thing could be hot. And so, you know, or just like when your body tells you, right, when your brain would like to keep going, but your body is the thing that is dragging you down and telling you you need to rest now because you're actually fighting an infection, or it tells you so and so thing hurts, you need to take care of that thing. So I actually agree with the analogy, because in and of itself, if you, for example, had SEPA is a congenital defect, basically, where you don't feel pain. It's very destructive, because even though you know, for example, something could hurt you, you don't feel the pain of it. So you could break your arm, have a giant stab in your back, something, and not feel it, right? So your body informing you that information helps you make much better decisions, keeps you healthy, keeps you safe, keeps you whole, right? And gives you that consistent direction. And then it helps you actually grow your own wealth of knowledge and wisdom. So I actually agree with that. Analogy.
Let me say this. Let me say this right now. Well, for first, I got two things to say. Black Ken, I don't have a woman, so you can miss me with all that. I'm doing all this gymnastics. You can miss me with that. But back to the point of the conversation. Here's how I view masculinity. Here's how I view femininity. I believe the duty of masculinity is to shield the feminine from what from the outside dangers that could invade the the space. I think the brutality of masculinity should guard the beauty of femininity.
Mm-hmm.
That's how I view it. I don't view that's how I view relationships. I don't view this whole I'm a head no scratch that. I don't view the female as an appendage to me when that person has his own agency.
I get it. You're
No,
about
you get it. Oh, you get it now.
I get your
Before
body
you guys
there.
continue, let me just read this super chat from
Okay.
Jessica X. Thank you, Jessica X, for the super chat. She says, still going strong. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been like 6 hours and a half, but yeah, we're still going strong. So
Thanks,
thank
Yeah, I
you
girl.
look
for
at
that.
I look at it as like complementary. The male or female complementary, but it's like a dance. It's like tango. You have a lead, and it's like you do it's like a dance. So it's like it's in the sense that you gotta have the masculine, the feminine. So it has to have a balance. And I think
Yin
No,
yang.
right.
so.
I agree with you on that. I mean, but it's just that certain terminologies um presents a toxic some of the vocabulary is evolved into something that is toxic and is somewhat outdated on certain levels. But anyway, I'll leave that. I'll leave that alone. I'll leave it right there. Go ahead.
Well, if I could say, I also agree with you on that. I think the problem is not with the terminology; it's with the bastardization of the terminology, right? Like, there's nothing wrong with leadership or a submission to that leadership.
Right,
People
right,
submit
right.
to leadership and direction all the time. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. There is something wrong with people who don't understand the concepts and then bastardize them and turn them into something they weren't really meant to be. That wouldn't be the most functional thing to follow, right? So
Right,
I think
right,
you have to be
right.
careful to separate those two things between arguing the terminology because it can be bastardized, right? Versus saying, okay, no, this is good terminology. Let's make sure we educate on what exactly that means and the real benefits of it.
Mm-hmm. Right. And I agree with you on that, Ruby. I really do. And I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah.
Thanks for
Man, we've gone all over the place.
This is a great conversation. So let me ask you guys a question. This is all right. So it's about Courtney. Do you guys think that Courtney is jealous of Ameera? Or do you think
I
she
don't
has a
think so.
genuine reason? Or do you think she has a genuine reason to be acting like she's acting now?
She's
I
got
don't.
she's got knocked off her
I
perch, so I know there's some issues there. She's not the
How is she
golden girl no
acting
more.
now?
I'm jealous. I just think that when she does have questions in regards to Amira, they as in JR and Anton,
run to her defense, which kind of upsets her because like any other woman on the show, or when Kay says something and Courtney goes at her, they let it rock. They let it go and they let Courtney do what she can do. But anytime she tries to say anything regarding to Ameera, they jump in and shield her from that.
But if you notice lately though, Courtney and Kay been getting along. Since this incident, Courtney and Kay have been getting along better since this taking place with Ameera.
How old is Courtney?
Happening?
She's like 30.
I believe she's in her 30s.
She's in her
She's
30s.
in her 30s. But
so what's happening,
but
fellas, is
my thing is because like you guys brought up how there was how JR and Anton was thinking that they were talking in the back or something when they were having that one show after Courtney did that one show with Anton on his channel about like, yo, what's going on? So later on in that stream, they kind of, well, at least Kay kind of
You're Morgan.
why Kay was acting the way she was acting. So Kay in that stream said she's tired of being treated like.
So you're boarding really bad.
Really, really bad.
Bad guy. So when they asked the question, that she normally does, because she said she feels like she's.
You're boarding really bad.
Yeah.
Like,
and he's delayed.
Hello.
Yeah. You're having delays. You're having delays.
Yeah, you have to leave and come back. But I know a little of Courtney's work also, but I will say that there are a number of women, and Courtney's pattern of behavior, from what I do know about it, does fit this. A number of Black women wants to redefine femininity to their standards, to whatever they want it to be. They don't want men or other cultures to influence this new definition of what femininity is. And they also would prefer it if Black men only recognize their brand of femininity as valid. So basically, prior to
can I ask you a question then? No, game changer. We're gonna talk about what's deemed as femininity, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, who's femininity? What is femininity?
Femininity is a mispronunciation. It's a mispronunciation of the word femininity. And what femininity is characteristics that are uniquely feminine in a woman. Now,
well, I'll tell you what. Give me the examples then.
Okay. An example is getting me a sandwich. That is something that is uniquely feminine.
Well. Tell me something. Then if you go to, let's say, West Virginia, which is a white state, and you telling in this white heifer spit in your sandwich and hand it to you, are you still gonna eat it?
No, I'm not.
Okay, well, I'm gonna tell you like this: if you was in North Los Angeles or Beverly Hills, and a white bitch feed you a sandwich. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let me dial this back a bit. Let me dial this back. So if a white heifer from Beverly Hills was acting feminine to you and still spit it in your sandwich, would you still eat it?
No, I would not.
Okay, good though. Well, here is another thing. So if there was a Black female and she a dark-skinned Black female at that, and she's acting very super feminine, and she hands you a sandwich, would you eat it?
Yes, I would, especially if it's a sandwich. Yes.
Okay, now if there was a Black female who's acting feminine and then spit in your sandwich, would you accept it?
No.
Then if there's a white woman who acts feminine and hand you a sandwich, would you accept it?
Okay, let's put it like this.
No. The reason why I'm asking these questions though. The reason why I'm asking the question is the basis though that you want to racialize what is femininity.
I most certainly do not.
Oh yeah, yes you are, because you said black women instead of talking about Western women.
Mm-hmm. Culturally speaking, black women from the U.S. Are not as feminine as any other ethnicity in the world. So that withstanding,
According culturally, have you hold on, culturally speaking? Wait a minute. So that's why I name all these regions.
Mhm.
So what is this? What is this quote unquote black culture that you speak of? Because anybody, I can go to the South. I'm in the South. I can find feminine black women. You up in the East West Coast, black women act a certain different way. So you can, so for you to put everybody in one little box, that you kind of racializing it.
Yeah, well, I'm saying that ethnicity, not necessarily a race. However, we are under that box of ethnicity, and collectively, individual, regional, behaviors aside, there is a certain behavior that is considered significantly.
Oh, depending on what? Depending on what, sir? Because if
we can hear you, Melody.
if I go the eastern Tennessee, if I go the east side of Tennessee, West Virginia, white women is a lot more worse than Big Booty Brenda and her badass kids.
Right. That's why I do. That's why I do it as a collective.
So you sit there. So by that logic, you trying to racialize it or make it into a non Anglo-Saxon point is a flawed argument.
Okay, well, let's do this. I won't racialize it if you generalize, if you don't regionalize it. How about that?
Right. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. But I'm only doing it because I'm only doing it because though you was doing it because I was just comparing your argument against. I'm just
brought up the scenario. However, I will say this. No matter what geography or race or particular situation, spitting in my sandwich is not acceptable, and nor would I eat it under those circumstances.
Right.
So that's not really a culturally, specific thing. That is just I don't like spit in my sandwich thing.
Yeah, but you just sit there and said the only feminine thing, the first thing can come out your mouth about femininity or what is feminine is somebody handing you a sandwich.
Yeah, it is.
So are we saying the guy though at McDonald's handing you a sandwich, he's feminine?
I mean, he's doing it because of his job.
Well, is it the woman's job to hand you sandwich?
Now, is it possible for a man to have a feminine job? Absolutely.
If I could say something, I feel like this is going down the road of ridiculous.
Nowhere.
No.
Let me finish my point. Let me finish my point, and then by all means you can continue if needed. But I'm gonna say this, okay? Getting a sandwich, right, is symbolic for a lot of things. Okay. Exactly. So in and of itself, it's not literally the concept of, well, if you hand me a sandwich, therefore you're being a super feminine, submissive woman. It's about your willingness and even an internal desire as a woman for you to take care of your man, to nurture him, to fulfill his desires and his needs, basically on demand. If he says he needs a sandwich, you want to be the one to get up and make it for him and make it all pretty and everything before you bring it to him, right? So it's actually symbolic of something. Now, I can totally get down with you wanting to talk about the racialized aspects or whatever, but like we're getting a little bit ridiculous with this sandwich thing as though it's a literal concept of literally handing a sandwich, A, and B, if you were being super feminine, even if you were angry, you wouldn't spit into a sandwich. It wouldn't be something that would be within your behavior just because it's not really feminine to hork into things in general. So
I'm gonna say this. I'm going to destroy some of these stupid talking points. First of all, let's sit there. Start with right here. Black women are more masculine than a lot of men. That may be true, Tim Howard. But if you go to certain areas that I come from, see, I come from white areas. White bitches. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot where I was at. White women do a lot more shit. Oh, I'm sorry, I shouldn't cuss again. Do a lot more foolishness and acting out than anybody. So maybe y'all need to stay out of New York and in South Central LA and go into these white areas, stay there for a while. Maybe y'all wouldn't be talking about black women because y'all don't know who y'all fucking with outside that shit. Okay. Anyway, the other thing is, I think the way though you're trying to define femininity, game changer is a very flawed one and very simple minded, because you're not looking at women as human beings. You look at them as mostly as toys. The way though you're speaking.
Okay. I think that's a very individualized opinion of my message. I think that you misconstrued my message about a woman's function completely. Because I wouldn't necessarily say they're toys, however, they're fun and I like to play with them. Doesn't necessarily make them a toy, Like, I mean, like in that aspect, they're toy-like, but I mean, no, I do understand that they're human beings. I know this because that's where other human beings come from, their vagina. So yeah, I don't know where you got that toy thing. I don't. It's.
I mean, the thing is though. I mean, some of your talking points is based upon what your idea, trying to enforce your idea what they should be when you're missing the point that they're also human beings and not some programmable robots.
Well, I do say what they should be, and the thing that I say that they should be is not a toy. Now, it is a functioning wife and mother,
Though. But the thing is, though, man, you talk to them as if though they are a toy, though.
No, I don't know where you're getting this toy thing from.
Well, we're getting that toy. Well, I mean, should I be around the bush or not? But the thing is, though, I mean, the way you perceive another group of human beings as more like less than game changer. I mean, according to your vernacular.
If I could say something really quickly, I think it's unfair to have game changer answer for every single human being who maybe agrees with some of his talking points and then goes to extremes with it. Just in the same way, I think it's unfair when people try to make me as a Black woman answer for the bottom 10% of Black women as though I behave like them or think like them, and I don't.
Like Ruby, I'm gonna do this like this. I'm gonna say it, and the reason why I'm saying it is because he is a leader. He's a leader of the SYSBM, one of the Black Manosphere. So therefore, I think though he needs to at least own up to like the talking points.
Wait,
I mean, if you're
not asking him to own up to his talking points. You're asking him to own up for other people, what other people perceive after that and where they go with it.
He is a leader. No, the way I see it is, if
not SYSBM.
You're not SYSBM.
Well, in this space though you in this manosphere space. Therefore, if you're supposed to be seen as a leader or a spokesperson of what is right and wrong in human relationships, I think though you know there's some things that some of the rhetoric that you be saying, you should own up for it, because some of those rhetoric that comes out your mouth. Hold on, like some of your rhetoric that comes out your mouth is really I'll say is problematic.
Okay, give example, but I mean, never have I said women are toys. Yes, they're fun to play with, a lot of fun.
You're not helping.
I mean, like, I'm not saying that they're toys. Like, I do recognize their humanity.
Recognize their humanity. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Like how though everybody, like how though you can talk about fat women.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. It's one day
No,
talk
that
about.
is terrible.
Yeah. Exactly. See that. See. I'm going somewhere, Ruby. How can you sit there and talk about all these fat ass women who ain't, you might be fat as fuck, but at the same time, we don't know if you are attractive, man, to these good looking women. So I mean, is you know what I'm saying? So how can anybody can sit talk about, oh, I hate fat women, but then we don't know, I ain't talking about you. You kind of remind me of the movie Shadow Hal, you know what I'm saying? And um I think they think it's kind of disingenuous to talk about a person's appearance rather than talking about when the person does not show what they look like on their appearance.
People have seen me.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. But no, I hadn't seen you. I really
But
don't care
here's the
what you
thing.
look like. I really don't. I don't care what you look like. I'm just talking about from the argument.
No. But here's
perspective.
what I'm getting at. I get it. Here's what I'm saying.
Okay, go ahead.
Fat
Tell me.
women are not women and therefore don't deserve our love or respect. Now that being,
Bruh, what the hell, GC?
Right quick. That being said, that statement would be true to me even if I look like Michael B. Jordan. Fat women are not women and therefore don't deserve our love or respect. And if I look like Flavor Flav, then fat women are not women and don't deserve our love or respect. No matter what I look like, that statement still stands.
Okay, then buy that statement that may, if you looking like Faber Flav, and let me say right here, I don't give a flying fuck what he looks like. Don't I ain't trying to talk. I don't want to know what you look like. I don't even care. But the point is though, it would be hypocritical and damaging to men's rights and men's for rights of men when the propaganda is, oh, I'm ugly as fuck and I can be shallow, therefore I can have my cake and eat it too.
But can I ask you a question?
Yes, go ahead, Ruby.
Do you think that it's fair for women, right, to say, well, I don't think he's a good enough man for me unless, and then list her requirements. Do you think it's fair for her to say that, or for her to believe that in her opinion, right, he's not a man yet unless he has his own home, unless he earns over 60K, unless whatever?
Let me say it like this. Let me say this. I've been a victim of that, Ruby, so I know how that shit feels. Oh, you're not a man because you ain't working at this job, or you're not a man because you don't making this. You ain't making six figures. I understand that, Ruby, but at the same time, Ruby, wrong is wrong, is right. You can't correct a wrong with another wrong. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, so you don't think it's fair then, is what you're saying?
No, it's not fair. No.
Okay. But do you accept the fact that the majority of both men and women are going to have their own personal standards for what they think is good enough, right? What they think is acceptable as far as, earmarkers of wife ready or husband ready or attractive to them, right? Or acceptable to them.
Everybody has a preference.
Everyone has belief systems though, right? At the end of the day, this is what it comes down to. Right now, I don't personally agree with Game Changer's statements on fat women not being women. I don't agree with that, right? But with that being said, he has a God-given right, for him to have his own judgments as far as him looking at people, especially when he's looking at factors that are within your own control, right? So it's to me, it's a little bit different when if you're going to say something about a woman who's in a wheelchair that's beyond her control, she didn't choose to have cerebral palsy, and then speak so adamantly about it, versus something that is within your control, right? Like a guy who could choose to use some discipline, or a guy who could choose to actually get a job instead of living off of his mom, right? There are choices in life that we make, and I'm not saying it's super easy to lose weight in this day and age and whatever, but what I'm saying is he is saying that based on factors that are within per control, these are women that he finds as acceptable mate potential, and these are ones that are not. And on top of that, he is not being a hypocrite, because it's not like he likes to keep in shape, right? He's a healthy guy who likes to keep in shape, and he only sees women who also want to keep in shape as being potentials for him, which logically makes sense, because how is one person who's super fit going to be really happy and be living like kind of a balanced lifestyle with somebody who's super overweight and doesn't care about fitness, right? Like,
But
Right, granted,
GC has said he'll have sex with a
but here is the thing though. But here's the thing though, Ruby. And I'm gonna say, hold on, let me say this to though. What's his face in the chat room, because he really want me to give him this work. So this is to Mr. Michael Graham. I'm very anti-hotep and anti-pro-black. You can miss me with that, and I ain't no Pan-African. So anyway,
what's wrong with that, man?
no, the alt-right. Let me say something, y'all. The hoteps and the pro-blacks are like the black version of the alt-right movement.
Man, I'm hotep pimping out here, man.
Yeah. Hotep in my ass. Anyway,
Hold on, let me change my avatar. Hold on.
Yeah. Red, black, and green. Red ball, green ball, black ball, Negroes. Yeah, whatever. Man. But anyway, here's the thing though. It goes back to my premise though, Ruby. He's only viewing women from his cardinal desires. He only view women from cardinal desires. He doesn't see them as human beings. That goes right back to my point at the beginning of
but
the
I disagree with that. What in the time that I found Game Changers channel probably when he was very early in making content. It's been years, and he has always spoken to me and treated me like I was a human being, and actually one that was worthy of listening to, and listening when I'm making a valid point. In fact, even sometimes when we're debating on panels and stuff like that with other people, and people are trying to mischaracterize what I said, he's turned around and said, no, actually, what Ruby said makes sense. So in that way, I'm going to say, I don't think that it's true that he doesn't see women as people. Just in my experience, he's always seen and treated me as a person. So
yeah, but the thing is though, the problem I have, and which is problematic, is not seeing another human being as human being solely on what his eyesight and what his sexual sexual desires is based upon that, and not based upon that's a fellow human being.
Okay, here's the thing. I didn't say that they're not human beings. I said that they're not women. I define women as
you see what I'm talking about?
No.
I know what you were saying. Go ahead.
Just like there's certain criteria that make a man, there's certain criteria that make a woman. And if you do not have a decent sense of health and nutrition and a desire to please my penis, then you, by definition, aren't a woman. These are things that are innate in women. And if you don't have these in you, and I'm not talking about people with thyroid disorders or something like that, I'm talking about if you don't have the basic foundations of being a woman, of wanting to be sugar and spice and not eating sugar and spice and everything nice to me, then no, you're not a woman. What kind of woman is fat?
Wait a minute. So therefore, by that logic, actually, you prove my point, because you're only viewing them from your sexual desire and nothing more.
No, he's talking about in the context of women that you would find sexually desirable, because that's part of a relationship.
No. He said he don't view women who look like a certain way as women.
Yeah, but he's talking about it in the context of dating. He's obviously not talking about it in the context of living otherwise.
Yeah, but his problem is he viewed everything in the context of sex and not on human to human relations.
What are you basing that on?
Let me think about
based upon his attitude.
Sex is a human to human relation.
But outside of that,
No, I do view them outside of that.
We're not.
Hold on. Outside of that, they're horrible mother that feed their kids the same recycled Crisco that they got fed off of. Yes, in every aspect, they're lesser.
game changer. You have to get all mad. We just having a discussion.
Well, it's frustrating because you're not listening. Like you're hearing something weird. Like I'll say one thing and then you hear me say that women aren't human. Like
no, you said they're not women. Therefore, though, you're taking away their humanity from them. So I'm just only going off what you just said, sir.
They're fat. How can you be a reasonable woman and be fat at the same time?
Yo, come on, man. Yo, bro.
You see what you only focus on their outward appearance, on what makes your dick hard.
Being fat is a bunch of things. There's a bunch of things wrong with you. My penis not getting hard is just the beginning. It's just the beginning. In fact, my penis isn't hard because of all the other crap that's wrong with you.
But we're not talking about your dick. Though. We're talking about society. Hold on. Are we talking about society? Or about what makes you up?
What?
Are we talking about your sexual desires? Or are we talking about society in general?
Fat is one of them. I know what a woman is. I know them since I was a kid. And you want to know what they are? They jump rope and they play with baby dolls and they paint their nails to look pretty. And if you don't have these instincts in you, then you are not a woman. You something strange.
Maybe you need to live out in the country like I have.
I want to live in a country full of fat bitches.
My question is this, because here's the thing.
They don't do all that bullshit you be talking about though.
But here's the thing. This is my question, right?
Because hold on. I'm actually a country boy, and I see women hauling hay, hauling corn and shit, and all that little urbanized shit that you talking about. That's not therefore though you taking about most women out of the gate by saying that.
Bitch neither.
But who cares? Why do you care? I don't understand why you care. That's for him, right? Those are his standards. It's his lifestyle.
Wait, let
me finish. Okay, that is his decision. Those are his standards based on his perception and his life and his lifestyle. Hold on, let me finish.
We're not talking about.
AJ, let me finish first, okay? Just let me finish really quickly, okay? So now here is my issue with your issue, okay? First of all, I would never want a big girl to be dating a guy who thinks like Game Changer, because no matter what he's going to try to do to push stuff into his subconscious, he is going to look at her and treat her like she's lesser than, because that's how he personally feels. But guess what? There are men out there who don't feel that way. You can't change his perception. His dick doesn't get hard. He's not attracted to. He doesn't see women who are overweight as potential viable candidates to date.
But I'm not talking about.
Hold on. Yeah, but he's not talking about that. He's not talking about that. Let me help you out, Big J.
Ruby. No, hold on. Ruby, I'm not talking about dating. I'm talking about I'm going by his statement saying these are not humans. These are not women. And I'm only going by that because when he said that, he wasn't talking about sex.
When did he say that? When did he say that? You're saying when he said that. When did he say that?
About 20 minutes ago, I guess. About 20 minutes ago.
He said fat women are not humans.
Not women, not human. If you're saying they're not women, therefore, though, you're taking away their humanity away.
But boys are not men; they're still boys. Does that mean they're not human because they're boys and not men?
No. Boys turn into men based upon maturity.
Right. There you go. See what you just said right there.
That maturity in time. That's different. That's different from what makes my dick hard is.
It's not different though. It's not because you know why? Because that woman could lose weight. That woman could lose weight, and then all of a sudden, now she would be in that realm of, oh yeah, she's dateable, she's wife material. So therefore, she could grow into someone that because he's using the word woman again to qualify a particular set of things that he would date, have sex with, marry. He's not using the word woman to qualify you as a human being. And so for you to keep trying to make it seem as though that's what you're trying to say doesn't make any sense.
Added
Thank you, Ruby.
the talking points. Oh, I know what you're doing, Chaos. Let me tell you some, Chaos. You kind of remind me of that.
Listen,
No,
Big J, don't start the bullshit tonight, nigga.
Listen, I'm gonna start muting people. We can't argue. Let's just have a conversation.
Like,
So one thing, there's a difference between what you're attracted to and what's a woman and what's not. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, you might not be attracted to it. That's a whole different situation, but it's still a woman. She can still procreate. She can still cook for you. She can still, take care of the household. That's still a woman. You're just not attracted to that type. So that's crazy. And then shorty,
why wouldn't he said that at first?
Right.
Saying, why wouldn't he say that at first?
Same thing as a sandwich. It's just simple.
No. Why wouldn't he say that at first?
Let me respond.
Hold on, let GC
rather than
respond.
saying that generalizing statement like that.
Here's the thing, brother. If she's fat, she can't cook for me. And she really can't do the household things I need her to do because she's fat. So there is.
Why are you worried about what if she's fat? Then why you complaining about it?
Big Ray, you have to have.
You're just not dealing with her.
Let him explain what he's saying.
If you define womanhood as the ability to do those things, then she has failed in that regard, making her not a woman.
Bruh. Like, all right, there's a woman that's out there that's 5'3", 200 pounds. She can still have sex with you, cook for you, have children. Just say you're not attracted to it, and a lot of guys aren't attracted to that.
But see, here's the thing: she can't do those things.
That doesn't make sense.
Really.
That doesn't make sense.
So what you just said makes absolutely no sense.
Wait. Ask him why. Why can't she do those things? Let's get some clarification.
Okay.
So
why can't she have children? Because she has the same amount. She has the same ovaries as a woman that you're attracted to.
First of all, no, she don't. Fat women got different ovaries. Second of all,
really? Based upon what? Based upon what? Based upon what? You know what? But you know what? You about to go down.
Wait. Let him answer. Just let him answer first before you argue. Go ahead, GC.
Yo, fat women aren't the worst people in the world. That's all I want to say.
No, I'm not saying that.
The way, man, you're talking, it is.
No,
the way you make things out to be they are.
I'm not saying that fat women are the worst women in the world. What I am saying is that the worst people in the world would be that much worse if they were fat women. Like if you were like a mass murderer and you were a fat woman, then you would be that much worse. That being said, she can't perform those things. I can't have sex with her because my penis don't get hard. So there's that. I don't even know where it goes in a fat chick because like it's all kind of thighs pushed together and stuff like that going on down there.
Really? See. Now listen. Nobody on here has fucked a fat chick. So that's not the issue.
So they can't have babies.
No, they can't have babies. They can't have babies.
Wait, hold on. Who said
wait,
hold on. You can't speak for me. I fucked the fat bitch too. So
oh my God.
I have one suck my dick. I'm gonna tell you right now. A fat woman, they suck the dick.
Oh man, they suck about the fat woman. Let's get off the fat woman thing.
I'm telling you.
I've had enough of the fat stuff.
And leave it at that. Like, why are you trying to argue his beliefs and preferences? Like, you're
Ruby. We're talking about his mentality here. We ain't talking about his choices. We ain't talking about his preferences.
Yeah, it's the mentality.
My issue is his mentality. Yeah. His mentality is the problem.
Okay, well here's my issue with your mentality. You see, I don't let them suck my dick. You say I only listen to me. You say I only see them as a sexual object while you let them suck your dick. You see them, you didn't let her do anything but suck your dick. You only used her sexual function, no other function from her.
But actually, I use her brain though because in college, so she helped me on my physics exam. She helped me on my health exam.
Okay, yeah. I have the human decency to not take advantage of a woman that I see absolutely no future in. You know, I don't look at a woman and say, I know that she can't perform
I'm still
in
friends
these
with
areas.
what you talking about, dude.
I don't look at a woman and say, I don't see her as a qualified potential mate, but I'm gonna put my penis in her mouth. I don't do that. That's some shit you do. Why? Because you are
Game
protected.
changer.
You see me as you see yourself. You are
No,
just looking for more women, more
really,
fellas to suck your
Can y'all
dick.
hear me?
really, but really, what game
Can you
changer?
hear
That's
me?
Yes, we
no,
can hear you.
the
Yeah, you
game
can hear you,
changer,
man.
the
I've had
game
enough of the
changer,
fat
the
woman
game.
conversation.
No, no, the game changer,
Damn.
the game changer. The problem is though. You're on this moral position, but yet though you're not moral yourself.
Well, yes, I am.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Because though you have a contempt for people that look a certain way,
Yes, I do.
and you have to complain about people that you don't want.
Yeah, that's like saying, hold on, that's like saying game changer, like men under 5'9" are not men. That's
Right,
as
exactly.
as Ruby say, I do not criticize people who are genetically different.
No, it doesn't matter because
So yo. So I
A
got a
man
question.
doesn't
So is
have a
is the
choice on his height. He don't. You know, however, a woman has reasonable control
Let the
over,
brother ask questions.
and
Let
if
the
she
dude.
don't, I don't criticize. I don't, like I said, I don't criticize women with, like I make it a special point not to criticize the lovely Layla Rashad. You know, she has a disorder. You know, I don't do crap like that. So don't put me in the category of just downing a brother because he's short. I don't even down midgets. So I don't talk about people genetic differences. No.
No. But you like to talk about
game
their
changer?
looks, though. You like to talk
game
about their
changer.
appearance and looks.
Okay, so game changer, you pretty much said like I have to leave and come back, but you pretty much said you wouldn't stick your junk in a woman if you don't see no future in it, right? Is that what you said?
Well, no, I just don't like fat chicks. But I'm just saying that.
See that right there? See right there? Right
No,
there.
I'm just asking a question. So you said women you don't see a future with, you wouldn't pretty much stick your junk in them, right?
Okay, I'll put it like this. Every attractive woman has a possibility of a future with me.
Okay. Because in the past, game changer, you have said you will have sex with a feminist, even though you are against feminism completely.
Yeah,
right.
That's what I mean. Because I'm doing it with hopes that my penis will change her. But every attractive woman.
Wait a minute. You see that? Wait a minute. You see that? Thank you. You open yourself up right now.
By the way, I'm back with my pro-black hotel pimping avatar. So I brought my hotel pimping pro-black avatar, and I'm back.
Welcome back. Welcome back.
Welcome back. But let me read these super chats before we get back into it. Useless Familiar says, femininity and masculinity are partner instincts. They both facilitate reproduction amongst the sexes. Yes, you are absolutely right. Thanks for that. And I have another one from number 16. He says, save a fat batch. What? Brigade in the house? Okay, thank you, number 16. Appreciate it.
But notice. Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. But notice this though. You want to shit on me. Oh, I'm sorry. You want to poo poo on me on this alleged story. Now I actually lied though about putting my dick in a woman's mouth.
Why in the world would you lie about that?
No. I lie about that. But the thing is though, you sit there and actually call me immoral, but then though you expose yourself on trying to dig down a feminist when that's immoral. So how can you call me immoral when you were doing the immoral act too?
Well, I didn't do the immoral act. No, he's talking about what's her name? What's that feminist chick that can get the penis? It's very few of them. What's the thing?
Oh, the light skin one, right?
Yeah.
Wait a minute.
I'm trying to think her name.
I know her
Jay
name.
Moore.
Renee.
Janae Moore. Yeah, Janae Moore. Exactly. Janae Moore, being as sexy as she is, can get my penis with a slim possibility that were she to change,
And her attitude is garbage, man.
her attitude is garbage. But damn,
I mean, it's trash.
yeah, it is. It is. But damn, she could get some penis. Like I would like hate fuck her. I'd hate it, but I'd do it. Like I pinch my nose and
Wow.
fuck her in a dumpster.
Wow.
But is she more of a woman than a fat chick? Oh hell yeah.
Wow. Now listen.
Why is that
See
wow?
right there? No. It's amazing. It's amazing what you just said. Major contradictions, Batman.
Fuck that.
Major no, you contradict yourself. So you're saying fat is being a choice. Therefore, if a female is fat and she's fat by choice, therefore she's not a woman. But yet though you rather dig down a feminist, and being a feminist is by choice. Therefore, though you're anti-feminist, so therefore you will dig down a feminist who is anti-male, but then though you would criticize. Then though you would call a fat woman not a female.
Yes, absolutely.
Game changer.
Do you see? G? Yeah. Would you?
No.
Okay. Would like you smash? What about Nyla?
No, we're not.
Okay. What about let me try to find another one for you. What about Deborah Cooper? No, I'm sorry, I'm joking on that one. But what about a Kristen Karazine?
No, listen.
What about
Arena Vet?
Yeah,
no. Stop with the old bitch. Listen, very few women are
you hold on. You wouldn't fuck.
He said stop with the old bitches.
Them old big old titties, man. I squeeze my dick between the big titties, man. What the fuck you talking about?
Let me suck some titties, baby.
Yeah, man. Big old titties right
there. Listen.
Let me suck some titties, baby.
Very few women on YouTube.
Let me suck your titties, babe.
No, very few women.
Let me touch them titties, babe.
Very few women on YouTube have the looks to compensate for their personality. And Janae is one of the few, you know.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Like very few women on YouTube have the.
You mean the red chick Janae? Oh, okay.
Let me touch them titties, baby.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Yeah. Let me rub them on.
Y'all hear this? And this is the guy that says, "I look
Arena Vet is a good-looking chick.
See,
man.
y'all hear this nigga? This is
He's
the
good
same
looking.
dude that says, "I look at women as toys."
It doesn't make a difference. Good looking is good looking.
Yeah, I know, and fat is fat, and it's not good looking, which makes her less than as a woman.
Okay, if I could just say something, because the thing is, like I said, I disagree with GC in the general statement, but I understand where it's coming from. And I think we have an issue in general, right? And this is why I asked you earlier, and okay, to be fair, you were fair and balanced with your answer. But in general, there seems to be a general thing where women can have any expectations of men and define manhood and who's acceptable to them by any terms, even if it's things that are not within the man's control, and that's okay. But as soon as men have belief systems, expectations, anything that are the littlest bit, kind of maybe might keep some women out of the bounds of attractiveness or acceptability, then all of a sudden there's this huge problem with it. And I just
both sides get the smoke. If you're not making sense, you're gonna get backlash.
Right.
Like
I think the thing is though, right? It's like even preference to a large extent doesn't make sense. It's just what you're attracted to. I'm sure we could dig down into your past history to figure it out, but it comes down to people are attracted. My name is Ruby. Give me a second.
Okay.
People are attracted to what they're attracted to, right? And people like what they like. And, people think, especially for men who are the ones who are kind of setting the tone, right? They want certain things to complement their own life and their own direction. So, like, why do we have these huge arguments about that? Like, okay,
Ruby. Let me hold on. Let me go real quick.
Go ahead.
Ruby. I can tell you know the English language. We're not arguing his what he likes, what is his preference physically. That's not the debate. The thing is that he's saying it's not a woman. It's still a woman. You're just not attracted to that. Okay, that's it. That's it. Conversation over.
So,
But he's saying that that's not a woman. It still is a woman.
Right. And that's
What
why
is it?
that's what when he's saying that he's dehumanizing that person.
Is that just like women define
It
manhood?
takes away that woman's womanhood from it.
Just like women define
Wow.
manhood, we have a right to define womanhood on our terms. Now we don't exercise that right. However, they do.
Who? According to whom? According to whom?
I hear it all the time.
Exercising my right to define womanhood on my terms.
Like you ever heard of like
Man,
a dumb?
niggas-
Y'all ever heard of a dumb smart nigga? That's what y'all are, like dumb smart niggas. Like y'all real smart, but y'all dumb.
No, it's better than being a dumb nigga. But
No. See, here's the thing. You only see. I'm gonna tell you something, dude. And I read you like a book now. Game changer. Ever since I met you when you came on my channel, listen, man. It seemed though, man, you only want these hot, beautiful women, not for you. You want them to impress other niggas. That's what it seems to me. Because based upon your fan base that's in the chat room and some of your fan bases on this panel, you're just saying that to impress other dudes.
Okay, I will say this. For one, I didn't really say I require women to be hot and beautiful. Well, I actually never said that I require women to be hot and beautiful. Not fat. The absence of being fat does not necessarily guarantee that you are hot and or beautiful. And however, I like beautiful women, as every man do. That's what beautiful means. I like beautiful women because I like beautiful women. Like that is a reward in and of itself.
Well, everybody on here likes beautiful women. That's not the issue. The issue is why you why you try to downgrade fat, unattractive women so much. You're trying to impress. It seems like though you're trying to impress niggas on his channel.
Okay, well I'll put it like
this. That's what it looks like.
If that is true, then the reason why you want to uplift them is because you want to impress fat ass women on this.
No. I'm just doing it. I'm just doing it to go against. I'm just doing it to go against the Black Manosphere stream.
You're for no damn reason.
No. I have a reason.
Well,
I have a reason to be a Tritarian. Because y'all talking points are toxic. It needs to be challenged.
Toxic to whom? Fat chicks?
No, toxic to the next generation of men.
Game changer. I could tell you like them ugly petite ones. Like that's the type of woman you like. They skinny. There's nothing wrong with that. You could be skinny, but I could tell they ugly. Like, oh, but you're skinny though. That's feminine. Like that.
You talking about the island boy baby ones? And we talking about fat chicks and petite chicks. What the hell going on with all this?
Since she's skinny, she's feminine. Like, no, nigga. There's way more to it than that.
Like, let me say this. I think femininity is the energy, man. Like sweet Melanie is a feminine woman.
GC like the long back.
Energy.
Yeah, very.
The woman.
Very.
Like yeah. And I was like, what's her name? Cynthia G is like masculine as hell, huh?
Yes.
With her energy. Yeah. Her energy is that's how I can explain it. And like, I mean, you see Sweet Mel, she's kind. She's not overly aggressive and just getting on your face and saying, yeah, nigga, all this stuff. No, she's not, acting like that. And I think that, she has a very calm type of energy. And I think that, that's what femininity. And the majority, majority of these Western North American women ain't like Sweet Melody. The ones that I've seen and stuff like that. That's rare. In 2020 now, the insanity that we got going on now, you have this. I don't even know what we have 50 different type of genders, shaming dudes, the data damn transgender. I mean that the level of insanity that's in America is so far going. It's like most of the world is not
debating. The fact that
most of the world is not like America. People think that like
no,
this, like I mean, like the stuff. I mean, you bring some of these concepts, all this insanity, outside. I mean, people be thinking you're insane. You know, I've been outside
The fact that
of
we're
America.
debating what's a man and what's a woman is that's how you know.
I mean, it's so far gone. I'm telling you, like it just need a nuclear bomb. This just need to destroy the whole damn culture. In my opinion, that shit needs to be destroyed.
Well, like
And
Western
that's the
culture obviously is problematic overall. I mean, I'm in Canada, so I'm attached to America, but we're not American. And one thing that happens a lot when, say, my family comes up here, or like friends, someone comes up here, and they just sit and look around, and like literally this just happened with my cousin last year, and he was just looking. We were sitting in a cake shop, no less, right? But it was like a gluten-free one, anyway. And he was just like, "Oh my God!" And I'm like, "What?" And he's like, "Yo, we really do have an obesity epidemic. There's a fucking problem." And I was like, sorry for the cursing. And I was like, well, what do you mean? And he's like, the fattest person in here is like still would be considered thin where I come from. And I was like, really? So, I think, and this is the thing though, there's a whole different mentality about eating, about health, about wellness, about taking care of yourself, about the connection, the mind, body, soul connection and stuff like that. And so to me, at least, right, when I hear people have a requirement about health and wellness or, being in shape or physically active and stuff like that, it makes sense to me. And the reason why it makes sense to me is because, in my opinion, and also in my experience, when I've let myself go, quote unquote, right, when I'm not working out, I'm not taking care of myself, don't care what I put in my body, don't care what my body looks like, I'm not being a particularly effective girlfriend or wife at that time, right? Because I'm not showing myself self-love, self-care. I'm not giving discipline and structure to my life with the whole, taking care of myself. And that's going to bleed into the way I'm taking care of my husband as well. Right. So to me, I don't think that the wording is valid and I don't agree with it, but I do think that it's a valid concern, especially if you personally have either always been in shape or you've gotten over that hump yourself and you're on the other side of it, because you kind of remember what it's like to feel so shitty and to be so unmotivated in comparison to where you are now. So even if you're working really hard, I'm not saying all overweight women don't work hard or are lazy or this. I'm not personally saying that, but I know that every person I know, including myself, who has lost weight, or gained weight or lost weight, they all see the difference in their energy, their motivation levels, even just like their attitude as far as how calm they feel internally, right? And women have to kind of be at peace in order for us to tap into femininity. So I do think that there is a connection there. I wouldn't word it this way, but I do think that it's worth caring about, especially if you personally are in shape, because a person who's not, you might have different priorities and energies, and it, like I said, it's going to bleed over.
I get fat for the winter. It's cold out here.
Stop trolling.
What are you saying, Risen? Risen, did you say something?
Well, yeah. I said I get fat for winter. It's cold out here.
Oh, you adjust. It's like fat burnate. Like you get fat.
Yeah, hibernate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Big belly.
I understand. Like if Q likes it, then she loves it. That's
fucking love it.
No, but you bring up a very good point, Ruby. Like, I mean, there's just certain things that defines a woman. And just because a woman, is slim, that doesn't mean that she possesses these qualities. But if she's fat, it means that she don't. And since these qualities are what makes up a woman, then yeah, they're not really women. But I don't think, I don't think that they're toys or anything like that. And Big J, you shouldn't really accuse me of looking at women like toys when you want to toy with Irene Yvette's titties. So let's not go there.
Aren't we heterosexual men?
Yeah.
We are heterosexual men, right? I mean, if you see some big oh my God, man, you got me stuttering right now. If you see some
right
big,
now, that's your life.
Big old bitties.
Yeah, man. If you see some big juicy titties, goddamn. I mean, I'm looking at them like, hey, what's going on? But anyway, but jokes aside, But do you see where I'm coming from at Game Changer about some words kind of delegitimize a person's place in society?
I think it legitimizes their place in society. Like the place in society of a fat woman is not the same place as a regular woman, and that is, doing regular woman stuff. Now they do,
And what are these regular women stuff?
like getting me sandwiches, sucking my penis, stuff like that is regular women's stuff. That is their place. That is one of their many places that fat women don't belong.
Notice everything you just said is about sex.
But they say big girls do it better though, GC.
I said sandwich too, so no, it's not everything is about sex. Rearing my children, rearing a new generation of not fat children. Now that is not their place. However, what their place is, they have a place, and I am defining what that place is. I'm just saying where it's not. And
but who actually elected you judge to put them in a certain place?
No, I mean, this is my opinion. Everyone has
their
one.
places. Stop eating the sandwiches and go to the damn gym.
Right.
I mean, that's
see, here it is. Here the thing though. Why is he concerned about them getting fat when he's when eating all the sandwiches?
Well, man, GC, get you a big girl when it get cold, bro. I'm telling you.
I know, man. Hey, man, it's cuffing season.
Hold on.
It's cuffing season, man.
Listen, y'all talk about cuffing season. The reason why I live in California is so I don't have to deal with cold or big girls. Like, that's the whole point. It don't snow out here. I don't have to snuggle in order to, maintain an igloo feel or something with a big ass chick. Nope. There's no
she can protect you from wildfires.
No, they don't. No, they don't. They're too fat to run. Yeah. There's nothing. Like, they don't help with earthquake. They can't help a California man. Like, if you live in a place where there's hurricane, it's good to have something sturdy to hold on to. I get it. And, if you're in Arizona, it's good to have shade. So there are certain, like, weather uses, for them. And I get it. If you're stuck in a jungle or something, you can use their dress and make a tent for 2 people, and 4 kids. I understand that they have functions in certain areas. I don't live in those areas.
GC gonna knock them down and run away.
No, they don't wobble.
So let me say this. Let me say this right now. How do you judge men who has fat women, wives, who's wives or girlfriends that are let's say rotund?
Well, I don't really judge the men. And perhaps I should, but I don't really judge the man.
Wait a minute. Why is not? Why is that?
No, I'll put it like this. I judge them as, if they're not fat themselves, I would say that they either have a particular fetish or they compromise given the circumstance of the climate that we live in. Either way, it's no judgment.
But you just did made a judgment. Because you saying, because some of the leaders of this, what y'all call this black manosphere, some of their wives and girlfriends are kind of rotund, and you kind of tell them that it's just about fetish.
Why I think that they either have a particular fetish or they've made compromises. Either way, I don't really like. It's not their lifestyle that I put into judgment or anything like that. I just assess what I feel the situation is.
First novice said, "Why is this guy trying to justify big girls just being big?" Well, first, see, you living up to your name, novice. You're novice because you don't know what I'm trying to do. Thank you,
man. GC, man, come down here to Alabama State. Look at the band. They got the honeybees. It's some big girls. They dancing. They be moving.
No, I'm not gonna do that. Like, I see like the HBCUs. Sometimes I wish I went to HBCUs, but like they'll have the girls that are slim and they be leading the parades and stuff like that, and then you had the fat girls behind them.
Oh no, man! At Alabama State, they got like a whole dance troupe of big girls. I mean, they be hitting flips and everything.
Well, that's why I went to university out here.
They be moving.
Yeah.
Well, hey,
Ooh.
listen, some guys are chubby chasers. I literally had a boyfriend for 5 years, and the whole 5 years, apparently, he cheated on me, and every single woman he cheated on me with was significantly bigger than me, and the woman he ended up marrying was literally as round as she was tall, and not
Ruby, then
particularly
that means you
attractive
gotta
in the
gain weight.
face.
You
That's
gotta gain weight,
American stuff
Ruby.
right there.
Whoa. Hold on. You saying that a woman who's bigger than you or less attractive than you got the man, right?
Yeah, well, first he cheated on me with many of them, which I found out at the end of her relationship,
You
which
ain't
is
got
why
a
we
fat
broke up.
woman
And then
fetish
yeah,
or
he
something.
married one that was as fat as she was tall. I swear to God, and she was not pretty at all, at all.
They
Ruby, you
say
gotta
big girls
get
do
your
it
weight
better.
up. Gotta get your weight up, girl.
You know,
They
you
say
know
big
what's
girls
funny?
do it better.
That dude sound like he's broke.
Subconsciously, that's actually when I gained all of my weight was while I was with him, and it's kind of weird because I'm like I was never really overweight, and then I got up to
Yeah.
220
He got you
pounds when I was
fat.
with
That's
him.
why, Ruby.
He got
He
a
wants
fat
to be
woman
fat. He
fetish or
wants to be
something. Right?
fat.
Yeah, he's a chubby chaser. He admitted it. Like that's
He's a
his
broke
thing.
dude, man.
Wait, Ruby, how tall
No,
are
he
you?
was not broke at all. No.
Ruby, how tall are
But
you?
yeah,
How tall are you,
5'7".
Ruby? 5. Oh, okay,
5'7".
that's a nice height. Yeah, that's a nice height. Okay. Okay, so you what, 200 now?
Me? No. This was like back when I was like 21,
Ruby like 150.
22. 'Cause
Gotta be
I
like
gained a lot of
150.
weight, but then I lost the weight. But like when I was with
Okay.
him, I didn't even realize how big I was getting until because I didn't really own
Mhm.
a scale. I was never really one of those girls. And then I got on a scale, I'm like 220 pounds. Holy shit. How did I get this big? Like when I met him, I was like
Oh damn.
135. So yeah,
So Ruby,
gained a lot
you
of
must
weight
be
when I was
like
with him.
150 now.
No, not 150. I am 159 actually.
Oh, see?
Oh, good.
How
That's
do
good.
But
I know that, Ruby?
well, no,
Good.
it's not. It's actually it's so basically this is actually all health related. So I was 120 pounds and could barely maintain staying fat, and like under 120 pounds, you're underweight. I was actually underweight several times and had to be hospitalized. And then suddenly in October, I literally went from 130 pounds to 170 pounds in 2 weeks. I just gained all this weight randomly. And then I've
You
been
must
in
be
rehab and
stressed.
physio. No, not really. I've been in rehab and physio working out and whatever changes nothing about my weight. And then now because I'm going through another health issue, I dropped like 4 pounds in the last 3 days. So I don't know, but it's health related. It's not like oh, I'm sitting here just binging or whatever. There's something going on with my health and my metabolism and whatever. I don't know. I'm going for emergency scopes on Wednesday, so we'll see. But
Okay.
the weight that I was like when I went from 220 pounds, I was down to 135, 140 pounds. Like that was kind of my happy weight, and I was there for a very long time until I got sick. So yeah.
Okay. Did you
But
get
now I got muscles. Okay, now I got muscles. I've been doing rehab and physio, which is awesome. So I actually have like muscle in my body again, which feels amazing. You know, to have like you flex and you actually have muscles somewhere, and even when you're not flexing, you can see muscle in your leg when you're lying there. It feels good, and that's what I'm saying. Like I was kind of bedridden because of my health issues for so many years, and I just felt like shit all the time. And finally having rehab and physio to get back up on my feet and be working out and stuff, like you don't realize how bad you feel and how unproductive you are when you're totally out of shape until you start getting back into shape. And it's a really difficult process. At first, everything hurts. You're exhausted. For me, it's a little bit worse because of my health issues. But then one day you're like, you wake up and you're like, oh, I can't wait to work out. And you suddenly feel so much better. You have so much more energy. You can do more in a faster amount of time. Like it's like a godsend to get into shape, which is why, like, for me, I can't push this whole Lizzo movement and whatever, right? Where it's like, oh no, let's all just be positive about
Oh yeah,
willingly choosing to
that's
be
not healthy.
overweight.
Yeah,
That's not
man.
healthy.
Lizzo is a lazy chick. Yeah.
I mean, and they lack discipline. Here's the thing: if you lack discipline, right, you lack the ability to tell yourself no. You lack the ability to, put in a little bit of suffering for the greater good. Right? That's not like a great trait, right? And that's why I said I see the connection between that and what type of spouse you would be, because and honestly, people who've lost a lot of weight, they actually see the connection. They realize now that they've lost weight, they're a better mother, they're a better friend, they're a better spouse, because now they have more energy and they have more self-worth. Yeah. And again, I'm like, I personally would not say that fat women are not women. I still think that they're women. But with that being said, I see why, as especially someone who's in shape, right, why you would really only be looking at other people who are in shape to be viable options for any form of partnership. So.
No, well said.
Big J.
If she can't run, she can't run away from me.
Right.
Then I would have to run away from her. And she can't catch me because, fat.
Hey, man, let me tell you something right now. Big girls are fun to wrestle with too. You know that, right? That's that foreplay for sex.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That is not. What in the hell do you think foreplay is? Do you
You can have a bottle of alcohol in them titties. I'm telling you.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going right back to sex.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wouldn't know about that. I don't. Like
I was just talking about sexualizing stuff. Now y'all going back.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just gonna go by what y'all do.
I get it. Y'all want big girls, but
I don't want no damn fat one. I don't want no wildebeest.
Yeah, no, nobody talking about
Don't
having.
say y'all.
Oh
Don't say y'all,
God.
GC. Don't say y'all.
There are that Big J and others want big girls, and they're here, protect
Big J did what now?
From the mean GC in order to obtain access to their fat goodness. Like, I get it, but don't attack me for it. Go for it.
But you see, you're still missing. You're still missing the point. The point is not about your preferences or my preferences or anybody's preferences. The thing is that you don't see them as human beings or as women, or as women.
Yes, that's how I define womanhood.
See, that's my issue right there.
Answer me this. How do you define women? In fact, answer me this. What type of woman would you not be with?
Well, I really don't want one who's a loud mouth. Well, when I mean loud mouth, I mean I don't want no ghetto bitch. I don't want someone who's a hood rat. I don't want no big booty Brenda type either. So I'll leave it right there.
So women possessing those particular traits are less than to you. They're less.
I wouldn't. No, nobody's less than me because as a human being, they're not less than me. It's just that they're not what I would go for.
Yeah, I understand that. So they're less valuable to you as a woman than a woman who do not possess these particular.
They're less value for me as in the terms of relationship wise.
Yeah, exactly. So just like that, fat women are less valuable to me as women.
You see that? You said as women. See me. I said in terms of relationships. See. You look at that you look at all fat women as not.
That's part of womanhood. Being valuable to a man because they are our support system is part of womanhood. Fail at that, and you do fail at an aspect of womanhood.
According, who died made you the who died made you the author of every who deems to be acceptable to every man?
Jesus, for one, but for two, it's written in the Bible, and that's just the way it is.
The Bible. Where is it an Old Testament or is it a New Testament or is it in the Apocrypha?
It's in the Old Testament.
And what does it says in the Old Testament, sir?
Oh crap! All right, I got my Bible right here. Hold on.
This reminds me of the fish, GC, when you was a preacher man.
Hold on 1 second. Let's see. Filthy City. No, that's not it. That's chapter 3. Okay, here we go. All right. So on page 2 it says, unto the woman he said, I will greatly multiply thy sorrow and thy conception. In thy sorrow thou shalt bring forth children, and thou shalt desire thy husband, and he shall rule over thee. So he shall rule over thee. That's exactly what it says. That being said, it's my ruling that she gets me a sandwich and not be so fucking fat. And by not doing these things is a sin. It's a sin to be that fucking fat.
Well, then though, then though, in the New Testament, I think this in the chapter. I think it's in the book of John, if I'm not mistaken, where the Lord wrote something into the sand as the men was about to stone a woman, and he wrote something in the sand, and those men back away. Mm-hmm. Who are you to sin when you have who are you to judge when you sin yourself? Mm-hmm. So because you sinned a whole bunch of times on this live stream though, game changer.
Mm-hmm. So because a person sins, he deserves a life with a fat ass bitch. No, it don't work like that.
No. Judge not till at least he's been judged.
Yeah. Okay. You could judge me all you want to. Not get with a fat chick.
I mean, you like to place judgments on people though.
Why, yes, I do.
Yeah, but therefore you're not God.
I think you misunderstood. There isn't a sin. There isn't a sin that condemns a man to fat chicks except for the sin of broke. So, but no matter what, yeah, do better.
Well, I mean, also, because there's other things in the Bible, right? I mean, gluttony is one of the 7 deadly sins, right? And so if partaking in anything too much is a sin. It's one of the 7 deadly sins. But also, there is a part of the Bible as well, and I can find the verse in a second. But basically what it says is that women's bodies belong to their husband. A lot of people know that verse, but they don't just keep reading like 2 verses down where it says men's bodies also belong to their wives. So in that way, actually, and what it's saying, the chapter is saying, is that men and women, first of all, they're committing their bodies to their spouse.
And they become one flesh.
That's not actually the verse I'm talking about. It's not Ephesians. But what it is, it's basically saying, hey, listen, as a wife, right, you are there to satisfy your husband's needs. But it's saying also that husbands, you are there to satisfy your woman's needs. And so if the woman says, I need this from you for me to be satisfied, he's supposed to comply, and vice versa. If the husband says, hey, wife, I need this from you in order for me to be satisfied, you're supposed to comply. And so in that way, both my body belongs to my husband's body belongs to me. And so when people talk about, spouses cheating and men being able to cheat, well, I mean, if you're Christian, it says it right there in the Bible that unless she's saying, yeah, go ahead, your body belongs to her, bro. You're not supposed to use it that way. So yeah.
Basically, it's saying neither is supposed to deny each other.
Right. And we're supposed to fulfill each other. And so if I gain a bunch of weight after I have a kid, that's cool because, people gain weight, right? But then if my husband says, hey, listen, I'm not as attracted to you as I used to be, this is just me as a woman and as a wife, I absolutely would start on working out and, weight loss and getting back into shape. Why? Because I'm supposed to be there to fulfill my husband's wants and needs. So when he looks at me, he should see something he likes and wants to come home to and will satisfy him.
What's the obesity rate in Canada, Ruby?
It's high, but it's lower than America. I think it might be 30%.
What part of Canada are you from?
30%.
I'm in Toronto, Ontario. Well, just outside of Toronto.
I think.
So I'm going to sit and ask this. Then this is the game changer. Do you love your woman?
Sorry, hold on. It's 26.6%. That's the obesity rate. One in 4 adults.
That's very low. I'd move to Canada if it didn't snow.
Mm-hmm.
I really want. I really want. I
Don't play with
really
that
want.
snow, man. You might just have to reconsider them big girls, man.
And our
No.
obesity rates. So the obesity rate in adults, it's higher in men than it is in women. So the obesity rate in men is 28%, and women is 24.7%. So.
But here's the thing though. So are you saying it's out of love game changer
What do you mean?
when it comes to who is fat, who is not? Are you saying it's out of compassion?
Well, in a sense, yeah. I mean, I do. In one hand, it does show appreciation for women who do maintain a healthy body weight.
Well,
So yeah, I mean, I do want to make it clear to those women that they are better women. I see them at the gym. And
okay, good. But here is my second thing.
Mhm.
Do you think men, since we want to bring the Bible into this, do you think men should be? Do you believe men should be pastors to their wives?
Well, you're saying we are bringing the Bible into it?
Well, since the Bible has been brought up into this discussion, do you believe men, traditionally, men should be pastors to their wives?
Well, in I think actually all Abrahamic religion, a man is a priesthood holder to his wife, meaning that she directly is incapable of sin as long as she's following her husband's lead.
Wait. Then therefore, by that logic, when it comes to 1 Corinthians chapter 13 and fourth verse to 8th verse, love is kind, love is patient. It doesn't envy, it doesn't boast, is not proud. I mean, I can go on and on and on. So everything you said is not based upon patience, and it's not based upon being kind. It's not based upon it was mostly boasting about what your needs are. So therefore, by that logic, you're going against the biblical traditions game changer.
Well, by that logic, I'm avoiding people who are going against biblical traditions because if she's fat, she doesn't maintain those virtues either.
No. Why you glossing over the 1 Corinthians verse, sir?
You mentioned virtues of what love is. How much does she love herself if she's fat as hell? Like,
do you know? But by that logic,
right quick,
by the logic that men are supposed to be pastors to their.
How much does she love me if she doesn't maintain the weight that I desire? I mean, Ruby loves her husband, and you see what she's doing as a result of that.
Right. But when it comes to you, when it comes to
if
you,
the Bible states the verse.
Right. But when it comes to you,
to be loved, then she doesn't possess those virtues. Now,
but when it comes,
patient, love is kind, right? So, isn't it a matter of patience for a man to wait past the fat ass bitches to get with one that's pleasing? Like, that's patience. And yes,
no. The way you just said, you're not patient. You're not kind. He said, "Love is kind." You're not being kind.
Patient.
But no. What you just said is not kind.
A fat woman comes my way and says, I want to go down on you, game changer, and I say, no, thank you. I'll wait for a better chick.
No. You're using a non secular argument. How about you just stay where I'm at, sir? How about you stay where I'm at?
Dang it. On the Bible, these are virtues that a person should possess. These are not virtues that a fat person possess. Therefore, they are unworthy of love. Or that a fat woman possesses.
In the kingdom of God, nobody is undeserving of love.
Well, I'm not God.
See, then why are you talking like as if though you is one?
No, I didn't say that. No, what I'm saying is that I am a regular mortal man, and in my kingdom, there's no fat bitches.
Love is kind, right?
Well, to be fair, the actual word.
But he doesn't have to love fat bitches though. He don't
The
have to
actual
love
word,
fat women.
No,
the
but there is
actual word in the
no
Bible,
love in
guys,
his
is
heart though.
charity.
There's no
It's
love in
not
his
love.
heart. That's what I'm going at.
Yeah, but the
No love in
word
his
in the
heart.
Bible.
There isn't no love in his heart for fat women because he doesn't like fat women. Like
Yeah,
the
but the
love is
word in
kind
the
thing
Bible is
for the
not
people.
love. You guys keep talking about love, but the actual word in the Bible, look at the King James Version, right, is charity. Charity suffereth long. Okay, charity, not love, charity. So let's these newfangled transitions want to sit there and turn it into the word love, but that's not actually the original word. The word is charity. So when we're talking about,
I beg
So, Big J,
differ,
you want to
man.
get
go look it up.
That does came from the Gillian Bible. That came from the Gillian Bible, man. And the Gillian Bible predates King James. Thank you.
Honey, the problem is, right, is when they decide to translate things into newer, easier to understand English, it changes the original meaning oftentimes of some of these words, right? Because they're trying to make it newer and easier to digest. So when I read the Bible, I don't read easy to read English translations. I just read the original King James Version in its original wording, right? And so the word is charity.
The King James Bible isn't the original though. It's just his version.
Right.
Nope, but you guys are, even from what you're saying, you are reading an English, right, as an easier to read and understand nowadays version of, so those are not the original words. So this is more original than the easy to understand English translation of the Gideon Bible.
So you're reading it in ancient Hebrew.
No, again, what is more, what see, here's what did I say? I said every time it's translated you lose some meaning. This is in and of itself why I don't think people should follow the Bible in a prescriptive way. But with that being said, right, the Old English is more valid than the New English translation that just happened because people can't read Old English anymore. And either way, in the Old English the word is charity, not love. You can argue that, but it's just the fact of the matter. So with that being said,
Okay.
It really doesn't matter to me.
Hold on.
I'm not Christian, so it really don't matter to me. I'm just saying there's multiple translations. It just depends on which book you pick up.
Okay, but fine. In the middle of the translation, in the middle of that verse, hold on. Since you want to, but fine, just miss the fact that the word is actually charity. But then let's use the word love. In the middle of it says that it does not behave itself unseemly. So in and of itself, again, gluttony is one of the 7 deadly sins. So if you were demonstrating love to yourself and to your family, right, you wouldn't engage in one of the 7 deadly sins, because that's acting unseemly, I would assume, right?
Right. But here is the thing. Then what is the act of charity then, Ruby?
Well, charity suffereth long and is kind. Charity envieth not.
No.
Vaunteth not itself. It's not puffed up.
But that's not what I asked.
Behave itself unseemly. I'm telling you, this is the definition of charity according to the Bible.
No. I'm talking about what is your definition of charity, man? I mean, better yet, what act of charity? What type of emotion comes that produces charity? Is what I'm saying.
So, as in the definition of charity to me is
I'm not asking for it. I'm not asking for definition. What I'm asking is what produces charity? What emotion produces charity?
Normally, in this day and age, guilt.
Okay, but yeah, we understand that.
Not necessarily so. Not because charity is also the act of charity is also the act of giving. So that doesn't necessarily.
Okay, good, though, child. Then what is the act of giving then? What emotion?
The act of giving is selflessness.
Okay, and what's
not these days?
And guess what?
Well, it's not. It may not be these days, but that's what the meaning is. That's what the meaning is, though.
Right.
No, but he simply asked what drives it, and what's driving it is not selflessness. People are giving to charity to get tax breaks. People are giving to charity because they feel guilty.
Supposed to change. The word is not supposed to change. Man changes the word. Man changes the word.
Why are people giving?
The point I'm giving at, the point I'm saying is what produces giving and what produces charity is a reaction of love.
And empathy.
therefore,
Yeah, and
No,
empathy.
absolutely not.
Yes, it is.
No,
Yes, it is.
no.
Yes, it is. You know why, Ruby?
Really?
Because
So when you
Ruby,
donated to World Vision, it's because you really loved those little African kids who are
no,
starving? No, of course not. But you gave, right? You gave 25 cents or 50 cents.
And
When
what
you
does the
give
Bible?
a dollar to the homeless bum on the
What
Hey,
street,
does
did
the
you
leave
give
my
Bible
it right?
say?
motherland alone.
Okay,
No, it's because you
okay.
made you
What does
feel
the
guilty
what
in
does
that moment.
what
Stop. Come
what
Not
on.
all
does the
Africans are
Bible
starving.
suppose?
That's a
What does the Bible
stereotype.
say about giving?
No,
What the
that's
Bible
literally
says
what
one
World
thing about
Vision was
giving.
big here for.
The Bible says one thing about giving. The Bible
nah.
says one
Listen,
thing about giving. It says give with a cheerful heart. The
if I could
Bible states
listen.
give with a
Right.
cheerful heart.
Listen,
It
when your
talks about
neighborhood,
giving with a
if I could say
cheerful heart.
when your
That's what the
neighborhood
Bible says.
homeless
if
man,
I
The
could say
Bible
something,
states give with a cheerful
no, I
heart.
hear
when
you.
your
That's not the word
neighborhood,
selfless,
listen,
though.
when your
If
local
I could say
bum, when your local hobo is asking for money, right? And I'm like, damn, he look like he hungry and needs some bread. He could be a crackhead. He might buy a bottle with that. I don't know. But since I feel bad, I'm like, damn, he in the
Thank
struggle.
you.
Let me give him $2-3. Like, damn, I feel
Thank
bad
you.
for him. It's not
Thank
guilt.
you.
But
don't
hold
feel
on.
Feel
bad.
bad.
Can
What
I
is
say
guilt?
this?
Yeah,
Can
you.
I say this?
Well, that's
Yeah, but
empathy.
no.
Having
But it's not.
empathy.
I'm
Wait,
sorry. I
hold
just
on.
don't feel
Wait,
What
don't
bad.
feel
happened to
guilty.
compassion?
Hold on.
What happened to
Wait, no.
compassion?
Hold on.
What
Wait,
happened to compassion?
let me say.
All right.
Wait, let me
What
say.
happened to compassion?
Let me.
Compassion
Wait,
could
hold
be
on. Let me
involved in the
finish.
act of giving
Yeah,
also.
yeah,
What
yeah, yes.
happened to
Hold on.
compassion?
Oh, it's
You don't
not
have to
guilt.
feel
Hold
bad
on.
when you got compassion.
No. Hold on. Let me say something.
Let me say this one thing. Let me just say this one thing.
It has nothing to do
Spider,
with me. Hold on.
before
Guilt.
you go, let me say this one thing.
Hold on. Let me just
Big
finish, bro.
J,
Let me finish,
Big
bro.
J, are you saying that the only woman who has ever loved you did so out of charity?
No, what I'm saying is,
But you did say that a woman can't love you without it being charitable, meaning that the same way that fighter gives a hobo some change, a woman gives you some strange. It's basically out of like, a pity or
Oh shit! God dang, DC! God
wow,
dang, DC! Ah,
Damn.
wow. Well,
well,
good
I mean, you
woman.
can say love is charity, which means that
No,
every time
close.
you receive
oh,
it's
DC!
a charity for her.
Close, but no cigar, sir.
Oh, so
Um,
you didn't actually get to use your cigar. All right, so you didn't actually receive the charity.
wow. You oversimplify. Okay, listen. Here is what I'm talking about. You don't see love of humanity, and therefore, when you said people are not women or people are not human, you don't see love. You don't love humanity. That's what I'm getting from you. That's the point I'm getting.
No, I do, but we're talking about a particular aspect. Once again, fat women are not women is not, doesn't mean that I'm incapable of loving a person who is.
But you demonstrated that you can't and won't, and I mean, when I said humanity, you don't like people in their humanity.
I do like.
I'm talking about the humanity in people. I'm not talking about no sex. I'm talking about humanity in people.
So you just love everyone, no matter what they do?
Let me say right now, I have hate in my heart, Ruby. I'm gonna tell you right now, I have hate.
That's bad.
I'm being truthful. There are a whole lot of people I hate, but at the same time, though, I do realize though that if you're spreading a message that doesn't see humanity in other people, then therefore you're dooming the next generation.
But you have no right to feel hate for people because you should love them because you should see their humanity and not the things you don't like or the bad acts they did. You should just see them as the humans that they are and love them.
No.
Sometimes people go through stuff. Sometimes people go through stuff
people deserve
that creates those emotions.
Yeah.
Some people go through things that create those emotions, and they got to deal with that. They have to deal with that inside. They have to
Not
deal with
everyone's gonna
that.
love everyone. We're not gonna love everyone. We're not gonna respect everyone. We're not. Like, why is this an issue?
Ruby is based upon what they have done to other people or done to me. It's not about if they're fat. It's not about whether they're black or white or female or what may have you. It's based upon what they have done to other people.
Or to themselves. Some people are
no. I'm talking about me, Ruby. I'm talking about me, Ruby. I'm talking about myself.
Okay.
That's why I can't stand that punk ass nigga who's on the right of me. you know, he's like a chihuahua. He follows the manosphere, and then he like, he reminds me of the Red Bull commercial where the bulldog and chihuahua having a conversation, and the chihuahua wants to sit there and well, where we gonna go, Spike, instead of him being his own man. I'm talking about old boy right there beside me. But anyway, back to the point. Is for me though, I think when like we have certain movements like the manosphere, some of the talking points try to remove humanity from other people. That's why I have a problem with. So with that one, I bid you Melody a duel, and Ruby, I bid you a duel too, and I'm out of here.
All right. Good night, Big J.
Good night, man.
I want the records to reflect he said a duel.
A duel on a duel, my fair Spanish ladies. Okay, remember the song.
Well, I mean, isn't bidding them a duel like challenging them to like pistols at high noon?
No. Listen to the song. You understand? Oh my God, you know what?
Okay. So it's a good thing that he's not challenging y'all to a duel. That would be bad.
Man, I was about to go get my flintlock pistol.
The old timey musket, huh? 10 paces.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Hey, I always wondered, like, how would you cheat that? I would think of a way to cheat. I don't want to die.
I don't know. I was thinking of like when soon as you turn around, like drop to the floor and shoot. I guess I don't know.
Yeah. Like there's all kind of stuff that you could do, but that they never do during a duel. Like I would like jump to the ground and get in a prone position.
Yeah, but them guns are like very inaccurate though.
Yeah, true. Like they're not really doing it, but like just in case, I would wear like 8 coats, like 8 jackets, like before I engage in that, like a duel. Okay, I got something for you. I would have like a whole cast iron thing underneath my coat too. Like, yeah.
I guess if they run out of bullets, they just start beating each other with the gun. I guess.
Well, they only got one, but yeah. They only got 1 bullet, so yeah, that's how that worked.
Oh man, this was fun.
Just that dude, that one bully asshole that just walked around with his gloves off, smacking niggas. He was just like a drive-by smacker, and you knew that he was just wicked with the pistol. Like, wouldn't that suck?
Gotta catch him slipping.
Yeah, true, but it's 10 paces. Like it's an even thing. They don't slip. What happens if you duck? Like you see the white glove coming and you don't want none of him, so you just like duck and you like bobbing and weaving because the moment he smacks you with it, you like if you can bob and weave, if you can Mayweather your way from actually getting hit with the glove, does that count as honorable? Like hey, ain't nobody ever smacked me the glove and I turned down the challenge. So you didn't actually turn down the challenge, but you did.
But you ready for it?
Yeah, you did. You did. Just kept ducking the shit.
I don't know, man. This whole stream was funny though, man. I was just kind of half key trolling a little bit, man. Had to bring my little Dr. Umar. Run my donations real quick. Well, run Melanie donations real quick. It's her channel.
Oh yeah, let me put a donation out there. You're right, but yeah. All right, hold on.
Yeah, she sleep.
Yeah. So you have any thoughts, Ruby, on all that transpired? Because you had a lot about the Bible and
guys, I'm not really asleep.
She's only half awake, but she's not all the way.
You sound sleep.
Sound like you just come out of dozing to me.
I did. We've been on for 8 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Listen to that.
She awake now. That's what happened.
All right. So, what's the final thoughts, guys? Because I need some sleep.
Mm-hmm.
So, what do you guys? I guess there is no final thoughts because we was all over the place today.
Well, towards the end, but if we bring it back to the topic, yeah. I mean, I would say that. Look, advice can come in many forms, and if it's sound advice, then take it. Don't really, you know, because okay, it's like this. Um, how can I say this without sounding bad? But in Germany in the 40s, research was done through unspeakable means, just unspeakable means. And they did learn something through these inhumane acts. Should you toss it out? That's a matter of philosophy. Should you just toss it out because of the source, even though the knowledge itself is helpful? So that's a matter of philosophy.
Well, they did bring those scientists over here to work on some projects.
Well, they fled. I mean, that's why we got Einstein and nuclear technology, and they lost. So you shouldn't
No,
really.
I'm talking about the scientists that they captured. They brought them right over here and brought them and start working on projects here with the CIA and everything else.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, the ones that brought here, but then there's the ones like Einstein, like Albert Einstein. That's like, hey, I ain't done with that crap, But the point is that don't question the source. Don't throw out the source. Don't really look at the source. Look at the product. That's my opinion. That's my closing thoughts on that.
Okay. Well, I'll go. So, and I think, it's funny because this whole kind of discussion, my general point is kind of the same with both, which is this. I think everyone has the right to think and feel and set up their own standards for what it is that they want and need and believe in life, as long as they are not trying to infringe on other people's rights and they're not trying to hurt anybody else. Then they're allowed to believe whatever it is that they believe. And I think that, you might not obviously always agree with other people's beliefs or their belief systems or how they've set them up, but it doesn't mean that everything within that system is therefore bullshit or therefore you should throw away, because there can still obviously be some value or some life learning lessons. So, like, going back to the concept of a racist, well, this racist is just viewing vileness as much as he wants. He's not even thinking. It's not based on any type of logic. Well, then, yeah, probably even if he did accidentally hit on something good, it's fruit of the poisonous tree, leave it be. But if someone is a racist and they say something racist, but ultimately the other things that they say are valuable because they've achieved something you're trying to achieve. They understand something you don't already understand. I don't think we should throw that away. We should learn from that, and then we can actually use our critical thinking and analysis skills to incorporate that wisdom with what we already know and grow our understanding of what we should do next. So, with that being said, I think if we just keep getting caught up and all of this bullshit about people's individual rights and beliefs and what standards they should be allowed to hold or not, or what beliefs they should be allowed to have or not, we're never going to actually get anywhere, because it's just a way to be divisive and to waste time instead of focusing on what we can change. Because I can't change your thoughts, I can't change your feelings, I can't change your preferences, but perhaps you have something of value to add to another type of discussion about the greater whole and what we could do to help. So, with the fat people thing, okay, I don't agree with Game Changer, but you know what? In some ways I do. I do think it would be better. Everyone would be better. And a lot of the issues we have as far as attitude and this and that could be changed by people being in shape and feeling good about themselves. So we can sit there and fight Game Changer forever on what he thinks, or we can say, hey, you know what? He does make a valid point here. What can we do to help our community and maybe get to a place where they are more physically active, more in shape, and they're feeling better about themselves? That's not sitting there and lying to them and telling them some bullshit about how being 400 pounds is fine and that's body positive. Okay. So I think we have to be careful with the messages we're accepting, obviously. And we have to evaluate the messenger and in what context did they say what they said. But it doesn't mean you just throw it all away. So that's about it.
I can go ahead. Me personally, like I said earlier, I don't think she's I don't think she's racist. I just think a lot of people were upset with her kind of speaking on things that they feel she doesn't truly grasp. And she's admitted to, she's not maybe 100%. And a lot of the stuff was her opinion. But like I said, like I said earlier, when she speaks about certain things, she didn't. It's different when you experience it as a black person and speaking it from a person who's not even from this country. So when people asked her about it, I feel like that's where a lot of the smoke when it comes to the ladies on the show came for her, was from that aspect and trying to question her on that. And that's my thing. I don't think she's racist at all. I just think she's a little misinformed.
All right. I'm going to go a little bit different direction because I done spoke about this issue a number of times on past streams that we've been on. I'm going to read something about a wayward woman because this is some of the problems when you hear this. This is some of the problems a lot of women run into today, especially when they put themselves out there. I got a Bible. I'm a Gnostic. So I'm reading out of the Gnostic Bible, the literature of Gnostic wisdom. This is going to be a couple of chapters, but I'm going to make it quick. The exegesis on the soul, virginity and defilement. Sages gave the soul a feminine name. In nature, she is also feminine. She even has a womb. While she was alone with her father, she was a virgin and in androgynous form. When she fell down into a body and entered this life, then she fell into the hands of thieves. Wanton men passed her from one to another, used her, some by force, other by seducing her with a gift. They defiled her and took her virginity from her. In her body, she became a whore and gave herself to everyone, seeing each one she hugged as a husband. After she let herself be taken by lecherous, unfaithful adulterers, she sighed deeply and repented. But even when she turned her face from the adulterers, she ran to others, and they compelled her to live with them and make love with them on their beds as if they were her masters. Then, out of shame, she no longer dared leave them, while they double crossed her, pretending to be faithful, true husbands, as if they respected her. After all these acts, they took off, abandoning her. So she became a poor, desolate widow, helpless in her afflictions. She had no food. From then, she had gathered nothing but the defilements when they coupled with her. Her offspring from the adulterers are mute, blind, and sickly. They are disturbed. But when her father, who is above, looked down on her and saw her sighing, suffering, and in disgrace, and repenting of her prostitution, then she began to call on him for help with all her heart, saying, "Save me, my father. Look, I will report to you, for I left my house and fled from my woman's quarters. Restore me to myself, to yourself." When he saw her in this state, he thought her worthy of his mercy. She had many afflictions for having abandoned her house. And that's it.
Well, what did that you said that was from what Bible?
This is from the Gnostic Bible.
And what does that mean?
A wayward woman that lost her way, that got out there.
He wanted the definition of Gnostic. What's the definition of Gnostic?
Well,
okay, this is another aspect. This is an aspect of Christianity what comes to outside of Catholicism. You would say the Franciscan monks basically practices. There are practices that they do in the aspect of spiritual worship that the Catholic Church deemed outlaw, which you would get burned to the cross on. It takes another aspect to look. It takes another aspect of looking at it. It's so another study.
So it's like a different form of Catholicism.
Catholicism, but it's outlawed. It was outlawed by the Catholic Church because it took a more realistic. It took more of a realistic view of what religion is and how it should be worshipped. But Catholics, the Pope didn't want that. Pope didn't want that. They were putting. They had to hide or either get burned to the stake.
Well, that's not agnostic. Okay. That's more like a heretic's Bible, but that's not an agnostic.
No. This is a Gnostic Bible. This is the Gnostic Bible.
Well,
I can take you.
No, he
I
didn't
can
say
take a picture.
agnostic. He said Gnostic. As in the study, not
Gnostic.
I got you. Okay, my bad.
Gnostic.
Okay, I thought you said something else. Okay.
So did you read that as like a metaphor of like of what's going on with pretty much like I guess women today?
Basically.
Okay,
because if you think about it, basically there's a lot of women that went through this. And in different ways. If you look how she went out and left the house, got out in the wild, wanted to experience things, and what happened? She got whored out and prostituted.
And you pretty much equating to her asking God for help as her asking men to pretty much save her.
She was making amends at the end.
Yeah,
right.
And that's asking a man to save her from the. Yeah, so you pretty much
it goes back to much. It goes back to turning to him.
So the end is pretty much the woman.
Well, the woman has to go back. That's what she has to go back and get her, be a savior, basically, her salvation.
Yeah, trying to find a man that can pretty much fix the problems that she pretty much made throughout her life. Okay. Right. That's what I thought. I was just making sure.
Because she got passed around, and it even though they took her, she basically just like here. She didn't really fight, even though they took her. She had many husbands. They took advantage of her and just tossed her around.
What I think is interesting about this, what you read, because I didn't really think it was going to end that way, is that in and of itself, it does sort of kind of support the idea that, women can go out there and whore around and do whatever they want to do. And then once they get tired of it, in essence, they can go and say, please restore me back to my original self. And then it can happen. So I feel like that's a dangerous message in a way. Kind of heard everything you said, but when you get to that point where it's like, oh, well, there's some way you can just magically wipe that all away. Take me back, wipe it all away, make me whole. It's like
wipe their sins away. Yeah.
That's when you become destitute. When you be like when a drug addict hits rock bottom. Mm-hmm. This is basically what happened with her. She hit rock bottom. She didn't have nowhere else to go. When a person has nowhere else to go, there's only one place for it to go, is up, because they're already down. They're at the bottom already.
Yes, I agree with that part. It's just the part where she said, "Make me whole again," and he said, "Sure." That was the part that I kind of had an issue with that line.
Yeah,
right there.
like that part, I took it as pretty much like how a woman who goes does whatever throughout her life, then she goes to find trying to find a decent man to like, yo, now can you take me, whatever, do all this stuff for me after I've been through all this? Well, that's pretty much how.
If you want another example, another example is Forrest Gump when Jenny came back. That's another good example.
Right. And like that is like so not like the norm of anybody sitting there and staying in love, knowing that you've turned yourself into a whore and you're like, yeah, but I still love you. That's not normally how it goes. Now, I am not of the personal belief system that, because the culture today overall is a lot more whorish, that therefore women don't deserve anything. But I don't think that it's a fair message to send out there to women that they can literally be the epitome of whoring yourself out. And then once you're sorry, it's okay. You're basically a born again virgin. Because that's kind of what it sounded like.
There's another end point of this, and this dealing with unconditional love. That's where the forgiveness comes in at being unconditional. But a lot of men are not going to have that unconditional love when a woman come back like that. It's not going to happen. A lot of men, they have not. A lot of them have not got to the point to be like that, and they're like, no, I'm not even going to participate in this. So that's another issue in itself.
Right. I guess that was my generalized point is, I know it's something that people want, and I'm not, against people becoming celibate or, catching themselves midway through their whole phase and saying, nah, that's not really who I want to be. But it's different. It's one thing to do that. It's another thing for you to honestly believe that once you've done that, now you're back to your reset to virgin. And therefore your virtue will be valued in the same way a virgin's will. Like, I just think that I think it's an iffy message given today's climate and what's already being said out there. That's all.
I don't think people actually believe that. I just think they just don't think about it until it's like, oh shit. Like, I don't think it's like a conscious thing where they're like, okay, I'm gonna do this, then go back and do that. I think it's more like, oh shit, this happened. Now fuck, what I'm gonna do? Let's try this.
Oh yeah, no, I agree with you on that. I don't think that they're consciously, when they go into the whole, culture and whatever, they're not consciously saying, well, don't worry, at some point I can go and become a born again virgin. That's not what's happening. It's just more the fact that they are, after they're done that phase, then turning around now and saying, oh, well, I'm just going to make myself a virgin again because I like that better. And it's like, well, you can't just erase your decisions, right? Like they're part of who you are now and where you've gotten to. So you got to kind of own that. You got to own the good and the bad, and why you are where you are today. That's it, I guess. Anyone else?
Well, I will say this. Since this focus was on this Middle Eastern woman, he's racist to those who had said it. And I say personally that get over it. You know what I'm saying? Most men in the space anyway don't care. You know what I'm saying? She kept herself feminine and she has that appeal. So most dudes will say, well, we ain't gonna knock her for saying anything. We're not worrying about that. That's the message. So I'm not sure why people get in their feelings. They're gonna still watch the Lapeef show. They're gonna watch her come on maybe Monday, Thursdays, or Saturdays, and she's gonna do her feminine rant for all the women to take notes. And I hear something in the background.
That's probably me. I'm cutting shit up for my husband's lunch tomorrow. 1 sec.
Thank you. Yeah, so like I said, I mean,
she's
a lot of men in space don't find a problem. So I'm not sure why people really want to give it more attention than it needs to be. They're gonna tune into Anton's Lafitte show for the week. So it is what it is. She's gonna teach you what it is to be feminine. She's gonna say, hold your cup like this with your pinky, which these Negroes don't do, but it sounds nice and feminine. So they're gonna watch you say, ooh, ah, ee, while they sit there, hold the cup and just drink it and chug it. So, like I said, she's eye candy to a lot of these brothers. So that's my response.
I like it when women hold their pinky out, and I don't know why.
I know you do. I know you do, Game Changer. I know you do.
We all do, damn it. That's why they do it. Part of being a woman is to find out what I like and gimme.
No, Game Changer. The role. Listen, Game Changer. The role of the
boy,
Game Changer. The role of the bitch is supposed to get on her knees and prepare the sandwich while she deep throats the cock. And the whole dance.
I don't think I would eat that sandwich. But
oh my god.
That's how
boy.
I want to point out that as we speak, Ruby is preparing a sandwich for a dude.
I'm technically making a pasta sauce because he said before he went to sleep that he misses my sausages and quinoa. So I'm making the sauce now. Then I'll make the quinoa so you can have that for lunch tomorrow.
Okay, there you go. She's preparing. She's preparing.
Perfect. He's going to have a nice lunch at work tomorrow. Perfect.
Exactly.
So he gets better. He gets better than a sandwich. He gets a whole meal.
Listen.
Oh yeah.
Get yourself a West Indian woman, a yard girl. She'll do you and set you up nicely. You know what I'm saying? While she does other things. She gonna fuck your head up and fuck your stomach up.
I don't know what those things are.
You know what I'm saying?
What did you say? Get a what?
I don't know, man. Are you drinking?
Yeah.
Like, you're what the fuck?
Yes. No.
I don't know what that is.
No.
And I'm not gonna get it because it sounds strange.
Right?
Yeah, you said it sounds strange. GC like that?
Like she'll fuck your head up. Like that doesn't sound like a good thing. Get yourself a West Indian woman. She'll fuck your head up.
Yeah.
What?
I said she's gonna prepare your meal, and she's gonna bounce, jump, and break your cock off while smiling in your face. Cause they have energy. They got too much energy. Anyway, yeah.
Okay.
I do want to say it is very weird that as a black man you say cock. I gotta point that out. That's
yeah. It is a white boy thing here too.
That's a very white. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I have a penis or a dick. That's combined with all the other shit, chaos. Combined with you calling somebody racist and then have racial stereotype about West Indian people or whatever, or Jamaican, or I don't know. Everything about this is strange.
Well,
Yeah,
it is a strange stream, nonetheless.
Yeah, that is true. I give you that one.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Shit.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to change my avatar on that one because that was a little weird.
Oh, I want to mention something to Debo in the chat. That was not to be accountability. It dealt with another issue, not accountability. In that passage that I read, he was looking for accountability in the statement I just read. It's not about accountability. It's about something else.
Oh, I know JR makes music. That's cool. He has SoundCloud, so it's cool. They know that.
Yeah.
I think that's everyone. You still awake? I was gonna fall asleep.
She knocked out. She gone.
Yeah, get in contact with her, man. Let her know that.
This is my response to what you just said. I don't know what to think about that, bro. But okay.
Look at the look on the cat face. They got hands.
And that cat got hands. That's interesting.
Melody, you awoke? I see your thing go off mute.
It must be the she here? She ready? Melody.
Yes. Hi,
you woke up?
Yeah,
you got any closing thoughts? You got to shut down before you fall asleep.
Before I go to sleep.
Yeah.
All right, gonna pull a plot.
Yeah. Come on, it's time to.
Yeah, go ahead and close down, Melody, because you're not.
Shut down time.
It's
Yeah.
bedtime.
Yeah, thank you for having us. Go to sleep.
No.
This is like 8 hours of work with 30-minute lunch break.
Bruh, I literally did get home from work to goddamn 11:50.
Stop saying stuff, Melody. Just shut down the stream. No
Yeah.
more.
Yes.
All right, bye, guys.
Press the red button.
Stop saying stuff.
I can't.